A very warm welcome to everyone joining us for the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Swiss tournament. Here are with our coverage, of course, the one and only Judith Polgar. As always, Judith, you have been doing a fabulous job hosting this event, and I am Anna Rudolph, today's guest host, I would say, because Judith, please take it away. You have covered this event with John, with David, and today is the halfway mark, day 6 of this exciting event where the top 2 spots in both events for the World Championship cycle is so much at stake.
Absolutely. Nice to see you, and that we are going to go on this journey of today together, because we've been witnessing an incredible event already. This is the round 6. In the first 5 rounds, there were some incredible moments and dramas. Yesterday also it was quite incredible. The top 5 boards were decisive. And there were, for example, Mishra. That was one of the biggest things that he won against the world champion, Gukesh. He's the youngest player who won against the world champion, reigning world champion. So that was an amazing game, not only the result, but also Maksudlu. He is keeping his lead. So that was also quite amazing how he was playing the game. He called it that he kind of played the perfect game against Rapport. And so there are some very, very good moves happening out there. And I'm very much looking forward for round 6, turning into the second half of the event.
It is indeed the second half, 11 rounds in total, and the top 2 places are so precious in both events, a qualification to the candidates tournament in 2026, which is what everyone needs. If you want to become a world champion, you need to play the candidates tournament and win the candidates tournament. So this is what is most of the players are fighting for here. We are, as you already mentioned, Judith, in round 6. There's still plenty of chess to go, but I would love to take a look at how are we doing in the women's section, because it is the same stakes. The top 2 places will be a qualification to the candidates tournament in 2026. How do you see the leaderboard so far with 4 players on 4 points?
Yeah, before it was only 2 players. It was only Vaishali and Lagno, but they made a draw yesterday. And now there are 2 other players caught up on the tying for first. And you see that it's a very tight place, because also after them with 3.5, we see several ex-world champions. And we see a lot of players still trying to fight to be in the very top. But one thing is for sure, in the next 6 rounds, whoever wants to win and be the runner-up they have to be very, very focused, and they still have to win quite a number of games.
A lot of games to be played, and today's pairings are going to be bringing the leaders battle against each other. Katerina Lagno with the white pieces against Dinara Wagner, and Ulia Fatalieva against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Any predictions, Judith, for what we're gonna see, and will we have more or less leaders after today's round? Will the players be caught up?
Well, it might be the case because there is a very tough match between former world champions Tan Zhongyi and Antona Stefanova. Well, also Bibisara playing on board four. So we are seeing very tough, strong matches, strong clashes. Also, we see Anna Muzichuk already playing on board 10. She was starting with a very unfortunate game one, losing on time versus the Hungarian talent, Joka. And but I think there are a lot to come, and of course your nerves has to be stronger than ever. The As we are passing towards to the end, the players has to collect their energy and keep their energy saving mode if they can. At the same time, they have to give all in because every half a point counts.
Every half a point counts indeed, and that's the half a point that Parham Maksudlu is leading with in the open section. He is the only one on 4.5 points, still in sole lead after 5 rounds, followed by 4 players on 4 points. Judith, what would you point out about these standings, and what can we expect for today when it comes to the leaderboard?
Well, I think here in the open section there is even much more open everything because we are going to see also on the second page it's quite some names over there because well, it is a very tight crowd chasing pack over there, and well, of course the first few boards will be like burning, I think, today.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, page 2 of the standings is still just an impressive list of very strong chess players. Do you think that some of these players who are now on 3 points, a point and a half behind Parham Maksudlu, do they still have a chance when it comes to 6 rounds to go, a winning streak of 3, 4, 5 games? What does it take to be at the top of the standings?
Oh, absolutely. These guys are potential winners, I must say, because they are on +1 and with +6. If you make 5.5 out of 6, there is a kind of a clear chance, I think, that you would be winning the event. Though it's much easier to said than done to score such a points because it means that if you win one game after another, you're going to be playing with your rivals, so you can take away the important points from them. But not many people are capable of doing so, winning so many games in streak. But we've seen that Gukesh was also on the second page only.
Only on the second page after his loss yesterday against Abhimanyu Mishra, who will be playing on board 2 against Matthias Bluebaum. Markandia Maurizi on board 3. He also has had so far an incredible tournament. These young players are just taking down one legend after the other. But the tournament leader is still the one and only Parham Maksudlu, half a point ahead of the field. But his opponent is Arjun Eri Gaisi, one of the top-rated players after Pragnananda. He's the number 2 player of the field. How do you see these pairings, Judith, and what do you expect from today?
Well, I'm not changing my mind. It's going to be burning up there in the top 10 boards, I think quite a few of them, because, well, Parham knows exactly that it's going to be a tough game. At the same time, it's also clear that the players are going to get tired. Parham also gave an interview after yesterday's game where he said how happy and content he was about his game. At the same time, he's very much looking forward to tomorrow's free day as well. So I think for now, all the players will give in everything because they know that they're going to have a 24-hour rest and then they can recharge themselves for the last 5 rounds. But we see also the board 11, Keimer. He had been not very fortunate yesterday as he lost a completely drawish endgame with some inaccuracy he made, but actually Maurizi was able to pinpoint that and win the point and win the game completely. So it's very tough because we see a lot of youngsters out there as well. But we see a very nice match, for example, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus the old-timer Alexei Shirov, who, of course, great to see him. We see Maxim playing also there on board 14, Vidit against Demchenko. So a lot of great matchups for today as well.
Absolutely. And if we kept going through the pages, there would be even more and more and more because this tournament is so strong. And that is because the stakes are extremely high. Everyone wants to be in the top two to qualify to the candidates tournament, and the games are underway. This is round 6. We are at the halfway mark of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And this bird's eye view is one of my favorite views to get into a tournament, see what's going on with all the beautiful different colors for each board and what openings we have on each. What do you think, Judith, will be some of the main ones for you to look at?
Well, we have a great variety of the menu here because on board one, very solid, Maxadlu plays the English, while in the second board against Mishra, Blue Baum plays, well, it's what is it, a Grimfeld, and board three, Giri is facing his famous Nidor, where he's making chessable course, giving away his thoughts, but I think some of the other day he expressed that he has new ideas, so he was doing something different than it's in his actual course. Then on Tabatabe against Firuza plays 3 bishop b5, right? So we have a Catalan on board 5. So we have all kind of openings, but what is catching my eye at first is the Yakubayev Pranov game, because the pawn on h4 standing already very early stage of the game, which is modern chess, absolutely.
I was just looking at that too. The pawn push that got even more popular thanks to AlphaZero back in the day when AlphaZero taught itself to play chess by playing games against itself and taking conclusions from the games. And those flank pawn pushes were some of the most trademark AlphaZero moves in some of those early games. And then professional players learn from those games, learn from the AI, and now we see these even more in top level chess tournaments too.
But you know what is I'm shocked while looking the bird's eye view. Board
Mhm.
3, now Rizzi played knight b3. I don't know, maybe I'm not following chess enough to know that this is the new trend, but this I've never seen before.
We
I've
can
never
also go
seen.
there. This must be a side line against if actually I guess we could start there. Maurizi
Yeah, we
has had
can.
an incredible tournament so far, and Anish Giri won his game yesterday to be just half a point behind the pack of players with 4 points. I think this is probably a great way to start because what do you do, Judith, when you face a very experienced top chess player that knows theory inside out? What is the strategy of Maurizi here with knight b3?
Well, probably exactly that he wants to avoid all kind of preparation of Giri. But you know, this is why also it's so important to be well prepared. And if you create your image that you're so dangerous, you're the person who knows the night of the best, it means that sometimes it happens to you that people are just trying to avoid all the main lines or the lines which is analyzed by the people, and then you go knight b3. But knight b3, I mean, it's not going to be frightened to Anish, right? Knight b3, knight b3.
Yeah,
I mean,
if we just go back one move to show where that knight was, because that's where the knight usually is in the open Sicilian. You have a beautifully placed knight in the middle of the board. And the choice of Maurizi was to move this knight voluntarily to the side of the board to the left just by going knight b3 without being attacked or without being forced to push this knight away.
you know, at first it looked very strange to me to see knight b3. At the same time, of course, we are going to be transposing to some kind of opening position, theoretical position. At the same time, usually what people say that once the black knight comes to c6, that is the moment when you have to decide whether you want to allow the black knight to exchange on d4 or you want to be moving away. So this is why it is so strange for me to see knight b3. Of course, after knight b3, for example, Anish played e6. White played bishop e3. Still, I'm looking at that knight on b3, which is very strange. At the same time, for example, if White would have choose to play bishop e3 immediately, then of course there is this line with knight g4, this old line which Kasparov brought into modern chess back in the 90s. So maybe this is also something he wanted to avoid. I don't know exactly what he wanted to avoid, maybe just the theoretical battle, but it shows that he has an idea. And these days with the engines, of course, I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if it would be the engines work, this knight b3. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
It
But
could be
also,
a very deep engine move. I'm looking at the database, and there's tens of thousands of games for moves in that position for a lot of variations, including most of the bishop moves. Knight to b3 has been played in about 900 games, according to chess.com's database. So it's a much smaller sample than 26,000 games for bishop g5, for instance, being the main line. But I think you're spot on, Judith, that nowadays with the engines, and especially what we said, the mental preparation, you're facing someone who's known for being extremely good at openings. And he has been a top chess player for a long time. You're the up and coming rising star. You don't want to be going into a long theoretical battle against Anish Giri on his chessable course. You want to play something where you surprise him. And how do you surprise someone that experienced? You need to go at the bottom of that list and see what's playable among the not so popular moves. And you're absolutely right also about the move order, that maybe this could still transpose, because knight to b3 would be a move that can come a few moves later once the knight is offered a trade with knight c6.
well, and also what the more I'm looking at it, the more I try to understand and get what's the idea. Because if White would be going bishop, whatever, bishop e2 or even bishop e3, there is this line to play it with e5 and then bishop e6. So I think playing knight b3 is completely taking away the sense of playing e5 right here with black. So it's clear maybe Maurizio wanted to play this kind of structure where black is playing e6 and playing this kind of attacking lines. I'm expecting that he's going to be playing it with f3 and queen d2 g4. But let's see how it's going to be unfolded. For sure, it gave me a surprise by playing knight b3. I don't know how much Anish was surprised, but he spent 2 minutes more already than his opponent, so probably he was a bit of a surprise. It cannot be the best move, though, you know?
Definitely not. It's about the surprise element. It's about trying to avoid the most theoretical lines. And by the way, the current position that we have on the board has only been played in 12 games in the history of chess, according to our database. So the more we're going to proceed in this game, the less known these territories are, potentially for both players. Because for Maurizio too, if you prepare something that's a surprise, it's not something that you have been studying your entire life.
No, but the type of position he must be, and that's okay. But I'm really curious how it will be, whether it's going to be a very sharp game. And also, Maurizi should know that if he wants to qualify, of course, it's still far away, but he's there. He's playing on board 3 today, and it's
Yeah.
round 6. So he won some exceptionally interesting games against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was an incredible, complicated game, and he was able to win that game. And also yesterday, he won his game. He won his last 3 games in a row.
He did.
So maybe,
Against
maybe
very strong opponents. Artemiev, Vachier-Lagrave, Vincent Keimer was his victim yesterday.
Absolutely. So he's in the form, he's in the mood, and he thinks things are working on his way. Of course, Anish also won a very nice game yesterday. It was very slow and it was grinding the whole time, but it was a very, very, very nice game by Anish yesterday. So, crucial round from now on. Every round is crucial. So, none of the players can really lose because that would be a big stop in their way of qualifying. So, the tension is getting higher and higher from the very beginning of the game.
Very much so. I think that means that we're going to be also just checking in with uh, plenty of the games today because there's so much at stake, as you mentioned. And this is the round before the free day. The players will be giving all that there is left in their energy tanks. And when we look at this bird's eye view, there's a couple of other boards that already have gone into some unusual territories. I still would love to check that h4 move that you mentioned earlier in Yakuboyev's game against Pranav, Judith. And I'm also looking at board 2, Blue Baum against Mishra, and this idea of white gaining space in the center, but then black fighting immediately back for that center, trying to take control of who is going to be the one that has that central control here after the pawn push e6.
I don't know. It's a bit strange for me to see the knight on a5 because usually, even after d5, white is black tries to go knight e5. So let's go from the very beginning. What do you think? Let's
Yeah,
check what has
absolutely.
happened.
I'm
Grunfeld
not very
c6.
familiar with this line of the Grunfeld. I saw it was a Grunfeld, but do you know this variation of the Grunfeld, and have you played it yourself, Judith?
Yes, actually, I was a Grunfeld player after my King's Indian period, or more to say, apart from playing the Grunfeld, apart from doing the King's Indian, I was also playing Grunfeld because there were some move orders which bothered me quite a bit against the King's Indian, and then I picked up the Grunfeld system.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I played. I like to play the Grunfeld, but there was crazy amount of theory already then. And this is I'm talking about the mid 90s. I started in 95 to pick it up, the Grunfeld. But there are so endless number of possibilities, systems, and white is choosing. So
Yeah.
in line d5, knight
And the
a.
white is choosing is so true for this moment, by the way, Judith. D5 has only been played in 18 games in comparison to bishop to e3, the main line, being played in over 2,700 games. So 2,700 games for one line, and then your opponent chooses the one that was played in a handful of games. Surprise.
Well, we see that now the players are trying to, well, it's a trend, I think, also that people are trying to come up with new ideas and unexpected moves or already at the early stage of the game. So it is normal that you want to get your opponent out of book and you have your self-confidence that, okay, I know it better. I'm in a better mindset to start within a game because I'm making those deviations which are not known so much. So I'm creating the trend, the new trends. And so black played e6 and suddenly white gave a check. But I'm trying to understand what was the point going back and only after e6 to go bishop b5, which, well, I would be surprised if not bishop d7 would be a move. And then queen a4. This is what I'm expecting, clearly. So now let's say bishop takes b5. Though, I don't know. I don't like it for black, and even the c5 is hanging, so bishop b5 would not be the move, I believe.
Yeah, I believe
Maybe.
Abhimanyu has chosen b6 of the queen a4 to avoid the variation that you're showing, Judith, so that they keep the tension between the bishops. Black is waiting for white to capture the bishop and offer a queen trade in that case after queen takes d7. We could show for a moment that position because that would be this situation where black will no longer be able to castle if you trade everything on d7, but it's a position without queens. It's very instructive that especially once the queens are off of the board, a king in the middle of the board is no longer that scary. In fact, it could help you in an endgame once the position becomes a bit more simplified. Oh, and we do have a result, by the way, Judith. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that was a very quick draw. Vitugov against Aronian has already ended in a draw, and Erdogmush against Mamedyarov as well is a draw. What's happening with these early draws? Everyone is waiting for the free day already. This much?
Well, I'm also kind of surprised on those. Well, we missed that one, but that was the well. He had Yais had a crazy long game yesterday, which was 190 moves. Queen's Endgame against Nodirbek Abdusaturov, and maybe that's why he thought that it would be not a bad idea to make a draw. But it's a very strange decision, to be honest. It must be the case that probably he was just so tired, and he had very tough games, of course. So we can see here that when I heard the interview of Mark Lodu, then he said it that well, it will be so good that there is a free day, and it seems like many other players might think the same. So maybe they want to recharge for the last 5 rounds.
It could be the case. So, as surprising as it is, it also makes sense for the factors that you have mentioned, Judith. And what I'm looking at now again is that I think we need to run back to the Blue Bow Mishra game that we were analyzing, because there's some crazy things happening. There was a sacrifice on h6. Now White is winning the piece back because of the pin on the d5. Can we go through these last few moves, Judith, when we get our board back? Because this is fire on the board, and you predicted it. You did.
Well, on some boards it seems is fire already. So let's go back a few moves to our board. How this is going with Matthias. D takes e6, f takes e6, and bishop h6. Look at this incredible, unbelievable move. Crazy, because actually White has to be very fast, because if Black can exchange those bishops and play queen d7 and stabilize by castling, Black has a fantastic position. And look at this bishop h6. Obviously for both players this is home preparation. It's very clear because it's all forced. Rook d1. So now Black cannot take on b5 because the queen will be under attack. So castle is clearly the best move, which means that White will have a white square bishop, and it can be very difficult for Black, or at least it can be very dangerous. So the first question is whether rook d7, which is extremely tempting, to have the rook on the 7th rank, or to take with the bishop and attack the pawn on e6. So this is the first question what White has to deal with, which most likely he knows what actually it's on the board, bishop d7. So now the e6
I'm
pawn
so
is threatened.
curious, Judith. Sorry for interrupting you, but I've just realized that this is a game that has been played before. They are repeating a game that was played in 2019 in Spain in the San Sebastian Open. Spanish Grandmaster Del Rio with the white pieces against a 2150 rated club player. White won the game. But the question in this situation is, who has that game improved? Because obviously, if they copy it fully, White is winning in that game. Abhimanyu certainly must have an improvement, but it could also be the case that Bluebaum has found something else interesting in this position, because it is an old game and engines have come a long way since.
Can you share what was the game? How did it follow queen e7 or queen
Absolutely.
f6?
Bishop takes d7, queen e7, as you said. White castled kingside. And Black played rook a to d8 to bring the rook to the open d file, after which rook a d8, f4. White is expanding on the king side and trying to get a better control of the center at the same time. And knight c4 was played there because this bishop on d7 makes the situation quite delicate for White's pieces. The white queen and the rook are both guarding the bishop on d7, but it means that now this hanging piece on c4 is actually just a trade offer. If you take the knight, Black will capture the bishop. Knight c4, and white accepted the trade. Queen takes c4, rook takes d7. That was the game in 2019. I'm really curious how much of this will be repeated, because this is already over 20 moves that could be the same, and they both must have studied this game.
Well, I would not like to give up my bishop from d7, so I would think that white has to be playing differently. I was wondering if e5 is possible, with the idea to go rook d6 and attack the e6 pawn.
I really like that idea. And you're saying that white is not in a hurry to castle, that there's nothing going on against the white king, no checks, no threats. So you can delay castling and pushing first e5 to secure this d6 square for the rook.
Yes, absolutely. Anyway, these days people are not castling so
You're
urgently as in my
You're right.
younger years.
Castling is so old school. I forgot.
It's
I'm old,
old-fashioned
so
stuff.
I'm very old fashioned. I still want to castle in every game.
No, it's okay to castle, but you can postpone it. There are priorities, you know. So
True.
in this regard, rook d6 is a much more important threat. By the way, not only rook d6, but also queen g4 is a threat. And then it
Hmm.
would be not possible to defend that pawn. Like, for example, after rook d8, I think white just goes rook d6. But maybe not. I'm not sure. Maybe rook d6 is not good enough because you might go knight b7. And after check, king goes out. And I have to exchange, and then probably simply rook takes or knight takes. And then the e5, the e6 is hanging, and then the e5 can be
Hmm.
captured. So it's not clear. Sorry, queen e7, e5. What was it? Rook d8. So maybe rook d8 is possible. At the same time, maybe white can just, you know what? h4 I would also consider. Though now
Interesting.
maybe rook
Interesting.
f7 will be the plan.
I guess, yes, those are the tools for black. Rook to f7 or knight c4 to target the e5 pawn. Very complex position, and both of them are now, well, I was going to say both of them are spending time, but in fact, it's mostly Abemanu who is spending time here. So far, they have been blitzing out these moves.
Yeah, very interesting position. But maybe we can go on to the bird's eye view and take a look around what's going
Mhm.
on until Mishra is thinking where to go with the queen, I believe. That's the question. Queen f6 or queen e7. Interesting that Maurizio surprised Anish. So Anish is still thinking, spending quite a lot of time already handling this surprising way of playing white knight b3 and only after that bishop e3. So which
I
one
think
should we?
just about that position, I just wanted to highlight. I think you're spot on with what you said about this move order being mostly against the e5 setups of black, because if that's what Anish would be playing in most of the lines in the Najdorf, then it is really unpleasant that you're not able to play your usual setup and you are forced to still, of course, very traditional, very normal Sicilian position, but it's not exactly what he was aiming for. By for white, queen d2, f3, g4, castling queenside, those moves are um, quite the usual way of handling a position like this. So it doesn't change that much for white, but for black, it changes a lot whether your pawn is on e6 or e5.
Yeah, it's a very, very different kind of structure, and it's the structure makes it also how tactical and how sharp it is. The line with e5, it can go many times, especially if white castles short as well. Then it can go to a very positional direction. While after e6, it's most of the players go with the queen d2 long castle and f3 g4 kind of system, which makes it extremely sharp, which maybe Anish does not feel so comfortable. Also, in these positions, sometimes black goes h5 in order to stop white playing g4. So there are a lot of alternatives, but while we are discussing this, knight c6 was played.
It
Uh,
was indeed. Uh, this. This was after quite some time spent. So it is the the white with the white pieces. Maurizi has managed to get Anishgiri into a territory that is not the most known, even for someone as prepared and being so good at theory as Anishgiri is. Does it mean he won the opening battle? Psychologically, yes. On the board, it might be equal, but I think psychologically, he has the upper hand to some extent.
Yes, I agree with you. I think that the psychological battle has been won by Maurizi. At the same time, we'll see how good is his position going to be in the next 5-7 moves when we are entering into a middle game. The first question is really whether he wants to go sharp with long castle ideas or he wants to go after this bishop e2 and short castle and the Scheveningen system. So we'll see. Because if he wants to go short castle, then he might even play a4 right now, stopping black playing b5 and then develop the bishop and castle short. Or also f4 is something to consider, and then queen f3, g4. G4 immediately is also something, an idea to continue. So there are a lot of ways of continuing. I do hope for Maurizi that he had some idea beforehand in his preparation, because you go after your intuition, right?
Mhm.
So you either know more or less what you're going to do, at least to have some strategy. Which side is he going to be castling? But it's going to be a very complicated game. G4. G4 is there. He's
Okay,
not joking.
we like that. I think I think we like that. There's going to be fire on that board too, as if it wasn't enough. Board two, board three, there's going to be more and more complications and crazy stuff happening. I did want to just add one quick note from our team that I did not know. I didn't know that Shahriar Mamedjarov is the coach of Yai's Erdogmus, which makes a lot more sense that these two made a draw. Coach playing against his bright young student, the 14-year-old Turkish grandmaster who has been slaying it. He's doing so well in this tournament, and they made a draw against each other. It does happen sometimes that coach play against student, and they do not want to fight it over on the board.
Okay, this makes it clear and understandable that draw. I was making draws with my sisters, and yeah, indeed, this explains everything. Okay, so they go back and prepare for the upcoming rounds together.
Yeah, and maybe they'll also prepare for the free day because they do need all the players need a bit of a recharging. I wonder what will be the free day activities for many of them, resting or doing some kind of a outdoor exercise excursion or preparing more because this is a very strong and very difficult tournament.
Yes, absolutely. What do you think about zooming into board five, Abdusattorov versus Rothstein?
I think
Because
that's a great idea. Again, we are seeing a knight on the edge of the board, and we need to ask, what is the knight doing there? Why? Why? What's happening? Let's replay maybe the last few moves, or if you would like to go through the opening moves, whichever you think, Judith, is better for this case of the game. Maxim Rothstein against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
yeah, it's interesting. It started out with a very classical old way of playing the Catalan. Bishop b4 check, bishop d2 is forced. So in a later time, knight d2 is not played because that's people like to play it that way because the knight would belong there. So it's considered that the bishop on d2 is worse than on bishop on c1 for black. That's how he likes to play. Knight d7. I was not playing knight d7. I think I was playing more d takes c4 in this position. c6, bishop f4, a5, rook d1. After h6, h4. In some ways, it's strange for me that before developing knight to d2 or to c3 or playing b3 first and then knight c3 to play h4, because definitely it is not about against g5 move.
Mhm.
But strategically, somehow it seems that it fits well to this setup of white these days. And black went knight h5, pushing away the bishop. And now white is thinking. Maxim is known for his great opening preparation. He was always from young age. He was doing very well in his openings. So the
Yes, and
question
from
is,
what I can see is that he is the one who surprised his opponent, probably by choosing h4 because h4 is not the most common in that position. There's only 9 games in the database for h4, and knight h5 um, gets us to an even more of a lesser known territory, just a handful of games. And I think um, other than bishop to c1 and bishop e5, those are the two bishop moves that have been played in one game each, so not a big sample of games. E3 was played 3 times. That's the majority of the games. But when you only have 5 games for this position, it doesn't really give a full picture. I think the engine analysis probably here helps a bit more than just the few games that were played in open tournaments.
you said bishop e5 was played?
It was played in one game, but it was not a very successful attempt. Black won that game.
Yeah, bishop
Won the
e5 looks
second
a
set.
very strange move. Bishop e3 looks to me the most natural. At the same time, after bishop e3, I have the idea to go f5. I think Nodirberg, maybe he wants to go out f5 and f4 very quickly. And it seems like h4, why does it really fit to this system when the g3 is actually getting a weak target after f4? So
Yeah,
maybe I would go bishop c1.
bishop c1 to step out of those patterns. In the one game where bishop c1 was played, f5 was still the continuation of black, to follow up with your idea, Judith, to push f4. And after f5, knight e5 is the game I see. It was actually played. It's the top rated game for this position. The players are known, very known for this field as well. It was Jan Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces against the world champion Gukesh Domaraju.
Okay, so we have strong players playing that. And when was
This
it?
is
Which
this is the
year? Do you
highest
know?
rated game, and it was in 2023 at the World Rapid Team Championship.
Okay,
This is
but
the
it
game
was
that they
rapid.
must be aware of. Yeah, it was rapid, so
It was
not.
rapid, which we all know that rapid repertoire, blitz repertoire, and classical chess repertoire very rarely are the same ideas.
True, very true.
But knight h5 f5 seems to me that it's a very interesting idea. I mean, after h4, it's kind of a logical reaction pointing at
Yeah.
the weak part of the move h4, that the g3 can be vulnerable and can be attacked with f5 f4. So bishop c1, I still believe that it's the best, or bishop d2, but I don't see why bishop d2 should be the right spot.
No.
f5 and knight e5. Yeah, this also makes a lot of sense, because if knight takes e5 d5, then the h5 knight can stay out on the rim.
Hmm.
While was it knight takes e5, or what has been black's reaction to knight e5?
Gukesh played bishop d6 in that game against Duda in 2023. And after bishop d6, bishop f3 to target the knight on the rim, queen e8 to guard that knight, and knight d3. This interesting knight maneuver where knight f3, knight e5, knight d3 happened in a short span of time, regrouping white's pieces. So now the bishop is on f3 and the knight is on d3. Usually it's the other way around.
But still, I don't like it at all. This g3 target options for from black side. I mean, h4 is what benefits did it bring to white? This is my worry from white end. And look at the
Yeah.
development of white. Once the bishop was out already, but it went back because it was pushed back by the knight on h5, right?
I fully agree with you, Judith, and that makes me wonder even more about Maxim's choice for willingly going for h4, because he chose this move, he chose this line, but once knight h5 is played, he's the one thinking. So who surprised whom? What is going on?
Well, and if he had this idea, Maxim should be aware of that game. I think no question about it.
Maybe
Okay,
he's
so
just
we'll.
reviewing, revising a bit what he analyzed, making sure that he likes the position. Because it's one thing to analyze something with the engine, and then the other is to see it on a physical board in an actual game where you cannot take the moves back.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And maybe we zoom out to the bird's eye view
Mhm.
and look around what has been happening on the other boards. Not much has happened with the Mistral game, just Queen e7, Rook d8. Anish played b5, g5, so there is development over there. And then I would suggest to take a look Gukesh's game. Let's pick. What do you think?
I think that's a great choice. Let's go to the game of the world champion who didn't have a very happy game yesterday. He went down against Abhimanyu Mishra, and that is the game where now it's going to be in the history books as the moment in chess history when the youngest grandmaster beats the reigning world chess champion at the age of 14 to beat the current world champion. That is quite a feat, Judith.
Well, he's very young indeed, and
Or am I
maybe
confusing
by
16? Sorry, I'm so bad at numbers, but still
yeah,
so young. One of the youngest grandmasters in the world, 16 at the moment already. Well, so old, 16. Wow.
yeah.
Beating world champions at the age of 16.
Well, the world champion himself is not too old either.
I know everyone is getting so young. If you look at the leaderboard and the top boards in our pairings, most of them are just teenagers or in their early 20s.
Yes, absolutely. We see and witnessing in this event great talents who are rising, and they're around 2600 and above. And yeah, yesterday that game was one of the spectacular game, not only by result, but the game was very interesting from the point of view that the engine, if you look at it with an engine, or our audience check it, of course, many
Mhm.
times it's sad. White is winning, black is winning, completely equal. But actually, if you would sit down and look at most of the time any position during the game between move 15 and move 40, you will have to spend quite a lot of time to understand, just to evaluate the position. And once you evaluate the position, it could happen so easily that immediately you're making a mistake, whichever side you're taking and playing, because there were so complicated ideas with pass pawns. Of course, the material was very strangely divided. It was a piece up, but the white had 4 pawns, later on just 3 pawns. Later on, it was two knights versus the bishop. The weak squares of white was very decisive. At the same time, both sides were making inaccuracies, and then at the end, nearly to from move 36, I think Mishra was making very good moves, four consecutive very good moves, and then Gukesh collapsed and made inaccuracies, blundered, and then there was no way back after move 40, after the time control. So that was a very stressful game for Gukesh. He chose the very provocative opening, very interesting idea. Also, knight move going to h7 in that system. So it was a very very energy consuming game, and we all know when you play a game of 5-6 hours, you're anyway going to be tired. But if you're losing the game, you're going to be double tired of that game. So he knows that he has to bounce back. He knows that he has to win today, and this is very important. At the same time, of course, it is not easy. So let's go back how it all started, because we are very beginning of the game, so we can go back a bit. Actually, it was the Petrov, which is not a very happy story if you want to win desperately your game, because if somebody is very well oops, I'm sorry. I just jumped. Sorry, I jumped to
That's all right.
another
We'll go
game.
back
I
to
apologize.
Gukesh's game
I
in a
apologize.
second. You are so right that the Petrov is not an easy one to face when you are coming from a really painful defeat. You want to bounce back in the tournament and you've got the white pieces, but your opponent is playing this super opening called the Petrov defense. So what Gukesh came up with is to play what's one of the main lines. It's a very symmetrical position. In fact, so symmetrical that right now it's still exactly the same placement, except for the knight being on e4 for black. Everything else is mirrored if you look at the position for white and black. It changes up a little bit later because white is challenging black's central pawn by pushing c4, and that's the pawn that's guarding the e4 knight. So you need to guard it by black by defending this pawn with c6. And I think this is the moment in the game where Gukesh chose to push c5, which is not common. In this moment, there's still over 2,000 games in the database. You can develop the knight to c3, you can play queen c2, you can play rook e1. All of those are very natural and known variations in this position. But he chooses to push c5, which is interesting. It loses the flexibility of the pawn structure you choose to push. It does gain space for white on the queen side, but you can no longer challenge that d5 pawn. And after bishop c7, I think this has never been seen in chess history, according to our database. The one game that was in the database was with bishop to e7. Take a quick look. It was in an open tournament ages ago between two players of 2200 rating. So there are no Grandmaster games for this position. C5 is a completely new territory. And it looks like from the time management of the world champion that it's his preparation. He has a lot of time advantage.
Well, absolutely. When I was playing still, of course, in these positions, knight c3 is the main line. At the same time, those lines are analyzed so much that they know all the ins and outs, and it's going to be equalish. So c5, of course, let's say a decade ago, you would play c5, they would tell you, come on, you don't understand chess, right? You have to keep the tension, you have to develop your pieces. You're not closing the position because the bishop goes back, and look how strong the knight is on e4. Later on, black can go f5 possibly, but anyway, there is no tension, no problem in the center. And also later on, even black can be threatening to play b6 and try to break up this very strong center of white. And then many times it happens, white goes b4, white goes b4, black goes a5. So there is a tension going to be, but somehow it will fit to black's taste. And of course, you have to have your idea behind c5 if you play that move. Knight c3, now black has two choices at least. Bishop f5, which was played, and also the move f5, which I mentioned before, which is not clear to me. Why is it so bad? But of course, it's a matter of taste also. To have knight on e5, it can be a problem for black. Maybe also white would be going away and trying to play f3. I don't know. At first, sure, I would be looking at the move f5. At the same time, of course, when your opponent is blitzing out, you might be more careful if you're not prepared. So he went bishop f5, which is a very logical move also, just developing. Also, there is an idea, a very typical idea of this kind of positions, grabbing the c3 knight, after that exchanging the white square bishop. Black is just developing his knight to d7, later on b6, also similarly as we talked before. So bishop f5 is a very logical move. And now knight g5. So probably this is the main idea of this whole system.
And it is a surprising move when we just like have a bit of a oh wait, I looked away for a second and now the knight is hanging on g5, but it's hanging because there's a pin on the e4 knight. So in case of knight takes knight, the black bishop will fall on f5. That is the idea. Again, it's one of these very fancy ways of trading pieces that you sacrifice a piece, but in reality it's not a sacrifice. If your knight is captured, the bishop on f5 falls, and white will have the pair of bishops, which I think would be an advantageous exchange of pieces for white. This is not something that black wants to go for, I believe.
Yeah, that's this is something that we would consider a great opening success for white. Having exchanged the pieces, what we did, having the white square bishop stay on the board, so it seems like gain for white. So knight g5, probably it's not the first move what black wants to take in account. The question is whether is he going to be playing rook e8. This seems to be a logical move, though I'm curious if white can go queen f3, for example, attacking the bishop and also putting more pressure on the e4. At the same time, behind the bishop, there is a weakness also on f7 after rook e8. I'm also wondering what else white might have in mind. Also, there is another idea to play bishop e4, for example, and after a capture back, queen b3. This is also a typical idea of double attacking the pawns, but
Mhm.
probably black can just play queen d7, so the b7 pawn is a taboo because of bishop h2. So in this case, bishop e4 is not so good, unless maybe white can go d5. Maybe d5, but
Very,
then
very exciting positions. We started with a Petrov, which is usually not the most complex and fireworks kind of opening, but now this is like a completely different story.
yeah, it is very different. So I don't know what actually black wants. Rook e8. We were discussing knight g5 is not so good. Sometimes it's possible for black to give up the pawn on e4. You know,
Mhm.
so okay, knight c3 is also possible, but that seems to be a game for white also. Well, now I would definitely not like to take on d3 because queen d3 comes with a tempo, and after g6, maybe just queen h3,
Goodness
then put.
me, the house is on fire. There's no defenders around the Black King.
Yeah, but I see that there is no catastrophe. At the same time, maybe f4 and f5 might be a very strong attack.
Yeah, Aves
So
is pointing out from our chat, Gajewski is cooking, Gajewski being the second, the trainer of Gukesh, and it does seem like this is a really interesting opening choice. Black needs to be careful. This doesn't refute the Petrov, but it is Black who needs to be precise to not fall into a worse position straight from the opening.
yes, of course, black has to be careful in the next few moves not to fall into anything what was cooked at home, prepared at home. I'm wondering if queen d7 can work for black, but maybe after that queen f3, queen c2 also could be forcing the exchange. And still, well, white does not have the move queen h3, but maybe white can go f4 anyway, with the idea of pushing f5.
Wow. And again, it is white who has very scary looking pieces targeting the black king, while the black pieces on the queen side are still asleep. They need to wake up and somehow run to the help of the king, but they are far away. It takes time to develop that queen side, and the b8 knight has no squares to go to other than the edge of the board on a6, which is way too far from the black king. This could be one of the main points of Gukesh's choice, that once the queen is on d7, it messes up the coordination between the black pieces.
Yeah, so it is a question now. How can Black react? If it is a complete surprise to him, that's a kind of a bad news because then he has to figure out everything by himself at the board, and maybe he will just go knight g5 and go for the solid, little bit unpleasant position because maybe this is not such a big deal either, for white.
Mhm.
I mean, black can move back, bishop comes to c2 or c3, black can go knight e6. Yeah, knight e6 now seems to be quite unpleasant, so probably I should have brought back the bishop all the way to c2 or b1. And then, but I can go anyway, knight e6. I mean, this move queen h4, attacking these two pawns, can be unpleasant. So maybe black's best idea is, at first we thought that it's just giving away the bishop pair. At the same time, maybe the other options are not giving too much security feeling for black.
Yes, especially with that knight on g5 targeting the black king. And in many of those lines, the the light squares were weak. So this could be what he's considering. The Greek grandmaster is still deep in thought. We're going to let him think it through and come up with what's best in this position. The world champion Gukesh with an opening surprise. This could put a lot of pressure, actually could. It's already putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. It is now Theodoru's turn to see how to react to it. Judith, this round 6, is promising to be another one of those with a lot of battle, a lot of fire on the board, and fireworks everywhere. This is the halfway of the tournament. We're going to take a short break, and then we are back with so much of the action of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss coverage here on chess.com.
Brace yourself for a chess brawl. Nepo and Firuza dive into a wild Sicilian night-off at the Champion Chess 2 finals, where every move hits like a knockout punch and the tension is off the charts. Who will survive this rollercoaster ride? I am Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, let's find out together. Nepo goes for a positional approach. The idea is to pile up on the backward d6 pawn with rook to d1. a3 is a must, otherwise that knight on b4 will start tickling white in all the wrong places. Knight d7 is logical, but d6 suffers after knight d5. Black wants to get rid of its miserable bishop, but now the fragile d6 brother falls after knight c7. What on earth is Firuza doing? That knight on c5 is spicier than a plate of curry. But hold on, d2 is hanging too. After queen to g5, knight f3 is a looming threat, which is why king h1 is a subtle move. But Firuza is a fearless warrior. He throws h5 on the board, and after rook f1, queen f4 is a perfect bit of prophylaxis. After this slow move, black is already knocking on the king's door like an uninvited guest at a party. c3 is a blunder because allows h3, and now after queen d2 with a double threat, black gets material back. The winning move here was queen to e3, threatening mate on e1, and after a queen trade, black wins after rook c8, thanks to the mate on c1. But wait, Firuza played queen takes d4 instead, and suddenly white is back in business. We enter a roughly equal endgame, but white has a better structure and control of the d-file. Rook d6 starts making black sweat. Firuza plays rook to b8, thinking that knight takes a4 wasn't possible due to bishop d7. But after rook b6, white grabs a juicy extra pawn, and Firuza is left shaking his head. Nepo doesn't even blink, he just marches his pass a pawn down the board like a boss and seals the deal. What a ridiculous action-packed game!
Eric had no idea that my life was literally falling apart at this time. Like, my marriage was in shambles, his mom was almost divorcing me. I was still holding on to the edge of thinking that I could become a grandmaster and maybe much more.
You were still involved in the cult. You were still.
I was still,
okay.
And it was kind of petering toward it, and that's another reason why my life was falling apart. And now my PR person really is going to get mad at me. I can hear you, Bianca. Everything's going to be okay. I'll stop talking about it. Yeah, it was not going well, and Eric and Jay stepped in, and I think, to my credit, I saw a lot of potential for what chess.com could be, even more than they did, and they would say the same, and they have said the same. So I'm not grandstanding or flexing in that regard. I think in some ways you could say I was delusional to believe that chess could get where it is today, but I had a different vision, and they were looking to build the MySpace of chess and sort of get out and chill and see what a social community could do. And I was like, this could be a lot more. And I was crazy, and I was obnoxious and abrasive in my views, and I let it be known to them, and they didn't like me very much at the start.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2025 here on chess.com. I'm International Master Anna Rudolph, and I am joined by the one and only, the legend herself, Grandmaster Judith Polgard. Judith, this is promising to be such an exciting round. We've already have seen a couple of the games, but now I think it's time to bring our attention to the women's tournament, because there is also fire on the board. On board one already, the top leaders, 4 of the leaders are facing each other today in the women's tournament. And board 1, it seems like there was a big mistake. Can we break it down? What happened?
Well, in the first board, yeah, there is something not going right for black, because the white pawns already could be pushed to e5, pushing back the knight to e8. But maybe we will get there shortly. Zooming in, let's see the other boards also. What I see on board 2, well, black is doing pretty fine. White playing f3 and having the black queen on c5, stopping white from castling, the castling you like so much. But I think in this position, I would be also very happy to castle short with white. So black has a fantastic position over there for the moment, keeping away white of castling. On board 3, Stefanova, I think, against Dan, has a pretty nice position, because she was able to break up already the center in the last move with f6. So I would think that she takes back with the bishop, and then there are some ideas for black coming with the knight to e5. Also, at some occasions, also white can be afraid of e5. Pawn push also. So there, Stefanova has a good game, I believe, though she spent so much time until this point. There's a huge time advantage for white.
That's what surprises me, because I like her position, the way you described it. I think I would definitely pick to play that position from black's perspective, but she does have quite some time disadvantage. At the same time, the pawn pushes of white and the king side are those kind of moves that sometimes you wish you could put back, but pawns don't go backwards, which is really a pity.
Yeah, they do not go backwards, but I don't know if that's the biggest problem for white. I think the problem is that it will be not so easy to stop black being active. And also, yeah, I mean there are quite a lot of ideas for black, I think. More ideas. Bishop f6 was played and queen h5, so white is playing really fast. But
Extremely fast. Danjongi started the tournament with a loss, but then she went on a winning streak, and now she's right behind the leaders. So she's definitely with quite some confidence boost coming from that streak. And this fast play seems to be still like a preparation. Could it be?
I don't know what it is exactly, but the bar does not like that at all. What she was just playing queen h5. I'm thinking from black side to go bishop a6, exchanging the white square bishop because white has no other way of escaping. And after that, if black can exchange the white square bishop, then black can have a very easy game, maybe. So there, Stefanova has a good game there. On board 4, well, that goes very smoothly. Very balanced game. I would pick white side with space advantage. On well, on board 5, I think Giria has a nice position, having black double the pawn on f6 and f7. So more or less, yeah, the games are entering into the middle game. But of course, game 1, maybe we should zoom in just for a short
Yeah,
time.
there's a lot going on. Of course, there's so many games to cover, but board one, this is two of the leaders, and the evaluation bar is screaming about this castle king side being a mistake by black after white has just castled queen side.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate situation for black because actually a few days ago, Irina Krush fell into something very similar where it was the same story. White was playing e5 and black cannot take on e5 because of bishop f6 and taking the bishop. Irina had been giving up the piece but also the game shortly afterwards. So d takes e5 is not possible. Black is pushed back to knight to go to e8, but now there is a great space advantage and some concrete problems for black. So white can go rook e1, for example, just strengthen the center and bring the rook attacking, putting pressure on the e7. But this is not the only idea. I think knight d5 might be also another move to be considered with the same idea to press the e7 pawn. In both cases, black will have to play f6, I believe. And then white is taking, he takes f6, knight f6. But look at the weakening king structure on the king side. This looks
Yeah,
pretty difficult, black. I wouldn't be
it
surprised
does look
if
very tender without the f pawn guarding the structure more.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if white can try to go h4, h5 quickly, or in this position also maybe rook e1, threatening taking on c6. I'm also wondering if what happens if I just take on f6. Takes. I mean, maybe I would try h4, though knight takes f6 also something I can try. I mean, white is really threatening heavily. And if, let's say, black goes bishop f5, the only thing I am worried about, my c2 pawn, maybe here it's queen d2 or queen e3. So there are weaknesses for black camp. And I can be fast with h5. I can also come back bishop d3 trying to exchange the bishop. So black has 3 islands, pawn islands, as we say it, right?
Yeah, well, white
We,
only has two pawn
yeah,
islands, and also white has the upper hand when it comes to the attack. Because with opposite side castling, it's really important to be the faster player, the one who gets to attack the opponent's king first.
yes, indeed. So black has a very difficult situation. At the same time, of course, it's not the end of the world yet. It's she has a very difficult situation. Also, in time wise, she went down to 45 minutes already. Though they start a different time control, they have less time. They start with 90 minutes, I believe, for 40 moves. But white has the choice. White has the choice to choose from. Of course, white can always go wrong, but I think knight d5 also rook e1 seems to be a very straightforward move. Though with knight d5, of course, I keep my rook on h1, and because I want to go h4. So there are a lot of temptations for white, but we'll see how she's going to be able to convert her advantage, what she has already.
Yes, positional advantage and big time advantage as well. So Katerina is investing some of that time advantage in figuring out what's the most precise way of keeping the tension, keeping the initiative going. But definitely a great start, a great opening choice by Katerina Lagno. Dinara making a mistake with the castle kingside move, but already earlier she seemed that she was not too prepared for this queen d3 variation that Katerina chose. So surprise by Katerina in the opening. It worked out really well, and now she's working hard on making sure she has the precise way of keeping that initiative, of keeping the advantage. Since you mentioned Judith, should we also take a quick look at board 3, the game of Tang Zhongyi against Stefanova, because that's another one of the women's section games that are quite an exciting position, and again a kingside attack.
Yes, it's kind of an interesting situation. Let's go back just a few moves, because in this position, this is kind of a classical structure to have. And white started to play with g3 with the idea to go h4. But this seems to be slow, in my view, because black played f6, e takes f6, bishop f6, and now white played queen h5, which the engine really doesn't like at all. But and I was saying that probably bishop a6 is a move, could be, which is not suggested too much by the engine either. But after takes,
I'm
white
just
is not
checking it
developing.
also with the database and the engine, and I'm just very confused about the speed with which Tang Zhongyi played these moves, especially Queen H5. She blitzed that move out. It's true that Stefanova was spending quite a lot of time on Bishop F6, so maybe Tang Zhongyi was using that time to make her decision about what to play, but it feels very quick, as if it was still preparation, but surely this is no longer her preparation, especially when you look at the engine saying black is doing great here.
I'm wondering, can black sacrifice?
Yeah. Just like that, pushing the pawn, giving up the pawn on the king's side.
Yeah, bishop h3, let's say.
The computer is very much with your idea, Judith, because to see an engine so happy about being a pawn down, it means that there's a lot of compensation for the material.
But I'm not sure how to continue it yet, because rook d1 will be... Bishop b7 seems to be a nice move, so one day to go, possibly go d4 and queen d5. For white, it's not so easy to develop with her pieces. Also h4, sometimes I'm thinking to go rook a6 and even sacrificing on h4, it could be a possibility.
I think this pawn sacrifice was very promising. The engine fully supports it. Unfortunately for us, we will not see this line being played out because bishop to a6 was the choice of Antoaneta. So instead of pushing the pawn, offering a bishop trade, and this is the way in which she guards the knight, because now that bishop on d3 is pinned.
Yeah, this was the most natural move to play after queen h5, to eliminate the only real attacker from white, because the d3 bishop seems to be scary for black, though I didn't mind to give up that pawn.
I think your intuition is so strong, Judith, that I am the one looking at the engine and you're the one using your brain fully. Only solely your brain, and the Judith Polgar famous tactical intuition. You are like, I don't need that pawn. Why care about that pawn? And you are right. The engine fully supports you, doesn't want to guard it, wants to play e5, wants to play bishop b7, wants to play queen b6. Any move that doesn't guard the pawn, the computer is fully happy about just being a pawn down because black has the central control. Black will have a lot of initiative and the pair of bishops.
Well, the pair of bishop means a lot in this position for black, and actually, I like very much the suggestion of queen b6 after queen h5, to be honest. Queen b6 putting pressure on the f2, so basically there is no way white would be taking on g6. Yeah, bishop a6 seems to be a little premature because there were better ideas. And yeah, because this move g3 and h4 makes so much weaknesses for white's king side that a pawn is nothing to give away for these weaknesses and the potential bishop on b7 and playing on the white squares. Though I think here also black has a nice position. The only thing is that she could keep an even better position, even more difficult for white. Because for white, it is not so easy to develop. If, let's say, white wants to develop bishop d2, I think black is able to play knight e5. There are some holes here, but also the other move to try to go knight c4, it can be unpleasant. Also, it's possible that black is just going to be making preparational moves. Actually, even a4, a3 is possible, you know.
I like that a lot because that bishop on f6 is already a very strong bishop, but if you weaken the long diagonal further, and it will open up the a5 for the black rook potentially, that could be a great way of continuing. Maybe that's the reason why instead of giving up the pawn, Antonetta chose the more solid approach of offering the bishop trade. Because black has no
Well,
problems.
yeah, I mean, of course, black had already some very interesting ideas, and you have the comfortable way of playing bishop a6 and simplify and have a beautiful position. At the same time, of course, some players would just not consider it because they would say, okay, queen h5, you're just going into the wrong direction of the board, aiming to attack me on g6, but actually it's not a real threat. What I'm surprised that Tan Zhongyi is playing so fast.
Extremely surprising, considering that a couple of these moves seem to be inaccurate.
Yeah. So this is board 3 in the women's section, and it seems like not very favorable for white. Maybe just for before we go back to the open section, we just zoom out to see what has happened, if there is anything extra going on. But,
Absolutely. I would love to take a look at the bird's eye view and see the other games. I believe also, if we take a look at the bird's eye view to take in the top 10 boards, and I was going to request Alexandra Kostenyuk's game because I think her position too is a very interesting one to analyze. But even from the bird's eye view, what we see, this is round 6, halfway mark of the tournament. Top 2 spots are for the qualification in the candidates, and there's such a big fight for those top 2 spots. Board 1, Katerina Lagno with the advantage. She played a great opening choice, surprised her opponent, and has the advantage on board 1. But there is just still so much to play for, and with so many rounds left, anyone can still get those top 2 spots.
yeah, there are a lot of sharp game going on in the women's section as well. So they are very sharp.
Very,
Okay.
very sharp. Would we be able to bring up Alexandra Kostenyuk's game for a moment, Judith? Oh, you
Yeah.
already have it. You're faster than me requesting it. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what opening was it. You know, just
I think we need to go through the first couple of moves because this is a very unusual position.
yeah, it started out with some aggressive play. Rook g8. Very strange way of playing. Have you seen this before?
No, I have not, and I'm curious to look at the games that would signal if this is somewhat of a novelty, or where did it deviate from the main tracks of the opening?
Knight e5, h5, very aggressive play by black. h4 takes, bishop takes, and knight g4. Knight f3, bishop e4. So this is where we are standing. Both players has been spending quite a lot of time.
I think this whole G5 idea is very rare. I only see one game in the database, and then it goes to a very limited sample of games.
Yeah, I'm not
so a very
surprised.
aggressive approach, and it is basically new territory. And I wonder who came better prepared from the time situation. It's already hard to tell. But G5 was the choice of Alexandra, and a very aggressive choice.
No, it's a very unusual setup to play g5 and rook g8 afterwards.
Yeah.
That's
There
what
are
I was.
no games for rook g8. You are right that that's the moment where it completely becomes novelty. There are no games in history.
This is how you have fun in chess. Thank you, Krishna.
This is how you have fun in chess. Sometimes it's genius, sometimes it's a bit of a crazy line, but it's fun. It's fun for sure.
Well,
So
you
what
know
is
how
the
it
idea,
is.
Judith? Let's break it down. What's the idea?
Well, now in some cases, black can be thinking of capturing the knight and taking the pawn. At the same time, the h5 pawn, of course, is a weakness, so that would be fall off. I don't know. I would think also white maybe could do knight d2, pushing away the bishop. And then knight e5. Yeah, maybe this is not possible from white side, because this is not exactly what white wants to do. Queen h5. Oops, sorry. That was a mouse slip by every mean. And then queen h5. Maybe queen d5 is also possible. And then long castle or rook d8. So black has a great activity.
I like Alexandra's choice. Just a very aggressive, very dynamic approach. Not caring about castling, but you told me, Judith, that castling is old school. It's for boomers like me. So no one wants to
This
castle
is not
anymore.
exactly what I said. You interpreted it very harshly.
You are right. You said it in a much kinder way. I just
If
take it
you would
as
be a boomer, what I would be in this case.
You're a fierce, fearless chess player, the best in history. That's what you are, Judith. I am the one who is so scared that I want my king castled on move 3 if possible.
Well, it's possible that none of the players will castle in this game, by the way.
Yeah, very, very likely, because if we take a look at the options for castling, they are even scarier than having the king in the middle of the board.
Well, if you castle some direction, it's only left to the queen side. Bishop e2.
Yeah,
Bishop e2.
same for white, that even though both sides are legal for white to castle, the castling on the king side would be castling into black's attack. That's where the black rook is waiting for you. The bishop on e4 is targeting g2, and the knight on g4. You definitely cannot place your king there.
Yeah, now it's a question, for example, can black think of bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight takes e5? Of course, this pawn will fall off eventually. For example, bishop g3 maybe is one of the options, or I don't know, after f4, I think knight g6. Well, interestingly, that the computer likes it a lot, white's position, but I don't see why is it so huge for white. I don't know, can I go bishop g5 with an idea of after f6 going f5?
Definitely very sharp, and who is the one who will be happier about these trades?
or just go here.
Oh goodness me!
Queen
Then
d3.
suddenly we will wish that the king was not in the middle of the board.
But hold on, I could take on g6. And you cannot take it back because of queen h5 and f5 coming.
Ooh, king f7 and f5 wins the rook and the game. This could become very sharp very suddenly. It's already a very unusual position after this g5 rook g8 approach of Alexandra. But of course, she's the one who wanted to go for something this dynamic, and it is a double-edged sword.
Well, this is why bishop f3 probably it's not a good direction to go, so it's better to keep the bishop on e4, especially now that the knight cannot even go to d to even less chance that she will go because of the g2 is attacked. So queen b6, queen c7, for example, is a logical way. Optionally already open up the space for the king to castle. And well, we'll see. Bishop g3 is not really possible because of knight e3. So that's an important tactics.
That's a beautiful tactical pattern. We could show it just one more time how the pawn on f2 has too many jobs. It's guarding the e3 pawn and it's also guarding the g3 bishop. So black would win a pawn, and it would be not just for the pawn, but the white structure, the pawn structure completely weakened and collapsing, and the dark squares in black's position, in white's position, the dark squares would become a weak, very weak spot.
Yeah, so queen c7, I think, and maybe we can leave it here, that we are expecting queen c7. We'll see the outcome later on.
So much to look at, so much going on in also the open section. I think if we go back to our bird's eye view for a moment, Judith, to catch up with the top boards and what is going on. We had an early result. Erdogmos, the young Turkish grandmaster who defeated Gukesh. Sorry, I'm already confusing the who defeated who, but the most important is Erdogmos drew with Mamedyarov being the coach of Erdogmus. So that is, in a way, an understandable result. Tomorrow is a free day for the players. They will recharge their batteries to come back for the last 5 rounds of the event. But what we see on the rest of the boards, Judith, what catches your attention, to your eye, from what has progressed the most or in the most interesting way?
Well, the board 2, the Bluebaum game is developing the same way, I think, or similarly. I think e5 was the new move compared to the game you mentioned. But this is the position we had on the board, so knight c4, not much has been developed over there. In Anish's game, well, as expected, we are having a very interesting and complicated middle game. That will be something that we will have to look at more deeply when in the next few moves. I think it becomes even more complicated. White's queen on e2. Interesting that he decided this way. Of course, it's either on e2 or d2 all the time, and it has benefits both. Pros and cons, but this way probably it will be f4 and bishop g2 possibly. I like white's position. It seems like white is a bit better developed. On board for Firuza, how is he doing? The question is whether white has e6, breaking the structure of black. This can be a crucial moment. Interesting. Rothstein's game against Abdusattorov. He did not move the bishop anywhere from f4, but played e3, which actually is kind of a typical solution for white, not to move the bishop, but allowing black to capture the bishop and ruin the pawn structure. Some may think improving white's pawn structure. That's a matter of interpretation. Then the others, Nihal's game, board 7. Well, it's an isolated pawn. A lot to be discovered there. I think the big question is for black, whether is he ready to take on c3 and play on the white squares, and does he able to control the important weak squares, or he's moving back with the bishop and then leaving all the minor pieces on the board. Then we have Pranav's game. Very interesting. Interesting situation. White to make a choice where to go with the knight. That's actually a very interesting game. Maybe we will have to go there. But before we go with any of the top boards, there is an interesting game going on between Jordan Fan Forest and Ivanchuk. Maybe we can zoom into that one.
I think that's a great choice. They're playing on board 19, so you don't see them in our top 10 boards for the bird's eye view, but there are just so many really top heavy grandmaster clashes on the lower boards as well, because this tournament is extremely strong, and D5 seems to be questioned by our engine. It gets a question mark if we roll back to what happened earlier in the opening, Judith. What's the story for this opening battle?
Well, of course, Ivanchuk has a huge understanding on many of the openings. He played a Nidor. Well, in this game, contrary to Maurizi, White played h3. It's also an option. I also tried this out in my career. e5, knight b3, bishop e6, f4. And it started out with some very sharp play from White's side, playing this marching with the pawns all the way to g4. Of course, now Black has a question, should I be taking on f4 not to allow f5? But Vasily decided to go rook c8 and being ready to be pushed away with the bishop, exchanged on b3. And now d5, the computer says it's a question mark. It is a very typical pattern that in such a position, that's the first thing you have to look. No, that's not the first. I'm sorry. Rook c3 is the other first.
I wanted to ask you about that because the exchange sacrifice in the Sicilian, this rook taking on c3, this is a pattern that works in several moments. So, would this be one of those moments when it's a really strong option?
Well, I think these are the two typical pattern in this system to first of all to sacrifice on c3. Of course, it would be much better if the pawn is still standing on a2 because then the structure is much worse for white. But right now it seems that it was a very sensible option because after knight takes e4, that's one thing that the pawn is hanging on c3, but black is also threatening with queen h4 check. So white has to be careful a lot. I don't know if white has to go h4 or castle. I don't know what is the best move, but definitely it's something that black had to consider. At the same time, d5 is also always something that we consider in these positions. The main idea is that somehow black has to be breaking out of the situation, not to allow white, let's say, to play g5, control with the knight, the d5 square, because after that, the position is just positionally dead. So black had to make something special. It is a momentum in this game for black. It seems like maybe Vasily did not choose the right one, but rook c3 for sure was the first intention he had. And then maybe he thought, d5, it's even a better one.
Does it mean he might want to combine these ideas? That can this position be that crazy aggressive and dynamic that you sacrifice a pawn on d5 and then you still have the intention of giving up the exchange too? Do you think that's an idea?
I don't know if what he has in mind after e takes d5, because after e takes the bishop b4 is also something to consider, I think. With the idea jumping into the e4 in the center and queen h4 is always there. But bishop e4 seems to me that it is a strong move. Though still white has a move, right? White has a move to make. Maybe white just castles. Because let's say if black takes and takes on c3, white has a very strong pair of bishop. At the same time, a very weak king. The question is how weak it is, how bad it is for black.
Yeah,
Because
this could be one of the variations. I'm just still so fond of that exchange sacrifice. I'm trying to make it work, but I don't know if it's too much. And it's easier for us here analyzing, and we can take the moves back. But of course, if you're the one playing the game, there's a lot more responsibility in your choices.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Vasily would think that, okay, I'm just better. You know, I have a
Yeah.
fantastic position, dangerous game for white. Maybe knight d5 is something to consider also for white. Knight takes e4, and the queen will be rushing out to the h4.
This could be what Jordan is calculating because it's still his turn. He has quite some time advantage, so he's investing some of that now on making this crucial decision whether to take on d5 with the pawn or with the knight. This is looking very sharp too.
Absolutely. It is very sharp. The king is in the center. Well, both kings are in the center, true. I don't like this knight on d5 from the black side, you know? That is
Mhm.
too strong of a knight, controlling some very important squares. I cannot bring my queen out to b6. Well, I can bring my bishop out to c5, looking
So that's
some
an
ideas.
advantage of pushing the d pawn, right? He wants to get his bishop out either to c5 or to b4, depending on White's move.
Absolutely. Absolutely, that's the case. So white is thinking and mating for a long time because in this position, e takes d5 or knight d5. I don't see anything else. I was wondering if bishop g5 maybe, but giving up the black square bishop, I don't think it's a good idea.
Mhm. Yes, it
And
definitely
after,
seems to be the case between those two choices. Knight captures the pawn on d5 or the pawn captures the pawn.
yeah, I think there are different ways of reacting on bishop b5. So the main thing is, the question is for white, should I take pawn or with the knight on d5? And he might spend half an hour easily on this because one may be good, the other one may be not good. And he doesn't know,
Yeah.
no engine, no help, no nothing. So he
No,
has
take
to figure
next.
out it himself.
Yeah, and to have this looming exchange sacrifice in the air, because there's no guarantee that after e takes d5, Ivanchuk will not go and say, okay, now I'm going to give up my rook for the knight, because after knight e4, my bishop can come out to c5. So there's a lot of initiative going for black.
Well, it's interesting what you're saying, but if he wanted to sacrifice the exchange, I would have think that he must have taken it before.
Hmm. So
Okay,
you
the
you
bishop.
think that this is no longer his intention, because he no longer captures the pawn. In fact, he gave up a pawn to get here.
Yeah, for me, it's not logical at all.
Mm,
If you want to
yeah.
give the exchange, I would rather think that after e takes d5, he wants to bring out the bishop immediately to c5 or to b4. This is already a question for me. What
That makes
happens
sense.
if bishop
And if
c5?
you place it on c5, it
Yeah.
will avoid the option of white from castling
But maybe
g5.
g5, and
Oh,
I have
yeah,
no
where do we
space
go with
for
the
my knight.
knight?
Yeah, and I would love to leave that and sacrifice, but how and why?
Hmm.
I mean, okay, g takes h5, I would be considering takes, but why to give up so easily some of the pieces? I mean, h4.
Yeah, if he wanted to sacrifice material, probably the exchange sacrifice was a more main kind of approach, a more balanced, if you can say balanced in a position like this where everything is crazy. But it seems to have given quite some compensation for the sacrificed material.
Yeah, yeah. I think bishop b4 is the obvious continuation.
This is what he's aiming for.
Yeah.
We'll yet to see if Jordan captures on d5 with the pawn or with the knight. A very complex, very chaotic position. In positions like this, every move has a lot of weight on it. There needs to be a lot of accuracy, a lot of calculation, a lot of foresight into what kind of structure, what kind of piece placement, and what variations. These are very concrete variations which one is the one each player need to go for. I think if we go back to the bird's eye view and leave Jordan to think through this big decision for Jordan van Forest against the legend Vasily Ivanchuk. And there's so many more decisions to be taken also on our top 10 boards, except for the one that finished in a draw, Erdogmus against Mamedyarov, student against coach, ended in a quick draw.
Yes, yes, indeed. Well, I see that Nihal decided to capture on c3. That's kind of an instructive position, I think. What's going on in Gukesh's game? Gukesh. Maybe we can go to Gukesh. What do you think?
I think we could check back because we were looking at that game earlier, the world champion going for a somewhat of a surprise choice by pushing his c pawn early in the opening against Theodoru. It was the Petrov defense, and Gukesh came up with potentially a home preparation with his second and coach Gregor Zgajewski. Theodoru is still down on time, but it seems like he has managed to get out of the most dangerous situations. Judith, should we go back a little bit just to see how he reacted to that crucial knight g5 where we left it?
Yeah, at this point, we left it with let's see what black is going to be reacting. And he went knight takes c3, the solid way of reacting. When you get a surprise, you don't go into the very sharp things, but you go this way. Queen f6, g4. G4, forcing move.
Wow, G4. I'm just trying to digest what's going on.
Yeah, and after g4, black took on d3, I believe, because after bishop g3, I think white, if wants, can go f4, strengthening this idea behind g4. So black took on d3, takes, and offered the queen exchange on g6. So actually, Gukesh made a very nice preparation. The opponent was not going into the sharp things, or I don't think it was the best reaction from him. I think though knight takes g5 probably was the best, even though that it doesn't seem bad for black. But white has a little bit more pleasant situation. The knight on g5 gives some unpleasant feelings. f6 is not possible because then the e6 square would be weakness. On the e file, of course, it's always nice to have the rook. The d7, the b8 knight is still not so easy to develop. But interestingly enough, though, I was wondering why not knight d7 was the move. But it was the move because... maybe because of rook b1. You know, maybe rook b1. And after
pointing out the weakness of the pawn, and if rook b8, then rook e7.
Yeah, so there is some problems for black. Well, this is
Really
a
many
big...
things to defend. Yeah, on the 7th rank, the f7 pawn, the b7 pawn, the d7 knight.
But this is a very big achievement for white, that black cannot play and develop properly his knight to d7, but he has to go to the a6, to the rim of the board. Rook b1, b6. So the pressure is going against black. Look at that knight. So after rook b3, rook a3 is something that white is looking for. And still, Gukesh was not spending too much time. I don't know if it's still his home preparation, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Takes, rook a3. Look at that. He is going after his plan, what he was laying for, rook b3, rook a3. So black...
absolutely. Well, going all in, allowing that his bishop will be taken with this double attack, the check that picks up the bishop, but the a6 knight also falls. And now the a7 pawn is very weak. You cannot guard it. Who will win this battle of trades? The pawns are falling.
Well, it looks very dangerous for black because this knight is still controlling the opportunity for the black king to escape. So anytime when the white rook reaches the 8th rank, it's going to be a back rank checkmate. So how can black? Probably blacks has to make some only move journey, but I'm wondering what is that? Maybe black has to go f6, but f6 then knight e6. I think f6 should be losing. Knight e6, bishop goes away, c takes b6, and seems to be over. So f6 is not possible.
I would not want to defend this position from black's perspective. It looks very difficult
Maybe bishop d8 only move?
to chase the knight away and also get out of rook takes a7, attacking the bishop with a tempo.
Well, rook a7 is still a possibility, but then takes, c takes b6.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Giving up the knight because this pawn is nearly a queen.
Well, I don't know how good it is. Rook b1, b7, bishop f4.
Goodness me, the engine evaluates it as equal.
Yes,
It's
because
a
look
piece
at
up
this
for
line.
black. There's this pawn about to promote.
Yeah, because look how funny line. And it's just a draw.
Oh wow. And black will need to give up the bishop for the pawn of white. Ending in a rook endgame with equal number of pawns. This is quite the line to play.
But
And
maybe
Judith,
f6.
I must tell you something about that bishop d8 move. This whole variation that you're analyzing. If we go back to that crucial moment after check, this is possibly what Theodoru is calculating, whether he can go for the trade of the knight for white's bishop. And bishop d8 in this position, Judith, is the only move. Every other move other than bishop d8 loses.
Okay. No surprise. I understand.
That's how dangerous this position is for Theodoru. Gukesh with the home preparation, going for this really interesting idea where the knight on g5, and thanks to this rook maneuver on the queen side, there's a lot of pressure on black, even though there's only a few pieces left on the board.
Yeah, and bishop d8 is a nice move because I was wondering for a second if bishop f4, but that's losing to takes on b6. Because if you look at it, if the bishop on d8, after c takes b6, I have the move bishop takes b6. So everything is defended.
Big
And I'm
difference.
fine. So actually it seems, but I have the feeling that white also doesn't have better than, well,
Then
I don't know.
sacrificing the
What about,
knight.
let's say, what about h4? Maybe h4 white has. And then, let's say rook c3, rook a7, bishop g5.
This rook endgame might be the way for black to escape. If he manages to get to a point like this where everything gets traded, but the B pawn is still yet to be caught. You need to make sure that it doesn't promote.
Yeah, but I don't see any problem for black, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's still, oh, then rook b4.
And black is just in time to
Yes,
stop the
but
pawns.
if I queen, then, I mean, rook
It's a
d4.
draw-ish.
But why is it a dead draw according for the engine? I mean, I don't understand. I would be ready to give it to a draw with white.
Honestly, it does seem to be more scary to play from white's perspective. Being down on black's king is less active, so that is an element that for sure matters here a lot. White's activity, but still, it's scary when you are playing against connected pass pawns.
Well, at first it doesn't come to my head that can white be better at all. How? Why?
Yeah. This could be one of the options for the current position. Black is still thinking whether to even trade with rook e1 check. So you can see our live board in the bottom right corner of the screen. And one of the lines we are analyzing would lead to a rook endgame that's still extremely complex. And Judith, I also have some news about the bishop d8 move. The computer really wants to keep the knight and not allow black to trade it. Just wants to come back to f3 and say, you're the one that will then need to struggle because of that bishop on d8 is a really passive piece. White is threatening rook takes a7 and rook a8 to win the bishop.
Yes, indeed. Of course, knight f3 is the best because now rook a8 comes with a very strong attack. So
these could be the problems that Theodoru is evaluating, because he has been thinking for a long time about whether to give this check or not.
Okay, so knight f3. And if after knight f3, b takes c5? Because if now rook a7, then I can move away with my bishop. Though it's not so simple, because after this g5. So I have not enough space. What about king f8? Knight e5 is possible. Very interesting. It's a long line.
Very long line, and it all starts with whether black will give that check on e1 or not. But if he does not give the check, what other moves do you think he's considering, Judith?
This is the thing that I'm wondering, what else can black do?
Are there any alternatives here? The knight is hanging no matter what, and you don't have where to place it other than going back to b8, which is really sad. If you need to play knight b8, rook takes a7, the bishop is hanging.
Well, at the same time, bishop d8 is not so obvious. Black should find it. But as
that's
far
the
as
only move to fight.
Yeah. So
very difficult situation for Theodoru, because even though the computer says there's still a way to keep the position more or less balanced, he needs to find some incredibly accurate moves. The world champion Gukesh came with a really great preparation for today. It is, as it is in modern chess, you come up with a surprise. It's not refuting the line. It doesn't refute the Petrov defense in this case, but it put a lot of pressure on Theodoru, and that's what we see on the board. Pressure on the board, pressure also in terms of the time situation. We will be taking a short break, but before we go on the break, I do need to tell you about something really cool coming up, which is the Collegiate Championship. It's the Collegiate Chess League that is already open for registration. If you would like to represent your school in the Premier League for university chess, make sure to sign up for it already. This event will feature elite players like Arjun, Tari, and Sean Rodrigue Lemieux. So if you want to play, make sure to register yourself and your school using the hashtag, sorry, not hashtag, I don't know where I am, exclamation mark, CCL is our command for the Collegiate Chess League. And do not go anywhere, because we will be back and check in with the top boards and see whether Anish, has he made a mistake? Oh, we're going to leave that with a cliffhanger. We'll take a short break, and then we are back with round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and FIDE Women's Swiss Tournament here on chess.com.
Yeah, I was raised in Telna Village, Arizona, which was where the Church of Immortal Consciousness, which was a spiritual group, formed. It was a cult, and it's taken me a lot of years to come to terms with that. But once you do, and you kind of reflect on a lot of things about that experience, you realize that it was not normal and not okay. And the unique story of my life is that as I became a strong chess player in the American chess scene, one of the top players, I was taken away, separated from my mother by the cult leader in order to pursue chess, which is the wildest thing in the world, given that that road kind of ultimately led me here.
Did they realize that you have talent, the cult leader?
or
Yeah.
what was the process there?
Yeah, I mean, I learned to play chess along with my stepbrother, which is its own very complicated story with my parents and how that dynamic went down. Because my dad was actually one of the leaders of the cult. Very wild aspects there, and I learned to play chess with my stepbrother, and we got good really fast. We were obsessed with Searching for Bobby Fischer. I mean, that was the movie that got a whole generation of players into the game.
Levon, have you ever lied about opening preparation in post-game interviews or such?
It would be more appropriate to ask if I ever say the truth. Yeah, I lied many times.
True.
This, I don't have any plan.
Levon's a genius when playing lie detector chess.
No, Levon is not a genius. I'm an idiot.
True.
Do you think chess players should get more attention compared to the streamers?
Yes.
True.
I agree. Did some of your fashion choices in terms of shirts come with cruel intentions of like disturbing opponents, or is this just a choice for yourself?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
True.
Wow.
I didn't think that was true, but what do I know?
We all have our skeletons.
Do you think you've achieved as much as you could in chess?
No.
Are you satisfied with your career overall?
Yes.
So the answer to the first question was true, and the second was also true.
Yeah, but I assumed so.
Levon is like the most, I mean, I've been like looking over this guy's shoulder. This is like the most stable. He's like just dialed in on a truth train right now.
Yeah.
You're on a truth train.
This is amazing.
A few small lies, huh?
A few small lies, but like this is like the most stable I've seen of anyone.
Yeah.
Levon, do you think you should have become world champion?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss 2025. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, joined by the legend herself, the one and only Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, we have had a blast covering the round today. This is round 6, and there's so much going on. Where do we even begin?
Well, we've seen quite some games on the top boards, but also a little bit more down, like the Ivanchuk's game, with a lot of action happening. So maybe we can just take a brief look at what has been happening on the top boards. Only 9 games are moving on and playing. There is one I see that Yakubeyev, Pranav, for example, what a knight on g6. That is something I'm happy to peek inside there, what's going on. And well, Gukesh's game is actually reaching to the point where we left before the break, I believe.
Oh, and that's exactly the variation that you were analyzing, Judith, right? With the bishop d8. So black gave the check. We will not probably go into the details, but just for us, Stephen, to sum up, it's the line that you have been analyzing, and black found the most precise way to continue and stay in the game against the world champion Gukesh, which was not an easy challenge.
Absolutely, that's how it seems. So now Gukesh is thinking, and I would suggest to go into the Pranav game to focus
Absolutely.
onto that.
Yeah, that looks like a very complex, very dynamic position. Earlier, we were looking at it like, wow, this pawn push, h4, pushing the pawn on the edge of the board before even castling. And white still has not castled. The white king is in the middle of the board, sitting there comfortably. I don't know how comfortable, but the black king is the one that's being targeted too with this knight on g6, and now white pushing d5. What happened earlier? Because now this is a fork attacking both the knight and the bishop on e6, but we might need to rewind a little bit, Judith, and see how we got here.
Yeah, maybe if we just go back around here, there were a lot of actions going on because white started to push his pawns, and look at that, already a pawn sacrifice, which is not clearly a pawn sacrifice. It's more there is an exchange that white wants to get back the pawn either on h6 if knight f6 would be played, right? This is not possible to queen h6. So black was forced kind of to play f5, which is a good move. And after that, white is gaining back the central pawn on d5. This is what was going on. Very interesting way of playing knight f4, heading to the weakness on g6, because white played h4, h5 at the very early stage of the game. Rook e8, very logical move, putting pressure on the e file. The king is still not castled. Bishop g2, interestingly enough, rook e4, knight g6. And in this position, black made a suspicious move, bishop e6. And white played d5. So let's see what's coming here for black. I mean, it seems like black is sacrificing a piece, right? Because it's a fork.
Yes, surely that must have been the intention. Pranav, he chose to place the bishop on e6. He chose to step into this pawn fork and allow white to push d5. So what is the big idea? What is it that he wants?
Well, the first thing I see that black can go queen a c5 after d5, attacking on f2, threatening with the checkmate. So if white goes...
Not a bad threat, a checkmate in one.
Let's say rook f1, that would lead to knight b4 and then knight c2 kind of threat. So what can white be doing? Maybe he thought that d5 is not possible to queen c5. Is it... What can white do? e3? Maybe e3. e3 is the
And
move.
after e3, you are still threatening to capture one or the other minor piece of black. And in case of rook d8 pinning that pawn, there's gotta be something here for white according to the evaluation board jumping up.
Maybe
Knight
knight d4.
d4.
Opening up the
Oh,
diagonal at the same time, threatening
everything is
again.
hanging. Everything is in the air. All the pieces of black, 3 of them are targeted. There's no longer a pin on the d5. This might be what he missed, that after d5, queen c5, which looks like it's a really dangerous attack for black, e3 actually is helping white's case, preparing for knight d4.
Well, e3, it's like really scary, but maybe if black doesn't have a sacrificing option, then it can be trouble for black.
Yeah, certainly e3 is not the kind of move that you just play and think everything is super solid for white, because it does step into moves like f4, the white king is in the middle of the board, who knows what's going on there. This is extremely sharp.
Well, sharp, sharp, but if you're collecting pieces in the meantime from white end, then, you know, we
Yeah,
can call it an interesting game, a very entertaining game, but it will not cheer up Pranav just because it's an interesting game. He must have been blundered something.
I think he missed this e3 being a strong option for white and thinking that
Yeah,
d5 was not good.
because knight d4 is a killer.
Yeah, the follow-up is the key, not the pawn push itself, but the idea behind it.
Well,
I mean,
black
this
never
is quite
died.
the difference if we just compare it to the other line that you showed, Judith, just to show like how difficult it is to evaluate positions when something is this complex. So what Pranav did before deciding to play bishop e6 was to run through these calculations in his head, and he has to assess how are they doing. Like, there's no computer helping him, there's no one else in the playing hall to help him. It's only him and his own assessment. So he decides to go bishop e6, thinking that after d5, queen c5, strong move. And it would be the case if white were to play rook f1, because now you have a really strong attack from black's perspective, threatening mate first on f2, and now with knight b4, you're threatening knight c2, and suddenly white's position is collapsing. So when you see something like this, of course, it makes you want to go for this variation, and it's a killer. Oh my gosh, 93, Judith. Beautiful tactical patterns. This is what he wanted.
But he got something very different, or he will get something different, because the problem is that it's not complicated. It's by elimination you get there, right? Because rook f1, you realize that after knight b4, you're in trouble with white. So what else can you do? There's nothing else. Basically, instead of rook f1, the only other way is to play e3 to block the queen attack the f2 square pawn.
Yeah.
And this
And
knight is very dangerous, by the way.
yeah, he can no longer get out of this variation. It is now Nodirbek's choice whether he goes for d5. He needs to calculate all these lines and make sure that he's safe. His king will not be falling for any kind of checkmate patterns. But in all of these lines that you are analyzing, Judith, White is the one that keeps the material advantage in the end of the day.
That's how it seems so, though now I'm hesitating how is the best to play with white. I think knight f4 might be possible. Also, I'm not sure if knight d4 works as well in this position. But it seems like now queen is attacking this rook. Again, all pieces are hanging basically of black. I mean, this game can be finished within few moves with a bad ending for Pranav. And
It
before
could
playing
very well
bishop,
be what's coming. D5 is on the board, by the way, so Nodirbek has assessed this position, calculated D5, and goes for it, because it is true that D5 is the right move, and Queen C5 is not as scary as it seems.
well, after we see that e3 works, and after rook d8, knight d4, I'm wondering what about queen d5? But I think it's very simple. I mean, Actually, white wins by any means. I think also knight e6 wins.
96. Yes, everything will be hanging at the end of the line. You give
Because
up your
even
queen, but you get so much material. And
yeah,
where
because
does the black king go? It's checkmate. Whether king f7 or king h7, it's a beautiful checkmate with rook f8 or rook h8. Goodness me.
well, what can I say? It seems like Pranav is going to lose today.
He miscalculated it because he's the one who invited d5. He stepped into it on purpose, provoking white to push the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what can we do? Zoom out, have a bird's eye
Yeah.
view, and keep an eye on Pranav. Whether can he pull magic by any way. Well, we haven't seen Pragnananda's game yet.
Yeah,
There
we
is
could
that
definitely
game.
go there. And I also wanted to check in with Anish because I did say before we went on a break that it is going to be a cliffhanger, and then I forgot. So apologies to our viewers. I did mention Anish Giri, and if he made a mistake, that was the question before the break against Marc Maurizi, the reigning French champion who has been doing extremely well. He's only 18 years old and he's been taking down all the heavyweight top grandmasters in the field so far that he has been facing, including Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer in the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, he's doing very fine. I think he won his last 3 games. And we left it, we were following it. I think we were seeing this position at some point. And then, yeah, my question was how white is continuing f4, knight a7. You know, I don't like these moves in the Sicilian.
No.
I don't know if I've ever seen in the Sicilian this kind of structure that knight a7 would be the best move. Knight a5, yes. But knight a7? No. And it seems like here also it's not a good choice.
Yeah, it's heading toward b5, but even on b5, it's not a very scary knight. It would be a very different story if it's on c4, for instance, but b5.
Well, the idea is, I think, mainly that the bishop diagonal is opening up. So the e4 is hanging, and also bishop c6 can be trapping the knight on a4. So white reacted with bishop g2, but there was a much better move for white, playing queen c4, attacking immediately this pawn. Also, I believe maybe bishop a7, rook a7, queen d4 could be a double attack. Also sometimes good to pay attention. So queen c4 seems to was a strong reply. But white played bishop g2, logical in some ways, of course, just to defend the pawn on e4. Bishop c6, but now black gets what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Queen f2, bishop a4, bishop a7. He took bishop b3, a takes b3. Queen c7. So this is what happened, and it's live happening. Queen c7. So the question is where the bishop will be moving back, to d4 or to e3.
Yeah. I'm just looking at a line that was mentioned by our team that there was a hidden pattern for white that could have been used potentially. I wonder about your thoughts on it, Judith. So if we rewind a little bit to try to regroup white's pieces.
Which point should we go back?
Actually, I'm sorry. I'm way behind. No, I think you already analyzed it, but I'm deep in thought, and I was like, wait, how do you get there? How to get to the queen on d4? You know, the way that you can do a double attack on with the rook taking on e7, but then queen d4. Yes, you already showed it. I'm sorry. I'm slow. My brain is still processing how to do the double attack.
Yeah. Yeah, so queen c4 was a powerful reply, but now we have this position, which is not so simple to understand, to be honest, because bishop d4 is a move which makes kind of provocation, so black can go e5. And it's not such a big problem of having the d5 weakness because there's no knight anymore. So this d5 is a problem, a real problem, when there would be a white knight in the center occupying it. This way, I think it can be quite okay for black. Bishop goes back, maybe black captures. Maybe there is some tactics I'm missing, maybe some e5.
Yeah, the bar is showing so much
Nah.
advantage for white. Why
No, but
is
that's
that?
a joke.
Is it just to take back on f4 and claiming that then white is threatening e5?
Bishop h3 sometimes can be annoying, and all kind of actions. And black did not castle yet. Black is still behind.
And it's a question whether black can castle, seeing all those pins that you have set up on the d file and with the bishop on the diagonal threatening e5.
Well, this looks pretty scary for black. I mean, I think white can also just go king b1 and then press. I mean, this is not something black wants to have, I think. So if we go back, well, maybe after bishop d4, black will castle.
Just like that. And not being worried about the long diagonal because after e5 there's d5.
Well, yeah, e5, I think. I'm not even
Or
sure I have to
not
go
even
d5.
necessary. Yeah, because d6 is well protected.
Yeah. Well, black wants to go a5, a4 if he has the time.
And so he chose to play a5. Anish played a5 without castling. Could still transpose to this position if he then castles next move.
Because white played bishop e3, so he's not threatening to take on g7.
Oh, you're so right. It's not the same. These minor differences make such a big change in the end.
Yes, because maybe after castle, white wanted to go e5 and then to play on the d file. But in the other hand, it's not. But what after e5, what does the computer want to play instead? d5?
It's so excited about black's position, but why?
Maybe just d5 and keeping the rook on the a file. And nobody can stop a5, a4.
That seems very strong because of this pawn on b3. That's a hook that black can use to break through on the queen side fast and open up the a file.
But also after castle, maybe instead of e5, f5 would be the move and trying to push f6 as soon as possible.
Which is very promising. If you can create that pawn break with f6, the black king will be a huge target.
And after bishop e3, now the g5 pawn is protected, so that's why f5 is possible to play. Okay, so after bishop e3, Anish played a5 with a very straightforward idea to play a4, saying, I have time to castle if I want to. But first I want to start my attack on the queen side.
Logical, because that pawn is heading toward a4 no matter what, and he's saying that the king is not in danger on e8.
Yes, and in such a position, for example, look at that. If the bishop would be on f1, then bishop b5 could be unpleasant for black, stopping the move a4. But once the bishop is on g2, you don't have this option.
Yeah, big difference.
And let's say if I go f5, I think black is just moving. So it's very difficult now. It might get very difficult for white because it seems like black is much faster.
Yes, and black's moves are a lot more obvious now with the a4 being the threat, castling kingside in the right moment. So he can castle next move or shortly after. By for white, the attack, I think You're so right about the factors that you pointed out, and especially how white no longer has the option of going bishop b5, which would put pressure on the d7 knight. It would also prevent black from pushing a4. So a bishop on b5 here would be amazing.
Yeah, small details count. In
Very
chess
much
as well.
so. Always. Everything is in the details in chess and in life too, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of details make a completely different angle to look at it. Okay, so maybe we go back to the bird's eye view, see what's going on.
Yeah,
And
we
for
could
now,
leave it with the assessment that Anish is now in a comfortable position. Mark Maurizi might have not played the most accurate way. It's not a big mistake or anything, but it is now Anish's position that is more comfortable to play, and White needs to be extremely precise to not get worse.
there are some actions going on quite a bit in the Nihal's game. We haven't been there yet. Is there something else you want to go before? Because we also have Firuza's game.
Can I just quickly check in with one of the boards we don't have on the bird's eye view? Because Yanya Pomyashi against Alexei Shirov, that is fire on the board. But I think for Shirov, unfortunately, is the wrong kind of fire.
Well, he had many fires around his games. I was looking at this game also some time ago, and I thought, yeah, it is quite impressive, but it looks really bad, sorry to say.
Yeah, what happened? The material imbalance here, White having two minor pieces for the rook and that knight on h5, threatening knight f6 that would pick up the rook. A double attack that can only be avoided by a very handful of moves, but it's looking so dangerous around the Black King with this weakened pawn structure. How did this happen? What did go wrong?
I would go back to move 20 because that was a very interesting moment of a game. I mean, already to start with, it's very interesting. The whole, of course, it was a Sicilian, though it might have been a Rai Lopez as well, because it could easily be that E takes d4, C takes d4, c5, d5. But it was a Sicilian. No, it was no. Sorry, it was a Rai Lopez. So
But
that's
it could
why I
have
thought
been. It could have been a Sicilian too.
yeah. So it was a Rai Lopez, and this is exactly what I said was the scenario. At some point, he takes d4, c, d4, c5. But look at that, the rook is on e7 and e8. It's very special. At the same time, this bishop is on g5, being and getting ready to go take bishop f6. And in this position, there was a beautiful solution for black, playing knight takes d5.
Wow. Wait a second, Judith. Wait. So, wait. We are sacrificing our knight, and our rook is also hanging. Tell us why.
And the thing is that the problem of white, that if bishop e7, black is just taking back knight takes e7, and black has a great compensation because there is no attack for white. Black has one pawn in for the exchange. Black is ready to go c4, open up this diagonal. Also with black, he can go knight c6, jumping to e5 or d4. So actually there is not much for white to develop. And also this a5, for example, pawn can fall off very easily at some point. The b4 knight is a very typical in this structure, blocks very well the bishop on b1. So this would be great compensation for black. If after knight d5, e takes d5, then that would be just lost for white because everything is hanging.
Yes, you can't take back on e1 because of the pin. The queen on d1 will fall.
Yeah, so instead of this solution, Shirov did not play knight d5, but he played the move c4, which was a mistake.
So missed opportunity by not seeing this tactical pattern. Unfortunately for Shirov, he missed it, and instead he plays a move that is a blunder. Would this count as a blunder, allowing bishop takes f6?
Well, I think you know what? Simply Shirov underestimated this bishop f6, gf6 structure. This was the main problem. So knight f1, knight is heading to g3 to the location to f5. Also later on at some point another knight can join. Maybe knight f1 was missed. I don't know, but why?
Mm.
How can you miss, right? No, I don't know what has happened. I think simply underestimated this structure. Bishop c5, knight g3, queen d2. Queen d2 trying to go and strengthen his position by playing queen h6. Also, I believe time to time h4, h5 can be a problem for the bishop. Knight takes d5, but it's too late. It's too late. Takes, bishop takes, and queen takes a5. Yeah, the problem is the structure of the pawns. That is giving a hard time for black. Rook e3, defending the pawn on a3, also to free up the knight, so the rook is not hanging on e1. Queen b6, knight h5. Well, looks like a sad story.
Very sad. What can you do about knight takes f6?
Well, you have to give up your bishop. I mean, that's it's end of story. If rook e6, I think rook e6.
Would knight d4 work there to attack the rook and
I
force
thought rook
black's hand?
e5.
Ah.
Enough to check. Black goes out.
Oh, did I manage to nearly trap my own queen?
Yeah, but for some reason it should still work.
Let's see
Queen
why. Why
c6.
does this work? Queen c6 and the d4 knight is hanging, but so is the rook on e8.
Yeah, that's the problem. That
Too many rooks hanging now.
yeah, black loses material because if you go rook b8, then takes a knight d7. So you have too many rooks. So one of them will fall off.
Goodness me, all these knight jumps. There's so many patterns here. Knight forks, all these double attacks, and just goes to show how the minor pieces, especially knights in this position, are so dangerous. They are so strong, stronger
Yeah.
than the rooks.
Well, if black takes it, that's no way. I mean, e5 comes, bishop is attacking. Well, it was a good game by Nepo, but the missed opportunity, great opportunity for Alexei to go knight d5 before. Very nice.
Yes, that would have been a very different story had he played knight d5, but instead, after c4, Nepomniachtchi, he played impeccably from that move onwards, exploiting the weaknesses on the king side of black, and these knight maneuvers are crucial.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was nice that you brought us to this game because there were
Rook
some very
e6 was
interesting.
played, by the way, Judith, I think just now by Shirov, but I wouldn't be surprised if after knight d4 it's another big thinking moment, because what can black do? And maybe knight d4 is not the only way. It just looks very sad for black to try to hold this.
Well, if it works, winning material, I think knight d4 is the best. Knight f4, I was also thinking to go knight f4, but then goes back. I mean, okay, I go h4. Doesn't seem to
Looks
be a
also
very bad.
promising. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
so
threatening to trap the bishop also looks very promising. There seem to be quite a few great options for Nepomniachtchi, and look at the time situation, Judith. This is so hard. Not only your position is completely lost, but you also have an eternal amount of time for white to find the right way to convert it. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, huge advantage both on the board and on the clocks. This is looking very good for Nepomniachtchi, and that would bring him closer to those so precious top two spots here at the Grand Swiss to qualify again for the candidates tournament.
yes, he showed his skill. He was playing twice already World Championship match and qualified twice. Twice he was just smashing everybody in the candidates tournament. it was already quite amazing, and it would be incredible if he could be qualified to the candidates again, I think, especially if he could win that. But well, we'll see. He has his willpower, and I think he's very eager to play a World Championship match again. But he had his opportunities, his chances, and it was missed. But okay, he's still far away from that, but he's not far from winning this game and collecting the full point against Alexei Shirov.
And this is a step toward the candidates tournament. Could it also be a step for Anish Giri toward the candidates tournament? It looks like Mark Maurizi is collapsing. The engine is showing a huge advantage for the Dutch number one. We were just analyzing this game a few minutes ago. What happened since that now Black is winning?
Well, let's see what kind of moves has happened. It seems like White played f5, and let's see what has happened. Last White's move was again a mistake, it seems. So after a5, White went on ignoring everything what is going on the queen side and went on to attack with f5. Black is not looking back, just I played a5, my plan is a4, nobody can stop me. That's what he does. So a4 takes. Castling is not important again. Look at that for Black. And he gets a winning position without having the king castle. Rook a4. And now I don't see exactly what is the most serious threat, because Rook a1 is no big deal yet. But I believe that the stronger continuation should be the knight reinforcement going to c4 if it's possible. White is just ignoring. You know what? I don't care about the check on a1. I'm going to be attacking your pawn on e6. But can White do this? Maybe what about b3?
That's looking terrifying. Looking terrifying to threaten the rook check and then queen c2 as a follow-up.
So it seems like White has to go c3. And after that, I would be scared playing it with the white side, to be honest. I don't know. Somehow I want to make it work knight e5, but maybe it's not working. Maybe this I'm giving away because c4 square is there. So let's see what Black can do.
The engine is so pragmatic about this because it said that once you push b3, the rook sees the central e4 pawn, and by capturing that pawn, we are also guarding our e6 pawn. So in a way, Black could just go and capture the pawn and then continue.
You know, I have some... No, that's not good. No, but queen c4, I thought that in some cases when bishop f1 comes, then I can go knight e5, just give the queen away.
Oh, but, let's see that. I like the idea, even if it doesn't always work, but let's show the idea, Judith.
Yeah, but this was my idea, but it's not a good idea. I just thought that in this position, I'm going to play king d7, and I'm going
would be
to
incredible.
Go yeah, but bishop a7, I think, and then it's I don't know why is it winning for White. Why is it winning?
It's crazy how even with the queen down, it would be a very strong attack for Black. That's how weak the white king is. And the knight on c4, the pawn on b3, the rooks on the a file. These are the patterns that we all need to remember from this game on how to attack a king castle on the queen side when the open file, the a file, is this wide open. If Black was a move ahead, if the king was already on d7, this would have worked, Judith, because then the rook would come to the
why
open
is
file
it not
sooner.
winning? Why isn't it good for White? For Black? You know what? Queen c5 and queen b5, queen b3.
Oh.
That's
just in time to get the pawn, that crucial pawn that wasn't letting the white king to escape.
No, because otherwise I just take the bishop and I still have material up, right?
Yes, exactly.
But okay, let's go back to this point. b3, c3.
Yeah, this I think queen c4 is a good idea. Rook takes e4 is the other option for black to take the pawn and guard the pawn on e6, but queen c4 seems just really strong.
Well, I still not sure. Well, okay, queen e4 is a threat, and after that rook a1 and queen c2. What would white be doing?
Anish Giri, by the way, has just played b3, so this could very well be the line we are heading for. After b3, white doesn't have many options. Black is threatening the rook check, and then queen takes c2. So you gotta push your c pawn. c3 must be what Mark Maurizzi will be playing, and then will Anish play your move, queen c4, Judith, or will he play something else?
What about the rook e4 move?
I like it because I'm greedy. I see a pawn, I take it.
No, I just didn't want to move the rook because I want to keep it giving a check on a1, that's all.
Yeah, it would be great to keep it on the A file. But free stuff is free stuff, and it guards the E6 pawn. I like the detail about it.
And you can go queen a5 later.
Yeah, switching up the heavy pieces.
Yeah.
Now it will be the queen taking the A file, and then you cannot guard the A5 with king to B1 because black always has queen A2 check.
Absolutely.
Anish is turning into Winish is a comment from our Twitch chat. It does seem to be the case that Anish Giri will likely win this game. He is in a roll. He started with a win, but then he went to draw, I believe, 3 games. He won yesterday a very important game, and this could be his second win in a row, which will bring him up to 4.5 points, which 4.5 is the current standings leader, Parham Maksudlu, but who knows what will happen in the other top games. Anything is wide open in this field.
Well, this game, I think he's on the way to score the 4 point. He's hesitating. C3 is played. It is played, so now let's see if it's going to be. But I think this is the 2 options, rook e4 or queen c4. So he has to make a choice here. Unless he wants to go rook f8 to push away the queen from f2, which I don't see really why would he be doing that. It's important not to give up the e6 key. Not defender, but it's a key pawn because the bishop on e6, if it would show up, it would suddenly give a lot of defensive opportunities for white. So will Anish be greedy and takes the pawn? Knight c5.
Oh, he has just played it, so that does guard the e6 pawn. The e4 pawn is still under attack, and now it's attacked by 2 of black's pieces. Very logical too, to want to take the pawn on e4 with the knight.
Okay, I understand that, but what about this? He wants to take d takes, and on bishop e6. It's a checkmate,
Bishop
forced checkmate.
g5. Oh, goodness me. Wow. Wow, the rook sacrifice. Check. And queen a2 checkmate. Goodness me, what a pattern with bishop g5 cutting the white king's escape away. And the pawn on b3, crucial.
So after bishop c5, dc5, white has to defend some way or another this pawn. Nothing else, like queen e3. And then queen e5 seems to be really big problems for white. Really big problems.
Huge problems and a great moment for the Twitch chat to spam the Gotham chess. The rook emote, of course, very well done, everyone. This is that moment, the rook! I'm trying my best Gotham chess impression here, but I haven't done commentary with Levy in a few years' time, so I'm a bit rusty.
Yeah, well, yeah, knight c5 was not a bad choice. It was a safe choice. Actually, this is how Anish played yesterday. He played incredibly impressive, He was not rushing. He was just having a small advantage with white, a very small advantage, and he was just pressing, very slowly pressing, improving the position, improving the position. I think he also had quite a bit of a time advantage, and he was just progressing, taking an eye, looking at this direction, that direction, little weak spots in the opponent's camp, and then eventually he won one pawn. After that, he made some maneuvering. He found the correct moves. Then the opponent gave up another pawn. Let's take it. Another pawn. Let's take it. He's just collecting everything, and then handshake. So yesterday it was a very pretty long game, but very convincing game. And here also, I feel that he's patient. He made some inaccuracies right before, but okay, it's a very complicated Sicilian middle game. There was one moment where white could play queen c4 instead of going to this direction. Actually, you need a knight in these kind of positions for white. Bishop pair is great, but to have a knight, it
Very
gives a
true.
special touch to these Sicilians. I don't even know
Yeah.
if I ever had a position where I didn't have a knight in these games. I'm just
Can
missing
you
it.
explain, because it's such an important detail, I think, what you have just highlighted, Judith. What makes the knight so strong in positions like this?
I don't know. I just realized it that I'm missing it. Many times.
It's true. Sometimes we realize something is very important when we miss it, when we no longer have it.
Well, it's like you have something or someone who is just good to be around, and the knight is good to be
Yeah.
around in this position.
Yeah,
Well,
best friend, now it's
yeah,
gone, went
yeah.
away abroad, long way.
Yeah, well, in this position, I could visualize a knight on d4. It could help me out in many ways, I think. But, well, in the Sicilian, it happens many times that you sacrifice a knight on e6, or you're sacrificing at some point on f5, making the pawn from e6 to move away, and then I create another spot for my other knight on d5. So in the Sicilian, when you have the knight on d5, f5, it's like crucial. It's like most of the time it has a huge advantage or even a killing. Also, I like my pawns, especially if I would have one still on f5, f6. It's also a very key idea. The white square bishop is good, but as we see, it's not enough. But of course, this is generally speaking, it's very dangerous. Whenever, if black can open up an a file like that, and you're not one move away giving checkmate on the king side yourself, it means that you're most likely going to get in trouble. But still,
And this seems to be a big trouble, yes.
the knight is missing.
It's so missing. I think Mark Moretti would 100% agree with what you said, Judith. And I don't think he's enjoying this position. He's trying to figure out now what to do after knight c5, but this is a very unpleasant task for Mauriti, who has had an incredible tournament up to now, beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, beating Vincent Keimer. But today it seems that he will be likely going down against the Dutch number one, Anish Giri, who wants that spot for the candidates tournament. He really badly wants to qualify.
Yes, indeed. But now let's see a bit on the bird's eye view, because a lot of games has been simplified. If which game would you like to go to catch up on? I see the Arjun game, because actually we were neglecting that game.
I know, and it's board
Shame
one, and
on
it's the
us.
tournament leader. Shame on us. There's so much going on in every round. It's so hard to keep track of everything, but you are right. They are in an end game that we need to analyze, because it could lead to a handshake soon if we are not catching the action. Parham Maxalu, half a point ahead of the field. Arjun Erigaisi, half a point behind, together with another 3 grandmasters. This is the tournament standings, and Maxalu in an endgame, equal pawns, also same kind of pawn islands, and a knight each. How do we assess this, Judith?
Well, I would go back a bit because it's really a shame that we didn't look at earlier phase. In the very beginning, it looked like, okay, it's a small, slow way of playing, but then it speeded up, in the game, and already this h4. I mean, it's a trend, yeah. Whatever position you are, h4 you can always consider. I mean, here it's quite an interesting way of playing h4. Well, after f5, white would go knight g5, and it's a great idea against f5. But it was kind of unexpected for me. Bishop b6, bishop g2, bishop d5, and it became a very solid game. And now black started to simplify without castling. You see, they're thinking twice. Do I have time for castling? And he said no. Arjun said, let's go for it. Of course, he's the man who likes to go in the very concrete directions. Knight g5, and now simplification started. Queen f3, takes, and bishop f6 after d takes e3. So they got this position where I don't think black has too much of a problem. Black's f5 pawn, I don't think is a real weakness because black can defend. And after that, they started to simplify the position. Castle came, and then simplifying with by all means. Look at that, takes, everything is simplified. And now we have a knight endgame, where black played king f7, king e3, knight e6. Well, at first it seems to be it's pretty equalish. What do you think?
I do tend to agree with that evaluation, especially when it's supported by the evaluation bar as well, being right in the middle of the bar. So it's showing equal, but also in terms of what we see with our human eyes, very restricted number of pieces left on the board, very limited amount of pawns, and just one knight each. Knight endgames, I was always told as a kid that knight endgames are the closest to pawn endgames when evaluating it. So if this pawn endgame would be equal, then usually the knight endgame too is equal, unless of course there's like a knight that's very active and the other knight is really passive. That makes a difference. But in similar situations for the knight, it's close to how a pawn endgame would be. And often they could transpose to a pawn endgame. White could offer a knight trade with knight f4. That would lead to a pawn endgame if black wants to.
Yes, I'm also wondering if white is going to be heading to knight f4, or it's also another option just for him to go f3, knight f2, knight d3, and keeping the knights on the board. Yesterday, we had a very interesting pawn endgame between Firuza played with Sam Shackland, and it was a very interesting pawn endgame. It was some mistakes, and it was a draw. But then unexpectedly, some things turned around, and actually Firuza could win. So my saying is that usually top players they like to avoid, because it's so easy to ruin it, and you feel so bad about it if you're losing it. But here I believe it's not really risky for either side, because like I don't know if I can go h5.
To try to make it more difficult for black to keep
Yeah,
the
but I
opposition.
think probably it should be pretty much equal. Takes. So what happens if just b6? I mean, I don't
Probably
really
run out
see.
of moves.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I lost. Maybe not. In this way, probably I can go king f6. I guess.
Oh, I think as interesting as this endgame is, we do need to run to Nihal Sarin's game because there is a huge blunder and the game could end in any moment. We'll come back to board one in a second, but things are just about to go down in this game. Rook f4 double question mark.
You know what? Knight g3.
Oh, the queen bishop battery, queen g2 checkmate is the threat. Oh, goodness me, what is happening here? The back rank 2. If rook takes e2,
No,
queen
no, no, no.
c1,
No, it's easier to go straight forward here
knight
and then knight
c3,
e2.
the queen and threatening checkmate in one. And Nihal has just played it. Knight c3 is on the board. The Indian Grandmaster with the double exclamation mark move, threatening checkmate and winning the queen. This must be something that White missed. Badly missed it.
Well, very important victory for Nihal. He played some incredible games. I think it was Grand 2 when he won. A very beautiful game with the black pieces. And yeah. But I liked his position anyway.
There was a lot of pressure on White already. It's easy to crack in a position where things are already very dangerous. The long diagonal fully dominated by black's pieces, the knight on e4. What is it that White had to do even to stay in the game?
Well, I think it's already very difficult because the bishop is out on h4. The bishop on b2 cannot come to c2, where it would be some place and some activity for the white bishop. Maybe bishop e7, which is suggested by the engine, and after rook e8, I don't know, bringing back bishop b4 maybe to control this square. So a5 is not possible for the moment. Rook d8, queen e2, and somehow try to stop black from developing his game. But I don't know, maybe queen b6, trying to push a5, then I would go queen e3 probably to exchange, or bishop c2. Maybe after queen b6 I could go bishop c2 already. So I don't know, there's all kind
Judy,
of that.
can we quickly catch up with the live board? Because I believe it has just been played, that knight sacrifice that you were showing. Double exclamation mark, sacrificing the knight. If you take it with the queen, then it's mate on g2. If you take it with the rook, then it's back rank checkmate. Wow.
Well, yeah, indeed. It's a sad tactical blunder, huge blunder.
And resignation by the Polish Grandmaster. What a win for Nihal Sarin. And he's now on 4.5 points, which is still really close to the top of the standings. All the chances for the Indian Grandmaster.
Yeah, it seems like, well, you need luck for chess as well, as we all know. But Nihal played seemingly a pretty good game. So he just took his chances. And don't forget that he had already a better position, right? So
Yes.
he outplayed
You make
his
your
opponent.
own luck. You put a lot of pressure on his opponent, and it was a tough position to defend from White's perspective, even without the blunder.
Very unpleasant position, I would say, yeah, indeed. I mean, black has a very healthy setup. The bishop and the queen stands exceptionally well. Knight on e4 is never in danger because he can go back to c5 or jumping somewhere elsewhere if there is an opportunity given, right?
Absolutely. What a beautiful tactical pattern. Can we just play through one last time the final moves of the game, because it is so instructive. The knight leaves by attacking the queen, threatening checkmate on g2. Queen f3. Looks like White managed to save the day, but knight e2 check is the move that will kill the final defense of White. You cannot guard both g2 and the back rank.
Yeah, and White cannot sacrifice or give up exchange either, because just simply takes, and the g2 is still under attack. So it's just a blunder, which game over. You know, at the same time, the position was bad. So what can I say? How would I take it if I would go rook f4 in such a situation? I would think that, what did I do, right? I blundered, I gave it away. At the same time, if I'm very realistic to myself, I would say, yeah, but I had a really bad position. So this was not the real mistake of the game. I did something really wrong much before. So it was just, it happens many times that you're having a difficult position, you're making inaccuracies, you're getting to get little verse, then more verse, then it's just verse end. Like, it's like, I don't want to be playing this. It's just so uncomfortable, and it's easy to play it for the other side. And this is exactly the position which we reached, that it's easy to play with black, and it's just not good to play with white.
Definitely not good. And that's the right mindset, Judith, as you said, to draw conclusions from what happened earlier in the game. How did White get into that worst position? And well, you can learn from it. We should all learn from our mistakes. That's how you improve at chess. But sometimes it's painful to look at our mistakes, of course. That's the only way to go forward, though. We will take a short break to go forward. But when we are back, time trouble is approaching, so do not go anywhere. When we are back, the top boards will be already heading to the final minutes of the game before the time control. Everything is on the line, the top 2 spots for the candidates. We'll see you in just a moment.
Do you believe you're better at chess than me?
Yes.
Yes, she does.
I don't know. Why would you ask me though? I never want to say that.
I do too, so it's totally fine. I think you're better than me too.
But
it's totally fine.
I would add something to that. I think I'm the better chess player, but you are the better content creator.
Really?
Yes. I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of all that you have achieved. You've just hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube. You're going, just dominating the entire chess and content creation world. I'm really happy for you.
Thank you. You want to know the funny part? That was literally the question that was right after this. In the same line, it was that question. But that means a lot. Thank you. I always looked up to you so much when I started streaming, I remember, because, well, one, you were named Anna, but then obviously you were one of the more experienced chess commentators. I had never done something like that. So I always looked up a lot to you. So I think it's really cool to hear you say that about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That means a lot. I remember that you mentioned me like ages ago, before you started doing commentary or streaming, that you wanted to be like me. I don't know if that was the quote.
I thought you were so cool. I was like, I want to be like Anna Rudolph. You felt so confident. You were so good with cameras. You were so good at hosting and obviously at chess too. So I was like, this girl is so cool. Like, I want to be like her one day. So yeah, no, I think I did say something like that at some point.
I think you not only achieved it, but you surpassed it. Now I want to be like Anna Kramling.
That's very sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss 2025. This is day 6 of the tournament, just before the free day for the players, and there is so much going on. But before we go into what is going on, let's also sum up, Judith, what has just happened. On some of the top boards, we do see results, and they are being draws on board 1 and board 2. Tournament leader Parham drew against Arjun Gaisi. He's now on 5 points, Arjun on 4.5. And Bluebaum and Mishra also drew their game, so they will be on 4.5 points too, just like Arjun.
Yes, they had some actions on both of the first 2 boards, but I think if we could feel a little bit that it's before the free day and they could loosen up a little bit. Like the players are tense, they know they don't want to lose, they have to stay under control, they really have to be paying attention on every single move. That if they make a bad move, then it's going to be a very painful lesson. So in Arjun's game, it was pretty smooth, I must say. It was some interesting ideas, but there was a simplification. In Mishra's game, Bluebaum played it interesting from the very beginning. At the same time, with not a very popular line, they ended up in some fun moves, some fun simplification. We started it out with those games. Mishra's game, it was some draw after the simplification, so it was pretty balanced game. And we've seen before the break how Nal found that beautiful trick which the opponent Gomulars blundered. At the same time, the Nihal deserved it because he outplayed his opponent already. And then we have 6 more games which is going on the top 10 boards with quite some action. But, well, Pranav, we've seen that he blundered. He miscalculated somehow things, so he has been playing a lost position for some time already. Of course, it is very difficult to resign, in such a position where basically he forced the opponent to win material against him. He was just forcing it, right? He entered into a fork himself. And
It's very difficult indeed. Should we show just one more time? Because it is very instructive how Pranav wanted to enter a position where he would have the initiative. He would be attacking the white king. He was provoking white to push that pawn for the fork and attack his 2 pieces. If we roll back to the moment where he chose to play bishop e6, again, this is a good moment to learn for all of us, because these positions are very complex, very difficult to understand, but the patterns that we can learn are invaluable lessons. And bishop e6 is something that I think he will remember for the rest of his life, because it seemed like it was a good decision for a moment, because if you push d5, which is very promising for white to win a piece, black's idea was queen c5, threatening checkmate on f2. If white were to protect this pawn with rook to f1, then there's knight b4 follow-up, threatening knight c2, and you need to give up the queen to save your king. Everything is looking amazing for black. Problem was, the rook f1 is not forced. White can and did play pawn to e3, and now probably the move that was missed by Pranav is that after rook d8, pinning the pawn, there is knight d4, and everything in black's position is hanging, 2 minor pieces and the rook as well.
Yes, indeed, and he went on to play knight b4, but there was a big problem already. Anyway, knight d4 happened in the game, so now white did not take on e6, but wants to attack also the rook, because knight d4 is not only attacking, but more importantly in this situation, defending the c2 square against the knight b4. Rook takes d4, takes, knight c2 check, but it's not more than a check. That's it. White has an exchange up, and still now 2 pieces are hanging, the queen and the bishop. He went on to give it check, and now queen d3, and it's black to move. So knight d4 is possible, but I think after that I will be going, I don't know, e1 or f1. Oops, sorry. I go probably, let's go to e1. And now two pieces still hanging. The knight on d4 and the bishop on e6. There are too much material down for black. This is the problem.
And this is what he probably realized shortly after he made the decision of developing the bishop to e6 and provoking white to push the pawn. No dear back did push, and this is now very close to curtains closed. Is there anything else in the current position, if we look at the live board, Judith, that you think there's anything, any last tricks you can spot for black, anything that white needs to be careful about?
Well, you always have to be careful until the very last moment of the game, until you have the handshake. But I don't see any kind of resources for black, because if you exchange the queens, then it's over. If black, well, black can give it check, which after, I believe, I don't see how white can go wrong. I think queen c3 is just the perfect move. Exchanging, the knight is hanging, everything is hanging. So it's very hard to go wrong for white. This is the big problem. I think there is no more ideas. Maybe I would go knight c2, for example, trying to give up the knight and then come with the rook. There are tricks to move on, like here. But the problem is that even here it's winning. So it's like you can try on, but every move, even if white blundered, if white didn't see this opportunity, I mean, after this, I guess queen takes.
Oh, wow. Again, the same problem that the black king is getting checkmated with rook. Rook coming.
It's not checkmate yet because you
sorry.
can sneak
There's nothing on
away.
e6. Oh, God. Now I need to I need to reassess. There's no longer something on e6. We had that pattern before and it just stayed in my head. There's always checkmate. It's not
Yes.
checkmate.
It's not always, but it's bad enough. It's bad enough. We have other position on the board. Black
Rook
gave
e8
up.
was played.
Yeah,
So
black
rook
gave
e8.
up. He went rook e8 immediately, queen d4, bishop d5. Let's see what white is up to. I guess king d2. It's on the board. And the queen on d4 defending very well the b2. So after check, white is going king c1.
So important, that queen on d4. That's the glue in this position that holds everything together.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too many moves anymore because there is not much to play for. Okay, bishop can go back to e7 and still trying, but it's basically no real chance. Bishop f7. Okay, if you want to move on, you go bishop f7 or bishop takes a2. But it's a rook down.
A rook is a rook, as much as the king is in the middle of the board for white, but the queen on d4 is such a good attacking and defensive piece at the same time.
Yes. And we have an interesting game. Maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view. What do you think? Because
Sure.
there are
So
some
Nadirbek
interesting...
Yakuboyev is likely on his way of winning the game and getting to 4.5 points. A difficult game for Pranav. The mistake was that bishop development to e6 and provoking d5. He must have miscalculated or misassessed the position.
I would be happy to go to the Firuza's game because we have not been there much.
Sure, let's do that. Absolutely.
And then also later on we can go to Gukesh's game because it's a rook hand game, but it's still pretty much balanced over there. So what has happened in this game? We were not following that closely, but it was a Sicilian with 3 bishop b5. This is what I've seen before. There was an inaccuracy in the early stage of the game.
Oh, was there?
by Firuza, move 14. Let me go back. In this position, black played knight b4, making some provocation and giving up. But it's possible to play. It's not so easy because after knight b5, knight goes to d3. And bishop d3, knight takes d3, the rook is hanging, and anything can happen. I mean, yeah, I mean, there are some crazy lines like this, you know, giving up rook. What do you think about this?
I do think it looks crazy. I don't understand how the engine assesses it as equal. That's the next crazy.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to show you, because in the break I was looking at it a bit with the engine suggestion, and I was like thinking, oh, that's an interesting story.
Oh, a typical draw position, isn't it? Being down a rook.
Yeah, but you see, at the same time, it's these days it comes naturally that you go and you believe it, right? Like when we did not have engines, it was hard to believe it. So that's why knight b4 was maybe objectively was not the best, but obviously it is a move to be tried out on the highest level, because you how can if it's not your home preparation, it happens during the game, it's move 14, knight b4. So what it be, knight b5, you can sacrifice a rook, but definitely it does not show that the game is winning. And this is exactly what we have these days, and this is what we had yesterday between Mishra and Gukesh, that there are positions where maybe the computer says it's completely equal when you have a rook down and 2 pawns for the rook, and you don't see any concrete checks or anything. No, you're playing for long term. For long term, for next 40 moves, you're going to have a rook down, you have 2 pawns, but the black king is not placed so well, and the rooks are not connected. So it was a very interesting moment here. And but White did not go to the sacrifice, but went on a very solid way of exchanging pieces: queen b6, queen e2, rook c8, rook c1. And it seems like it is not so easy to castle for black. But he did castle. He gave up the pawn. Bishop h6. What a nice move. What a nice intermediate move. Look at that.
So the black rook is hanging, but black is like, I don't care, because I can also counterattack your rook. And if that rook from c1 were to capture the c8 rook, the hanging rook of black will be taking back on c8.
Yeah, and it's an interesting position where black has compensation for the pawn. At the same time, it's not too obvious for me why. Okay, this f1 bishop is kind of tricky. I cannot come out with that. I cannot move with the rook, because after that there is a possibility of knight f2 and bishop e3.
Wow, can we show it on the board? It's so pretty. Knight takes, queen takes, and that diagonal is a killer with bishop e3.
Yeah, there are some opportunities here this way. But so it is an interesting situation. But White played rook d1, rook e8, bishop h4, bishop f4. Look how Ali Reza is playing. Very interesting chess. He was always famous for making incredible ideas. And
he's not scared. He's just going for it no matter what. He's fearless.
And basically he gave up a pawn, but look at his pieces. His pieces are really playing. They are dancing. No, look at that. The queen, the bishop here attacking on e5, the knight on e4, the rook is on the c file. While what the pieces of white doing? All these pieces, okay, it's there, but it's not so active. They don't have space to play and be in action. So very interesting play by Firuza. Queen d3, bishop takes e5. And now we are reaching shortly the position of the game. This is exactly the position they have. Black lost or gave up his bishop with fianchetto bishop, which this pawn would be better off being on g7. But for the moment, due to the knight on f2, but also defending the very important weakness on f6. So I'm very curious how this bishop, like bishop f3, would be a great move if it would be legal.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's one of the best ways to think. Like, oh, if I could just place my piece wherever I could, where would it be? It might lead to a maneuver if there is a way to get it there. In terms of the assessment of the position, Judith, if you were to play this position, which side would you prefer?
Black is more active, but there is no danger for white. Because, I mean, at first I would still play it with white more. Because while Firuza played a very interesting bishop h6, bishop f4, bishop e5, I mean, I like this black bishop to be off on the board if I'm playing with the white side. So I would consider first, I don't know, queen d4, trying to exchange, simplify the position. This e4 knight is in the pin for the moment. I mean, I think I would be okay with black also because of the activity black has. But I like the move queen d3 before. And this
That makes
bishop
perfect
also
sense, yes.
defends, but also it controls some important d8 square. I think it can be useful. The only piece I don't like is the bishop on f1. And for
Where
now,
would it be
I have,
a great bishop? If you could place it wherever you wanted, that would be
well,
through the pawns. F3.
yes, of course f3, but also I could imagine on this diagonal on b3.
Definitely would be an improvement, yeah.
Like a3, bishop a2, that would be a good spot for me.
When it comes to this position, Judith, I'm also curious when we add to this the element of time, because this is move 25, 15 more moves to be played to get extra time, so to make it to the time control. And both of them are running quite low on time. Alireza is not known to be afraid of time pressure, but that doesn't mean that it makes it easier to find good moves under quite some pressure on the clock. What do you think? Will that be a factor in this game, or is it too simplified?
Well, now it became simplified because white played queen e3, rook e3,
Oh,
which is
it happened.
yeah, which is quite a safe road for white, planning to play f3 and bringing possibly the bishop there. And then already my bishop is not so bad on f1. If one day I can go a4 and use my bishop on the diagonal. Going back to your question, the time element is always important, especially when there are a lot at stake and players are getting nervous and tired. Because when you have little time, of course, your intuition works in a much bigger percentage than your calculation because you don't have time to calculate, right? But it depends very much on what kind of position you have to deal with. In this position, it is a positional, and we are entering, well, from the middle game, end game. We still have too many pieces to say that it's, well, it's kind of an end game, but still some middle game elements of it. But you have to follow the time. But at the same time, it's 30 seconds after every move, so it's not the end of the world, even if you go down completely in time, because you can live with the 30 seconds bonus per move in such a position. If you would have a position of the position Gukesh Mishra game of yesterday after around move 20, you would have a real headache how to handle that one. But here you more or less understand where and what you want to do. Now we have another simplification offer, rook d5, which I like very much from black side to go rook d5, by the way, because maybe white should be playing rook d3 in this position, I think. Well, we are very much playing it out until a draw, I believe, because if white would be taking on d5, bishop d5, and I think black's rook is really powerful on the c file. Also, it can come to c2 or to c1. Also, this a2 pawn is under attack. The g3 bishop I'm not very happy with. it's not there is not much for white at all. So that's why I would not take it, but probably I would go rook d3, trying to have a exchange on my terms, because after rook d3 already I would be developing with my bishop, and well, I mean, this whole thing is pretty equalish. So in this position, time element is not something a serious issue for neither color.
In this game, it seems that it will most likely lead toward a draw. We might go back to the bird's eye view and see which other games may or may not be affected by the time trouble, because it is approaching in many of the games of today's round. A reminder that the players need to make it to move 40 to get the first extra time, an extra 50 minutes added to the clock. But that's still the case in most of the games, that they need to play couple of moves, if not more than 10-15 moves, to make it to 40.
There is something crazy going on in Pragnananda Mamedov game. Look at that, very special moment. In the meantime, Giri collected his point, and let's see. I'm picking up this game, which I want to see. The Pragnananda Rook e3 was played. If we can zoom into this game, because it is quite spectacular.
Wow! Double exclamation mark, another rook sacrifice. Today it seems to be the theme of the day. Let's take a look at the idea behind it, Judith. If we play out the moves, what happens if white captures the rook?
Well, if white takes the rook, then I believe knight e3, king g1. Now it's a question that is there more than a draw, because it is possible just simply to give it check and then you have a draw, right? So this is clear. If white goes king f2, I think it's similarly, you can go maybe knight g4 anyway, because if king f3, knight e5, if king g3, then it seems like problems will occur for white. Very dangerous situation for white. I don't know exactly if I go bishop e5, king f3. Well, it looks scary, that's for sure. Maybe just taking on c3. This is the problem, because if bishop c3, then queen f2, you give away the square. If queen c3, then queen d5 is the problem.
Except the rook on b7.
Yeah, and if knight takes, then knight e5. But we have a very funny move. Knight e4. Look at this.
Oh, goodness
intermediate move.
me. So if your queen is hanging, lesson of the day, do not move it. Attack the opponent's queen. Sometimes it is the best defense. Counterattack.
Counterattack. Yeah. I remember I played a game with Anand back in Munich 1991. And it was actually one of my best game against Vichy. But there was a moment where I could go this kind of attack with rook e6, but the same motif, only that I was playing with the white side. And that would be a mistake, because he would be going knight e5, a counterattack on my queen. So this is exactly very similar to that. Let's see how they are playing it out. For the moment, white is a piece down. What is going on? Why bishop rook d7, of course. I didn't understand. Rook b8, what's going on? And this is also going to be a draw, because rook takes d5 is the move, I believe.
And once the pawn is gone, it's equal material. It's crazy how the position where everything is hanging can just suddenly peter out to an equal endgame. But that's just how chess is sometimes, if both players play very accurately and precisely. And rook takes e3 was an incredibly strong move, but Pragnananda didn't crumble under the pressure, and he found an equally strong counter move, knight to e4.
Actually, it was a beautiful moment, and it was a very interesting game. We were not focusing on this game, but it was a fun game, I must say, that in this moment. Interesting opening also, and this was the moment where White did not castle. He went king f1 in the opening phase of the game, and after rook d7, rook e3, giving up the rook, and then
Beautiful pattern.
simplified, and black did not play yet. It's only my move to go rook d5. Well, black is checking maybe that is it better to keep the rooks, or maybe he's going to be just postponing it, playing it out with bishop f6, but I don't think there is much to play on. White to wait to capture the d5. I think it's better if white is taking it. Though after rook d5, maybe white goes rook a7, threatening to give it check. Bishop f8, it would be a little bit passive for black. So it's a question whether is there anything for white if just black plays a5, for example. But you know, you understand that you have a pretty good position. He took with the other rook c to d5. Still, I'm wondering what he has in mind after rook a7, because knight f4 is a threat after that. And also, of course, the pawn is attacked.
Yes, that's why you wanted to take with the other rook, right? To not have this knight f4 hanging in the air as a motive.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that white to allow that.
So still some precision required here by Rauf Mamedov to defend against Praggnanandhaa because of the threat of knight f4 double attack and rook takes a6 to capture the pawn and create a pass pawn for white. That extra pawn could mean the world in this game because we are in an endgame phase where that pass pawn would be a huge asset to white's position.
Yeah, I mean it's still a game. Still, some accurate moves should be played. Maybe black should just give up the pawn.
And say that black has compensation because of the activity of his pieces.
Black can also go maybe here. Oh no, knight c3, sorry. Okay, white has a pawn up, what can I say? Of course, I'm pretty much tied up. But what is black playing?
As much as the computer is just showing equal, it is not that simple for the human player here. And in this case, it's Mamedov who needs to be very accurate because he will be down a pawn. There is no way he can guard that pawn, can he? Or would it make sense
I
to
think
try to keep it?
maybe he can go rook d6 if he wants to protect it. Though I don't like it because it's a little bit passive, and maybe I will be able to start pushing my pawn. But for example, I cannot play bishop b4 yet because rook d1 is there.
So that's something that he might be considering to hold on to the material equality.
Yes, it is possible. I mean, I don't wish to keep the pawn and protecting it by playing rook d6. I would play some more active way, but I don't know exactly how. This I can tell you.
I'm very curious what his approach will be, whether to go for activity and sacrifice the pawn with a move like rook to d1 as you showed, Judith, or to go back to d6 as passive as it is, but say that I will hold on to that pawn and then continue with my plan.
Yeah, like for example, what happens if rook d1, rook a6, and I go rook e5, trying to go knight d4.
I really like that pattern. There's so much going on with the rooks pinning on the back rank and also the pressure on the e-file.
I mean, I would like to go in this position, bishop c3. There is only two
Jump
problems.
through the rook.
It's not black to move, and it's illegal.
Only two problems. I love it.
Small details. Yeah. But okay, I'm threatening with knight d4 at least, and then knight can jump over pieces, right?
Yep,
Bishops
that
can, but
that
knight.
is a great way of pointing out the difference between these two minor pieces.
Yeah, that would be quite a difference if we start to play chess with the bishop being able to jump over pieces. That would make a difference.
Absolutely. I think we might wait and see if Mamedov goes for the pawn sacrifice approach or keeps the pawn. I do see some results in our bird's eye view. Some of those games we have been analyzing earlier, including the game of Alireza Firuza against Amin Tabatabai that ended in a draw, and Maxim Rothstein against Nodirbek Abdusattorov is also a draw. So most games so far have ended in draws, but the ones that were decisive were wins for black. Anish Giri winning with the black pieces against Mark Maurizi, and also Nihal Sarin winning with the black pieces against Gumulars, Polish grandmaster, who ended up blundering, but his position was already pretty much a difficult one to defend. So kudos to both Nihal Sarin and Anish Giri converting their games today and making it closer to the top spot.
Yes, and we have this game of Gukesh, which we have been seeing and following.
Judith, 1 second before we go to that endgame. Can I
Something-
take a quick look at Shirov because
But
I'm
it's
afraid.
a drama. It's a drama.
Is
there.
it? Is it?
just
blundered.
not
I'm
being
here.
drama. I just wanted to say it's a kind of equalish, but I see it's some panic time.
It is panic time. We need to show why. Oh wait, Gukesh just blundered. Oh, everyone is blundering. Ah, Judith. You are so right. There's too much going on at once. So let's stick with what you have said. The world champion with the white pieces. Why is this rook check a blunder?
I don't know, but let's go back for a few moves just to try to understand it. It was like this: black played d4. Of course, I must say that I'm a big fan of connected passed pawns, and I would think that white is in bigger danger potentially than black. And what has happened? White played f4, which was already a mistake. D3, which was also a mistake.
This
And then
rook game is so
rook
hard
a6.
if all these moves are mistakes. They seem so natural.
Rook a6 is a very natural continuation, I must say. c4, and now white played rook a7. I don't understand the logic of this after rook a6, but let's see what is the problem. The first thing, king e8. Interesting. I would have thought that I go king e6 and trying to enter to the center. At the same time, to go front of the pawn, the passed pawn, it also has an idea. And we see that Gukesh actually, he has lots of time. So he's playing fast for no reason. Maybe he's panicking. Let's see where black is going with his king. Is he going to go to e6 and f7, hiding on h7? Or I think that will be the move. Don't you think so? King e6.
It seems to be the case, the active king and not caring about the g6 pawn that much because black's pawns are more advanced.
Because I think maybe king c5 can be. No, I wanted to go, but I think this would be okay for white.
Oh, because that allows white to push the e-pawn.
Yeah, so I was wondering if king f7 works. And how white can stop the pawns.
Oh, so you would just hide the king if you need to. It's a passive king, but what matters are the connected pass pawns of black. not an easy decision to make to want to get the king back to the edge of the board. You need to be very sure of what you're doing, but with pawns this advanced,
But
although
okay,
I'm just
otherwise, where do you go? Where do you go with the king if not here?
yeah, I'm just puzzled by the computer constantly changing its mind, how it's like it's showing completely winning advantage and then changing its mind. So are we missing a detail?
Maybe king c5?
Could be, because then the e-pawn cannot be pushed and there are no more checks.
Oops, oops, oops. Look what I
It's
did.
still possible to lose it with both colors. These endgames are so difficult. You need to be extremely precise.
Yes, but these two passed pawns are crazy dangerous. I mean, maybe I can just take it. Also, rook h2 was another option. And I was also thinking to go rook e2. But with rook e2, what is my next move? That was my main problem with that. I mean, I can try to bring my king into king b4.
What's the right king maneuver is what Theodoru needs to figure out. This game, I'm just remembering what happened earlier. We were praising Gukesh for his opening preparation. He put a lot of pressure on his opponent in the opening. It was hard for the Greek grandmaster to find the right way to react in the opening. He did manage to get out of it, but it was still more pleasant for White, for the world champion, the end game. He was putting a lot of pressure on his opponent with that rook maneuver to the queen side, the knight on g5. There were so many elements going well for White. So now I'm
Well,
just
I
like,
can...
wait, what happened? What happened? Judith, do you understand what happened?
Well, I can go back a bit to understand it. This is where we left off, and then what has happened, black just started to play the best moves. Knight e5, this is where we left. You remember that, okay, most of the pawns are attacked, but the black bishop is very strong. And this is how we ended up in a rook endgame. Takes, giving check back, takes d4. And look at this, how interesting it is, because white gained the pawn, and white has a passed pawn, passed pawn. At the same time, black has an incredible, powerful connected passed pawn. So I would be for sure more afraid with white. There are more dangers. But let's see how the world champion Gukesh was playing it out. He was playing, and from here we saw it with f4. Interesting why f4 is so bad, what white should have been doing.
Instead of f4, the computer was fond of rook a6. That's an idea that you showed in a similar situation where you just want to bring the rook to d6.
Should I
it
go
makes
this?
sense. Oh, to take the pawn, because in case of d2, we give check rook d6 and pick up the d2 pawn. So moving the rook to the 6th rank one move earlier could have given this opportunity to white.
White has to look for counterplay, I think. I'm afraid to go this because of king e6. I was...
And the bar agrees, it completely went the other way around with the advantage for black.
I would go rook d6, and let's say king e7. I thought start pushing the pawns. So can I go f4, f5, g5?
It never likes f4. It's such a
Because
natural
of chess.
move.
I was also thinking h4, which is also crazy. But what is, maybe king f3 is the move to be played?
Bring the king closer to black's passed pawns.
King f3, rook c2. Ah, and maybe just play king e3.
And you stop both pawns.
But after king
e2,
e3,
guarded, c3.
Oh, you can go king d4.
Oh, and if d2, you just capture the c4 pawn, and the rook will take care of the d pawn.
Yeah,
This
so
is
you have
difficult to see this
so you have-
maneuver.
and black cannot push d2, and you stop this way.
It could have been the
Wow.
only way to fight against those pass pawns. So it's not so much about f4 being a mistake on its own, but it's more like the king was needed to stop the pass pawns of black ASAP.
Yeah.
He had to bring it now.
So here even, but then let's figure out what's the problem here. He went rook a7 check. Ah, yeah, and black is thinking. But for example, if king e6, rook a6, king e7, rook d6, I think the problem is, well, I understand that we have to do something else, but rook d6, you don't have enough time because of check and d2. This is the problem. And it should be white to move. If it's white to move, king e3, and it's a draw.
Wow.
So
What a
this is the
difference.
real problem. But I think in this position, it's threefold repetition. That's why it says it's draw. Because maybe
Really?
we played already enough moves.
Oh, when we went back and forth with the analysis, that's why it's thinking that it was repeated?
I have the feeling.
Could be the case. In the live board, we're still at the moment where Gukesh gave the check and Theodoru is considering where to go. He is down to his final 3.5 minutes, so he doesn't have much more to think. This is a crucial moment in the game. Where does he go? He still needs to play 3 more moves to make it to move 40. And then he gets an extra 50 minutes.
Yeah. King e6. And if white goes... The problem is after king f3, I think d2 is the problem. c3. c2 is threatening.
Oof,
and then rook
big threat.
c7, rook e3, and rook e1.
Beautiful. Just goes to show how strong, how powerful connected pass pawns are together.
He went king d8.
I think that's the top move of the engine. So the computer agrees with the black approach that the king will be slowly but surely getting closer and closer to the white rook. So it has to stop giving checks eventually.
King c7.
This surely is what will happen in the game. Gukesh doesn't really have many alternatives, but he has to continue giving checks, push the black king away at least from the pass pawn, the e-pass pawn.
So what about king b6? Is it giving away?
It's crazy how complex this endgame is with the little material that is on the board, because the computer says king b6 is not the best, but it's a very tiny detail oftentimes what makes the big difference between king b6 and king c6, or even
Yeah,
king
but
c8.
Yeah, but I just don't understand. He wants to go what? King d5, rook d6.
I think once the king is on c6, for the computer, the main line would be king c5, rook a5 check, and then king d4. So you do get to the center, but in a way that the white rook has no more checks.
Yeah, and it's also that he doesn't go with the check to d6.
Yes, no check on d6, and also white can push the e pawn, but once you push the black pawn, the black rook will be able to cross to e3 and stop the white pawn. So many details.
Yeah. Yeah. And white is not in time. This is the big problem for white.
And if this is the case, if Theodoru sees this, the most precise way of dodging those checks then it could very well mean that the world champion Gukesh Domraju is going to lose his game today again. This would be an unfortunate losing streak between yesterday and today for Gukesh.
Yeah, it would be a big upset for him because he had great preparation. But
I thought he had it in the bag. The preparation was great. He had a very pleasant position, time advantage on the clock, but Theodoru was so resilient. He fought very hard and defended.
I also wanted to highlight how resilient he was and also how greatly he reacted on the novelty. Also, later on, he made the great choices. And in some moments where he had to find the only move, he found it. And he was already also short on time, or he was in time deficit.
Yeah, that kudos to Theodore for finding some really difficult moves. Of course, the game is still on. He can still make a mistake. We have seen how complex this endgame is, and both players need 100% precision. But we do have another endgame that actually is another instructive one. Vincent Keimer's game, if we could head over to his game, Judith, against Robert Hofhashian. It is a queen's battle against two rooks, and those are always very interesting and instructive to follow. Not often we see that derby, whether the rooks are better or the queen. So I'm curious what your call will be on this one. I'm gonna take it as a master class because I always find those endgames so difficult to evaluate.
Oh yeah, we have a funny position there. I was following that. Yeah, that at some point the two rooks and the queen. But it's interesting, yeah, that white might not win because of the white king, right? That it's very much exposed. Because otherwise, I mean, let's say one of the white pawns would be on f3. It would be clearly a win. But it
So that
seems
the white
that
king is more protected and sheltered from the checks
yes,
of the black
yeah.
queen.
But still, I'm very
Mm.
surprised. If I wouldn't win this with white, I would be very frustrated.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
So what it is that would you would assess normally here as the factors that give advantage to white, and now that we see the engine saying no, actually it's chill and calm and equal, uh, what are the factors that make it equal? I think you already highlighted how the pawn structure would be one of those main details.
Well, exactly. The only problem I have with white is my king is exposed. But I would think that I will be able to bring my king to the other side and somehow build up a shelter with my rooks. And this little pawn from a2 slowly, slowly, very slowly, in few hours' time, will be queenie.
In a few hours' time. Patience is a key element in endgames. Take notes.
So,
oh my god, the Jordan Fun Forest. I'm sorry, but there's so much going on. We need to jump to Jordan Fun Forest right now, Judith.
let me see. It's against Ivanchuk, right?
Checkmate time. Yes. Checkmate
Oops.
time.
Oops, what has happened here?
Oh, and resignation just now. Let's roll through the last moves and how did Vasily Ivanchuk get checkmated by the Dutch Grandmaster? What happened here? We saw it earlier that it was already really difficult for Vasily once he missed his chance for that exchange sacrifice.
Wow, this looks bad. What an attack by white. Queen g2. Oh. Nice play by white. Bishop f4 and
F6 was the final nail in the coffin. Because of f6, the queen is no longer seeing the h6 square.
Yeah, but again, the position was already
It's
lost.
so bad. It's not this last blunder, but that's the one that led to checkmate in 2. If not for f6, this position, unfortunately for Vasily Ivanchuk, is still terrible.
Well, he could still be, I mean, playing, let's say, queen f6. It seems like it's lost, but we still would have to figure out why. Probably bishop g5 and then bishop e7. Oh no, bishop g5, great blunder.
Oh,
Great
oh,
blunder of takes and
oh,
knight
knight
f3.
f3. Can we show it? Because it is really instructive. I would have blundered it immediately. It looks so promising. This is how you can easily make your
But
winning
look,
position
I
a
can
lot
also
more.
go around.
Knight f3, one way or the other. Queen sacrifice or knight check. Knights are
Yeah.
such dangerous pieces. We learned
No,
that
the
today
problem
again.
is that it's queen g5 immediately. And that's how you grab it back.
A temporary queen sacrifice to then
No,
give
but
a
I
check
believe
and
the
do not
problem is bishop takes e5 takes and queen b2.
Ooh, that pin is lethal. You cannot get out of it under normal conditions other than this rook endgame where you cannot catch the pawn.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, this was it. This was this game. Poor
What a
Vasily.
game.
Great
Congratulations
opening.
to Jordan, Fun Forest. Yeah, Vasily. I would have been so curious to see what he thought about that rook exchange, potential exchange sacrifice moment. It didn't happen in the game, but he surely calculated it.
You know,
Now
there
Jordan
is
Fun Forest is on 4
some
points now.
breaking news because
Yeah.
Pranav is kind of saving the game or
What?
might save the game.
How? What
I have
happened?
no idea, but I'm just seeing it that he's in the game. He's absolutely in the
Gotta
game. I
check
mean,
it.
we thought
We
he will
thought this
resign.
game was over. It was going to be about the question of how many more moves you make before you make peace with the resignation that was
Well,
due. It was way due, it looked like.
it was this position where we stopped and we said, okay, we can still play on, but resignation is also a nice option. What has happened? Thanks. And he went safety to king h7, you know?
How?
As nothing happened, I have
Wow.
safety for my king. I have 2 pawns for the rook. You see, we were looking this very nice sacrifice of Firuza's game, right? White could
Yeah.
sacrifice and get 2 pawns. Okay, this was not a real sacrifice, and it's not that kind of 2 pawns, and it's not that kind of. But okay, so he was moving on. Rook g4 immediately made a mistake by trying to simplify.
So he wasn't in a rush. He didn't have to give up the rook for the knight.
Well, probably he thought that it's just let's simplify it as quickly as possible. I don't know what's the best move. What about f3? He doesn't like f3. I was hoping for knight e3 and knight f8.
I think you're spot on with the pawn move because the computer wants a pawn move too, just on the other flank. It's saying instead of f3 to push
c5 now or what?
Oh, after f3 you mean?
Maybe rook here? No.
Well, c5 seems to be really strong. You're right. Because the queen on d4 is a key defender. We have been highlighting how strong it is.
Yeah. And now rook d8 and after exchange queen f1. So here
point...
maybe a4?
a4 could be too.
But then
I was
queen
looking
e2
at...
and rook e4.
Oh. And it's still showing that white is winning. So what's going on here?
But after a4 there was something.
Rook e2, king c1.
But queen c6 and my rook is gone.
Oh, okay, a double attack. That's simpler than what I thought, that there might be something hidden. It's not hidden at all. That rook is hanging on g2. So many ways in which white can blunder. White is up a rook. This is how crazy this position is. White is up a rook. And the computer still says black has enough compensation with a rook down.
So what is the winning move in this position?
Apparently just another simple move. Well, simple if it's easy enough to find b3 when everything is on fire and you just push a little pawn. But the idea being that all of those lines that we analyzed where the
Ah,
queen
queen
is
c4. Look
needed.
at that crazy move.
Oh, the queen can cover and the rook on e2 is hanging. That is such a hidden detail.
Is b3
Okay,
the only
that
move?
that was really hard to find. B3 is the best move, and all the other moves that are then suggested by the computer are not that big of an advantage anymore. So B3 was the only one keeping the decisive advantage. Yes. Crazy.
Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So white took rook g4.
Which is immediately questioned by our evaluation bar 2 and the engine saying that white
But
no longer
also the
has an
reaction.
advantage.
But also also
Oh
now rook
yeah.
e2 was the move.
You need
Rook
to give the
e2.
check first and then take.
Okay, this not happened. What happened was f takes g4, knight f4.
And now the knight is guarding the e2 square, so black no longer has that check on the second rank.
Question mark.
This is such a tough position. Of course, the computer will be pointing at mistake after mistake because who can analyze this and evaluate it? Also, with no time on the clock, both players are under time pressure.
Crazy. And look at that, he's defending. King f7, nice move.
What a game. Black has a bunch of pawns, already 3 actually, for the piece.
Rook e6, rook c7, rook b6 defending and attacking. King c3, rook b5, look at that. Looking for a grab the pawn. Knight h8, funny move, but it seems not the best. Crazy game. I can't believe it.
Absolutely crazy. And this is going to be move 40. So once Black plays his move, they're going to get an extra 50 minutes added to the clocks, making it somewhat more easy. If it wasn't already very stressful on both players, this has been a crazy game, so complex, material imbalance the whole time, and still is. Anyone can still make a mistake. Like, this is still not clear. This is not a position where you offer a draw.
No, absolutely not. At the same time, white has only 2 pawns. Black has great passed pawn on h6. So if he can go... Well, first of all, it's very difficult for white. How is he going to be protecting his pawn on f2? I mean, rook f5 is a threat, right?
Yeah, that's a great point. And the less pawns for white, the less winning chances. If you lose the f2 pawn, maybe it will be black who starts playing for a win.
Well, okay, let's go rook f5. Knight d6. Rook f2. Well, maybe white is going to be playing knight e4.
To come back to help the white rook restrict the g pawn. I guess you can always sacrifice the knight for the g pawn.
Well, that's what will happen.
So it's crucial for white to bring the knight back and be ready to give up material for black's passed pawn.
Well, I don't see what else white can do after rook f5. I mean, you have to get ready to. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Seems very little chance for white.
I mean, this is going to be quite difficult for Nodirbek Yakuboyev to process that he was up a rook and now he needs to make sure he doesn't lose the game. How?
Yeah,
I still cannot believe it. Goodness me, this was crazy chess. Absolutely crazy. From the moment he steps into the pawn fork, Pranav, on purpose, which was a blunder in the end, but he believed it was okay. He kept playing, he kept fighting, so resilient. Again, just putting on whatever fight he can with whatever he has on the board, no matter that the engine says it's losing, he just kept fighting.
It's absolutely crazy.
That is admirable, that kind of fighting spirit when you believe even under really difficult circumstances.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Wow. What a save by Pranav. And also, this totally has been probably the craziest game of the round. Just so many moments of material imbalance. And it's not often you see someone with an extra rook not being able to win the game. But Black had put on a lot of fight. So he fought his way back into the game.
Yeah, it is quite an incredible saving. And it was not easy. This is the most painful. I mean, B3. I mean, you need time for that to understand.
Oh, that was so
Sorry.
hard to find. That's a very computer move.
Yeah, I changed in the meantime my position to Vincent.
Yes, this was the end game we were looking at earlier. Yes.
What is your bet? Will Vincent win it or no?
I would go with White having some winning chances, but I've been considering how much winning chances would I give to White now that you mentioned all the factors like the exposed king that gives Black drawing chances. I would still think though that if we think of like probabilities or percentages, maybe 50% draw, 50% White wins.
But if you play with White, wouldn't you be frustrated not to win this?
Oh, I would. I would. Because it looks like it is a 2-result position. It is only White who can play this for a win. So White can play this on forever and ever and ever. And I think that fact does give a lot of practical chances because these are two human beings who get tired, who have been playing a really tough tournament. This is already round 6, and this is way into the round. Many hours pass. So I think Vincent does have practical chances, even if the engine is saying with precise play, Hofhashian will hold this. I think there is practical chances because of the human element, the time passing, the tiredness, and also that it's a 2-result position.
So if you play it with Black, would you be frustrated if not making a draw? Or would you think that it's well, for practical reasons, it's impossible to hold it?
You mean if
like if you play with Black, if you play with Black, would you think that it would be a great success to hold a draw? Or you think you should be holding a draw, even if you know that the position is a draw? Let's say I
think it would be a success to hold a draw because I think in terms of practical chances, it is hard to have to be the one that needs to keep playing extremely accurately to hold it. What do you think, Judith? How would you see it? Because you said that you would be disappointed if you don't win this as White.
Oh, definitely, I would be disappointed, and I would be very disappointed if I don't make a draw with Black.
That's the right answer.
I usually see things with positive things, but somehow.
Oh wow! I think we're gonna definitely come back to this endgame because it's gonna go on for a while. I'm sure that Vincent will try to play on as long as possible and try to win that endgame, the battle of 2 rooks against the queen. There's so much more action to cover in round 6. We're gonna take a short break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot to go. There's a lot of exciting games still to cover. And also, if you want a chance to play against the teacher that has been ruling the YouTube world in chess, Gotham Chess will be taking on the world starting on September the 30th. If you want to play against this gentleman who has over 6 million subscribers already on YouTube, make sure to use the command PLAYGOTHAM in the chat for more information. Sign up. This is not a clickbait. And we'll see you on the other end of this break.
How happy you are with your achievements in chess? I mean, are you happy or not?
Overall, yes.
True. My second question is, do you think you're a genius?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
How probable it is that you will be back in top 3 in, let's say, next 5 years?
A bit unlikely.
True. I'm a bit surprised. I thought you're more of an optimistic guy.
No, it's just waiting has never been like my main preoccupation. I care more about winning titles.
I can add that it causes a lot of reactions in him. He has a big desire to be much better.
No, I was happy to know that
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
We're finding the core of the
I was
problem.
happy to know that I have big desires still in chess.
Do you think that blitz or rapid with its importance can be compared to a classical time format?
Not yet, but it should.
True, but it's like an opinion with many
Yes,
facets.
without a yes and no answer. Okay, to follow up this question, for you personally, blitz and rapid matters as much as classical chess?
No.
Lie.
Finally, getting somewhere.
He wanted to be caught. He wanted to be caught.
I got him with that question.
Yes, you did.
How afraid you are that somebody, while playing you, will be using illegal assistance?
In general, afraid. Like, not with everybody, but I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past.
True.
Did you like it? Did you like chess? Was the passion of yours, or
I loved chess.
was somebody else forcing you to play?
I loved chess until it became
Like a profession, right?
a profession, which unfortunately for me started at a much younger age. And the pressure was very real. I would say very quickly in my early teens, chess became more of tormentor than mentor. It was difficult. I still played, obviously, and pretty well for a lot of years to come. But you know, it was difficult. I was basically orphaned because of my talent and because of the unique control and power that the leaders of the collective had over everyone within it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting relationship that I've had with the game. I would just say that it's been an obsession and then became something that was much more than that as far as my job, if you want to say that, but also something that I feel a great sense of purpose within in terms of what I do and what I try to do anyway. It also comes with a lot of scars. Yeah.
Oh wow. Are we sure the bishop is on d1 and not a4? Yeah, it's on d1. Okay.
Right.
Like, I'm just curious as to what the opening came from. Like, white has lost the rook, and white is actually just down on exchange. Okay.
Queen takes f6. Black can capture it in 2 ways or go back. Back is just mate in 1. Knight takes e6 with the pin. Bishop takes f6, also mate in 1, same way. Bishop covers f8, rook on the e-file. And so the most tenacious is knight takes f6. Knight fg5, leaves only 1 move for the king to go, to e8. And then knight takes f6 with a pin. The knight also covers d7, the knight covers f7 and bishop f8, and nowhere to go.
Amazing.
If you just ask me for the best move, then it would be a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the FIDE Women's Swiss tournaments. This is it, the halfway mark of the championship that will determine the top 2 spots. The top 2 spots will be earning the candidates qualification. Such a precious prize, Judith, other than, of course, also a lot of cash at stake as well. We have seen so many exciting games, and I would love to have a look at the results up to now in the women's section. Which ones stand out the most to you, Judith, when it comes to round 6? And Black winning a lot of games!
It's a black day for the white players.
It is! I think it's the case in the open section too, so oh goodness me.
Yeah, and it seems like Antonetta won her game in a pretty convincing way, just as well as Vaishali also. She had a great opening. We were discussing that in the very beginning, where White was not able to castle. And Katerina is pressing Dinara, as after the opening it was very clear that she blundered, like it was move 10 or something like that, so she started out with a very bad position. She's still hanging on, playing, fighting, trying to do the Pranav thing to save a game, but we'll see if she will manage that. But definitely Katarina is in her best, it seems, because she's pressing very hard.
She is, and she could be the sole leader after today's round if she wins her game. While in the open section, many of the top boards have ended in also decisive, well, not so many decisive results as the women's section, but the ones that were decided were wins for Black. Anish Giri winning with the black pieces against Mark Maurizi, and Nihal Sarin also winning against Shimon Gumulars. This means that actually, before we take conclusions, page 2 also has many results. Judith, what are the results that stand out to you the most here on page 2?
Well, definitely the game Nepomniachtchi-Shirov, because it seemed like when we left it there, it was absolutely lost for Shirov. But he is the magician as well, it seems. He pulled out the Pranav story too.
How did he do it? That is absolutely crazy. We thought that Shira was on the verge of resignation against Nepomniachtchi.
Well, according to us, he was. But, well, maybe we will go there and take a look. But before, let's see the bird's eye view on the top boards, because there's still two of them. Pranav is still, of course, playing, trying to save his game, but he's in the best path to that because he has these pass pawns. And also we have Pragnananda. Pragnananda is fighting it out until against Mamedov, who played an incredible, brilliant move, rook e3, sacrificing his rook. At the same time, now we see a very balanced, symmetrical position. Though white has some chances, more chances than black. Black has to be taking care of, let's say, the knight from d6. If it can give a check on f6, there could be some practical problems. At the same time, it seems that black should be able to hold it. But of course, Pragnananda knows it exactly. This is round 6. We are on halfway. He was just missing his opportunity to win against Misra in game 4. And then yesterday he lost his game, which was a drama because he shouldn't have lost it. But he made few inaccuracies in the end game. He lost his game. So today he wanted to win so much against Mamedov. But Mamedov is a very good player with very sharp ideas, great tactician. I played with him quite a few occasions. And it seems like Pragnananda knows that no matter how many hours I have to sit here, I'm going to play until the moment I see even 1% chance that I can win this game. This is how fighters, gladiators there is in this tournament.
And so many fighters in this tournament, including Theodoru, who fought back in a difficult position against the world champion Gukesh. We were praising Gukesh for his opening preparation, the pressure he put on his opponent, the time advantage as well. But Theodoru, so resilient, fought hard, found some only moves, some of the only ways to keep the game going. And now he's in a winning position. Before we go to other boards, I just would like to jump back into that endgame and assess why this rook endgame is winning for Theodoru. This would be a second loss in a row for Gukesh, sadly, for the world champion, if he cannot survive this endgame. And it doesn't look like there's a way to make it out of this. Can he make it out of it, Judith?
Well, it doesn't look too good. We were here before analyzing. So if we zoom in, we can make moves also on the board. And after rook c2, well, this pawn is already on f4, right? This is the move which was not suggested very much and supported by the engine. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is that white has no time to come to e3 and somehow try to hold up those two connected pass pawns. After king f3, I think black can go d2. And the problem is that if whatever white is doing, first of all, the problem is that king c5 holds up the e5 pawn, not possible to be pushed because the rook is attacked. So white should be losing time with rook d8, for example, making an opportunity, but 3 moves away from queening, while black is only 1 away. So after c3, protecting the d2 pawn, and after e6, black will have the opportunity already to go rook c1, as the c3 pawn is protecting its sister, let's say. After e7, rook e1, and the problem is that white cannot queen because of rook takes e8, deflecting the rook from d8 and then d1 queen. While if white is not playing e8, then the problem is that black can just simply capture that, and these two siblings are very much connected, and at least one of them will be a queen.
The power of the connected pass pawns. What an endgame this has been, and a sad story for Gukesh. If he loses this game, again, that would be 2 losses in a row. Hasn't happened many times in chess history. We have some stats thanks to our team, and that if he loses, and that would be his second loss in a row, that would be actually what happened to Magnus Carlsen in 2023 in Tata Steel. He lost 2 games in a row, and he lost also 2 games in a row in 2015 in Norway chess. Magnus doesn't lose many games in general, and twice in a row is a really, really tough thing to deal with at any level, not just if you're the world champion or if you're a top chess grandmaster, but to any chess player. I think in order to make it through a tournament, one of the key elements is to stop the bleeding. If you go down twice in a row, that's a very mentally, psychologically difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, to lose 2 in a row, it's not fun. This is for sure. And especially not in the middle of the tournament where you warmed up already and you had your good moments. Basically, after 4 rounds, Gukesh had +2, which meant that he was warming up, he started to play, and he had some good ideas in the opening, but something really went wrong yesterday. That was a confusion for me, what has been happening in the opening, and later on he recovered it, but it was, we mentioned it before already so many times, that it was so difficult to play. So it takes out so much energy of you to play, to calculate, to evaluate, then reevaluate, recalculate the same lines. And then always new things appear. And of course, Gukesh is extremely young. He's the youngest world champion, but he's playing one after another younger participants than himself, right? So with talents, with a lot of energy, with a lot of hunger to beat him. And of course, everybody wants to win against the world champion. It's what an opportunity. First of all, it's not every day it happens that you get the chance.
And Judith, just on cue, as you said it, the world champion Gukesh Arjun has resigned. This is his second loss in a row. What a painful game for him, where he started well. He did great in the opening. We thought he had the upper. He put pressure on his opponent. He had more time. But things went wrong. It could be what you're saying, that yesterday's game has still a huge impact on him. Even if you are able to put it behind you and forget it, all the energy that was spent on that game, and this is a tough tournament. This is round 6 already. So it shows. It shows on the players that they make more mistakes, and the energy levels are definitely not the same as at the start.
Well, these 2 games, it has both games I think has a very special story, because like yesterday from the very beginning, it was a huge mess on the board. It was practically impossible for players. I don't think around move 15, if you call the top 20 players of the tournament to tell, okay, what do you think, what's the evaluation, they would be so sure of themselves who is better in that position. So it was very, very complicated. In this game, it was a little different because Gukesh made a good preparation. He had a better position. He was ahead of time. And then somehow, when it was bishop d8, sometimes Gukesh is losing the sense of danger. He wants to win so much, and I think he wanted to win so much. And he played against a player very strong, Theodoru, very strong, strong grandmaster, but he's not a Stanley 700 grandmaster. So unconsciously you think, okay, I have a little better position. I'm going to be pressing. And it doesn't even cross your mind necessarily that actually it can be that you're not going to play the best moves, or you're not, alarm clock is not there, that you can go into the danger zone and you don't have this sense of danger, and then suddenly you're having a very difficult position where of course it's very easy to panic, because when you see these connected pass pawns on c4, I mean already much before, if I go back a little bit in moves, I mean when the pawns was only here on d4 at this point, I mean, it's already a point I think I would be nervous with white, and I should stop myself and focus. Okay, look for a draw. How can I make a draw? I think that he was also thinking about the draw. But for example, if we go back just 5 moves, I think before, here, I mean, of course, you're not thinking about a draw with white.
No, it was him who was pressing. He was playing for a win clearly, as you said it. And then there's no alert danger mode anymore that you should somehow fight for a draw.
I mean, you understand. I can go knight c6, for example, and then, I mean, what is black doing here? King g8? What actually, why didn't he play knight c6, by the way? I just
That's a
wanted to
great
point
question. That is a great question. That would have been an entirely different game where black still
King
needs
e8.
to take care
King
of that
e8 is the
a
best
pawn.
move.
Oh.
But it's clear that it's white has a pawn up. Of course, you can take on c5, rook c3. But it's white who is playing, right? It's like, obviously, I have my passed pawn. Black king is cut off. And then suddenly, simply entering, I mean, this was probably already rook f7, probably was a bad decision. I think rook f7 was a mistake from practical point of view, because it says that it's me who is playing. I'm the world champion. I had in the game all the time a little bit better position, or you were in danger. And I think this is the moment when simply suddenly rook c3 check. No, this was not the game, no? This was the game. And then suddenly he went knight e5, right? Bishop e5, d4. And at this point, I'm sure I would already think, oh my God, I should have think earlier. And can I save the game? And then I would say, okay, I have my e5 passed pawn. It's still on d4. Only one of the pawns crossed the halfway. So it should be okay. But you have to start searching 100%, how do I save the game? And maybe you're not going to make it because you're so frustrated that, come on, I was pressing during the whole game. And what is this? How did I end
It's
up
really
in
frustrating to go through that. I think we've all been there where we were pressing for a win and suddenly tables turn and we should try to save the game. And it wasn't easy to find the way to save the game because he had to bring the rook to the 6th rank to then try to bring his king closer. It was not a simple defense.
Yeah, but actually he should have found it. I would be very curious what was the mindset of him at this point. And in this point, we agreed that we can even take on g6 and then go rook d6 and then king f3. So this was the draw. King e3 with the idea if you check, then white can go there. Actually, king f3 is also good, maybe. No, king d4 is the move. Yeah. So, sense of danger in the right moment could have saved him, I think.
It's definitely a lesson for Gukesh, and luckily for the world champion, that's his mindset. He takes every loss or every bad game as a lesson to be learned, and he knows that there's still a lot of room for improvement. He's a very strong player, and he can still make a comeback. This tournament is long. There's 11 rounds in total. So don't write off Gukesh. Don't write off his chances. Plus, he doesn't need to qualify for the candidates tournament. He's here to have fun, play good games, train, get stronger. So today was one of those games where he will take conclusions from and he will learn from it. And I'm sure that it will help him in the future and possibly in the World Championship defense too.
You know, I had it reminds me this game when I played. Oh, that was very painful. I don't even understand why I remember that. In the Team World Championship, Team World Championship in China, we are playing for the 3rd place to get some medal. And I'm playing with white. We play against China. And I play against the Petrov. And I think that, okay, I'm going to be pressing. It's only me who is doing. And then at some point I realized that, no, I have to be careful. But somehow I cannot save the game. And then I lost. That was not fun either. Okay, so here we have another.
Do you think it was the same kind of sense of danger that once you're pushing and pushing and pushing and the tables turn too quickly, that it happened, it was very swift, the change?
I felt it that I knew already at a moment where I would want to save the game. At the same time, my teammates did not understand that. Come on, I mean, you could have understand it earlier.
Oh.
So there is in these kind of positions, like Gukesh had also, like you're on the edge of still pushing it, or it turns a bit like it becomes unpleasant for you. It can happen easily, especially if you're a very optimistic player. That okay, it's still okay, I can still press it a bit, and then you realize that, well, actually it's not that simple. This game was Demchenko Vidit was actually quite an interesting game earlier also.
This is still on and with it with a slightly better position, but it's actually also very chaotic if we take a look at the last couple of moves, Judith, as you were saying.
Well, there were many moves, or just thinking about the last few moves, like White was practically having a huge advantage. Okay, huge advantage. And then what has happened? Black played rook g8. Of course, Black is trying to look for counter chances. Of course, at some point, knight d4 or the d4 pawn can be vulnerable. And then White started to make some mistakes. Queen e3, which doesn't seem to be a mistake at first, bringing back the king, right? Towards to the defense and also trying to give some checkmate over there. King h7. He went knight f3. Rook g4. I like it very much. In some occasions, maybe h4 can be supported with this move. And then rook d1. Rook f5. Look at that, making space for the queen on d5. And now knight h2 with a question mark. And it seems like White is starting to drown.
Why do you think it was a mistake? What did White miss, or is it just an inaccuracy?
I don't know. At first, I would think that I would desperately want to go king g2 and rook h1, trying to optimize my rook placement. I don't know. Let's see if that was possible. King g2, and it seems like it might be. The only problem is I have that maybe queen d5, and I have even problems. Also, I was thinking, what about knight h4? Just trying to push away the rook from f5.
That's very logical.
Yeah, if Black would go rook f6, I think definitely I would go d5. But maybe I would have actually fun tactics. Look at that. Takes, and queen e5.
Oh, a double attack. I like it.
Triple attack.
Even
Triple
a
attack.
triple one. So after knight h4, can I go elsewhere with the rook to try to not let this happen?
For sure. You can go rook g5. You can play even rook f4. Yesterday we had a very funny game. Nihal Sarin made an incredible technical performance. There is 4 rooks, different color bishop, and the rooks were like moving like this on the 5th rank for him. And that's how he exchanged rook f5, rook g5. Very, very cute technique the way he showed it. So that's why
Wow,
it
I
came
need
to
to
my
check
mind.
that game. I didn't see it. I always love when the rooks do some kind of a unique maneuver, because we all see them on open files. They love open files. We see them often on the 7th or 2nd rank, but these are more of specific, unique cases, but also very instructive. Now, this rook on the 5th rank, it needs to kind of stay on the 5th rank to make sure that White cannot push d5.
Yeah, I think rook d5 would be the move. But he played rook knight h2, rook g8. And now I think the problem is that the knight was defending very well the h4 square, while now h4 is a move which White has to be worried. But also I think there might be some tactical threat, bishop g3, or I'm just seeing that maybe bishop f4 can also be worrisome.
It does look scary, and It makes sense why the computer is criticizing knight h2. It feels like you will need to come back with that knight. What is it doing on h2?
Yeah, but if we come back, maybe it's not the right time because
Yeah, it might be
I
too
think
late to do that.
I don't know if I can take and bishop f4. This is one thing I'm thinking of. This is one idea, and I also thought about another one to go. What about going bishop f4, queen a3, and then takes, and bishop g3?
Looks very scary. I would not want to be playing this from White's perspective. The house is on fire.
Yeah, it seems like White is the one who has to fight for a draw, even though he is a pawn up. And why is this possible? Because of this bishop. Look at this bishop.
It's like a
I
big
mean,
pawn.
it's a great outpost there. The only thing, the happenings are not on that end of the board. Also, the a8 rook is not very useful there. So there should be some helping out the white king in some way or another, while black's pieces completely set up towards the attack the white king, right? Even the knight d4, the only piece is not really doing much in the attack is the queen on d7. But if it shows up on d5, it's very much like that. Also, I don't like from white side that the rook on d1 is unprotected, which means that knight e5 might be a move anytime, bringing into the attack. So there are a lot of insecurity in white's position, I would say.
Which makes it a lot harder to play than what we show by the evaluation bar. The engine is cool and cold and has everything in control. But when it comes to the players, this from a human perspective, I 100% agree with you, Judith, that there's a lot of things that can go wrong for white, for the uncoordinated pieces, the pieces that are just standing on h2, standing on b6, and not really helping each other, as well as the rooks that are undefended.
Yes, I'm wondering what is the best move for white. I was trying queen e4. I'm also thinking about giving up the pawn. I don't know how much it can help. But it's definitely very difficult to play it with the white side, I think. Very difficult. What is black doing on queen e4?
I would love to have the queen on e4, pinning the rook, and also it's just such a beautiful central location for the queen.
Well,
Should
the
white?
question is,
Yeah. What happens if everything is sacrificed is a great question.
it doesn't look so bad, but maybe it is. I mean, this bishop is killing me. I mean, I would just bring it here, and white is much better. Just, I'm sorry that I want to make all these illegal moves with the bishop today, but I would be imagining that on d6, and then my life would be much easier.
It's very instructive. It's very instructive how big of a difference it would make if the bishop were to be on d6 and not on b6. Sometimes you can maneuver your piece there. So sometimes it's great to have that, like, oh, if I can have my bishop on d6, okay, how do I get there? But in this position, unfortunately for white, there isn't really a way of accomplishing that. While black can maneuver his knight, for instance, to d5 with knight e7, knight d5, knight f4, it can go to a lot of places.
Yeah. I mean, I would think with black that it's a fantastic, huge advantage. Interesting that the evil bar is not so happy as I would imagine that it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
I liked a lot in Norway, the Norway chess bar, because it adds the human element to it too. So other than just the computer being cold and collected as if no nerves count, no king security counts, no time pressure counts, the Norway chess evaluation bar that they are developing, it will be factoring in the human elements of the game too, which I think makes a lot of sense because it is not two computers playing against each other. And that's why we watch a lot of these tournaments. They make mistakes, there's nerves, there's time pressure, and the psychological side of a battle like this, it's huge. Judith, you know better than anyone here because of having competed at the highest level for so many years, like how much of a mental game it is. Even like sitting in front of Gary Kasparov, you already feel like you are losing the game just from sitting in front of him.
Absolutely, absolutely. The human factor is very important in chess, and nowadays, as we discussed it before, in games like Gukesh's yesterday's game, also for example, we can go back a little bit when we have the time, when it's quiet, no drama happening anywhere. Then Gukesh has resigned in the meantime. We see Pranav making draw in the meantime. So out of the 10 top boards, we have only Pragnananda trying to press Mamedov, and it will be a draw. But I would want to go back to Shirov's game. What do you think?
Is it still on, or did he manage to save it? Because I wasn't
He
sure
saved
if
it. Yeah, he saved it, but I
oh,
wanted
to
to
look at
show
what
how.
happened. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. We thought that he was completely in a lost position against Jan Nepomniachtchi. How
Yeah.
did he get out of it?
This was the position when we left it, somewhere here, knight f4, and rook e7. White played h4. We were discussing this also, I believe. 1 second. Knight f4. No, sorry. He went queen c5, giving up the rook. And Nepo decided not to take it. He came back for some reason. Well, probably he was looking for an optimal way of taking, because if knight takes, then what would black do? Rook e6? But he could come back after that. So it's, again, we are seeing, witnessing like, how should I win, right? So in this position, sorry, it was, let's go back. So after queen d2, black had the opportunity to grab the pawn, which already made him coming back from the complete lost position. Because suddenly he was able to exchange the rooks. Again, a bad move. Probably knight g6 could be a better one, or takes and knight d4. I'm not sure. Suddenly things have changed. And black just played king g7, which is easy to blunder, by the way, I think. That black is just defending the pawn, everything is stable, and suddenly the g6 bishop is just one of the key pieces of black. Black has less pieces than white, but all of them are actually very active and well placed. Rook c3, a5, and now already black is taking over almost. Look at that.
What a
Just few
turnaround of
moves.
events. It has been the theme of the day in a way in a couple of the games that were decided or were managed to be saved by one of the players. It would be the story of someone pressing. It looks like it's winning nearly or has quite some potential. And then what you said about the sense of danger and realizing, hey, I made a mistake. Something went wrong. I no longer have winning chances. Maybe I should try to save the game and save the day.
Yeah, and look at that. The pawns were rushing and black can simplify. And actually black has equal material, extra pawn.
Wow. I would not have predicted it when we were looking at Nepomniachtchi's knights earlier in the middle game. It looked like it
Crazy.
was just really hard to even keep playing moves as Black and Shirov. Kudos to him for the fighting spirit, the resilience, and hanging in there.
Absolutely crazy what is going on. And we have on board which board? Not board 2. We have Pragnananda. I wanted to show that he's already also going to a draw. They just agreed to a draw. because they played it out until the very end. 2 kings.
Nice. That's what we like to see. Fight till the very end. What were the last couple of moves?
So it's crazy, but out of the top 10 boards, there were they played it out from here. This is where I said that if knight could go to f6, it could be some chances, but here black was just doing the job, simplifying, bringing out the king, and then there was this rook a7 collecting the pawn. And then, as in some of the tournaments, they do play it until the very last move, until 2 kings. So out of the top 10 boards, 3 black wins and 7 draws. No white victory today on the top.
No, not in the top 10. And it was also the case in the women's section. In fact, in the women's section, there have been even more games won with the black pieces today. So quite the day for defending the opening. Supposedly, it's a slight disadvantage to start with the black pieces. You go second, but today it was quite the contrary. The counterattacks mattered more in the comebacks. I'm really curious, by the way, Judith, about the game of our compatriot, Richard Rapport. He's playing with the black pieces against Abhimanyu Puranik. And can he play this for a win? Who is the one fighting here? It's still a bit of a mess, and I would love to hear your assessment on the game. For Richard, this would be important to come back from the loss against Parham Maksudlu. He played yesterday on the top board and he lost with the white pieces.
Yeah, that was a very crucial game, I believe, for both of them. For one, for Maksudlu to progress in the tournament and go forward and collecting his one more point, which was very essential. And he won with the black pieces. That was also quite something. Richard played an interesting game yesterday. He even created some opportunities for himself, but then he got over optimistic. And I remember there was one point in a game where Maksudlu went from the 7th rank with his rook to the 8th rank, but it was very much inviting white to go with the rook, with white's rook to the 7th rank, but actually that was giving up some material. It looked good, but it went to not the best way. So suddenly black was the one who was playing. And then Maksudlu played very well and won the game. So this was a crucial game, I think, in their journey for both of them. At the same time, of course, Richard fights today, but this is the position he has. It seems like it's going to be a draw, I believe, because after rook e1, rook takes e1, queen e1, king h2. I would think that black is playing for perpetual because he cannot play for more. There is a very strong pass pawn for white. Even though there is equal material in the position, I don't see any idea for black how he can play for more, to be honest. Do you see any idea how black can go forward? I mean, black can go bishop f5, but what? How? I mean, it can only
seems
go
like you
wrong.
are only tempting fate if you are not going for the draw, because it is white who has an extremely strong pass pawn, as you already mentioned, Judith. So I don't really see anything for Richard other than accepting that it has to end in a draw.
Yeah, I also believe that's the case. Vincent is still fighting.
As we
He's going to
expected,
find
the 2 rooks
Yeah.
against the queen, he can play on forever because he's the one who has some practical chances of winning that endgame.
Yeah, but he's not making any progress, you know?
Should we take a look? And on what move are
Yeah.
they?
Well, it's move 50.
Move 50.
50. Well, we have plenty of time to see how it unfolds and what will happen, but The problem is black is so optimally placed with his king sheltering behind the next to the pawn on g6, king e3 now.
Mhm.
And it's going on for quite some time, you know. This is the moment where they more or less started with pawn on a2. Black put his king on h6. And now nothing really happens. Rook f2, queen h1, king e3, queen e1. Rook d2, queen g1. So it seems like no progress has been done. Interesting. Why not king e5?
Was there anything to be afraid of in terms of king e5?
Maybe queen f5. What about this? I mean, I would be happy to have the king already there.
It seems to be some progress if you get the king to the queen side, as you mentioned earlier, as a plan, and try to then hide between the rooks, try to support a passed pawn.
Okay, so now maybe I'm getting worse already. Because this is the idea that white is getting to the other side, right?
Yeah.
So actually, why didn't he play king e5? Maybe because he just wants to play on the opponent's nerves. And he thinks, okay, let's go around a few more times. Okay, so this is the position. So
He needs to
basically
be careful also to not repeat the same position 3 times for the opponent to be able to claim threefold repetition.
Well, it's exactly, and it seems to me that, for example, their king e5, I think was an opportunity for white to move on.
I think Vincent will try. He will try to also not step into the threefold repetition. We will give him some time to think while we take a short break. And Richard Rapper's game, by the way, ended officially in a draw. So that was the game we were analyzing earlier. We're gonna go for a quick break. But when we are back, there's still plenty of action in round 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the women's Grand Swiss as well. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back shortly and bring you all the action from the halfway mark of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Grand Swiss for the ladies as well. There has been so much going on today, Judith. We have seen a lot of decisive results with the black pieces. It was either draws or black winning in many of the top boards, and there's still a clash that's going on in the women's section on the top board. I would love to go there first because this could be our sole leader. If Katerina Lagno wins this game, she is going to be the only player ahead of the rest of the field in the women's section.
Well, this game seems to be not going to be last long because the bishop is right.
It was just resignation, as you said it. You called it, Judith. That was indeed the evaluation by Dinara as well. Let's explain, though, what you were going to show.
Yeah, basically nothing can stop white from moving the king to b7, and it's making its route. The pawn is going a6, a7, winning the bishop, and one single pawn with the bishop is going to be the queen. So that's why there was no hope at all for black to play for anything in this position anymore.
Let's see how the white bishop is cutting the black king away. It's the white king and the bishop making sure that the black king cannot access the corner, cannot approach those pass pawns, and cannot stop the white the a pawn from pushing forward after king b7. Beautiful executed and converted game by Katerina Lagno. It was an early mistake by Dinara in the opening, similar to the game of Irina Krush. Very, very instructive motive. Maybe we could show it just one more time for educational purposes, also for me, because I'm pretty sure I have blundered this a couple of times in my life already.
Yeah, this happens in many different Sicilian openings where we have this, where the bishop is on d7 and where the queen and the rook on the same file, so it's completely prepared with this trick kind of situation. And maybe actually Dinara might have been thinking about bishop f5, for example, to go there and attack the queen. But I think in this situation, first of all, maybe white can go away, but I would also consider maybe to take the knight. I don't know if it would be enough, but because this idea could be something unpleasant for black, grabbing a lot of pieces for the queen, 2 minor pieces and the rook. But I think after bishop f5, ef, probably ef6 could be a good move. So the bishop and the queen is hanging. So after bishop f5, instead of taking, white could go, let's say, queen e2, and then still this pin is a big problem for black. And in this position, d takes e5 would not be possible because of bishop f6, and after that, the bishop is hanging. So black did not find anything better after the blunder than going back to e8, which means it's a very passive game. And after that, white played knight d5, very powerful knight. We were discussing it in other game, how important knights can be on d5. And after this, black had a very difficult position, but I see that there was some mistake done by white. The normal play would be capturing on f6, and then after knight f6, just leave it there. Or we were discussing bishop f6 was an option, and then try to jump and attack immediately, playing h4, h5. It comes to my mind the game I played against Smirin one time in a Pierce defense, where I was just pushing h4, h5, sacrificing an exchange. So
I remember that game well. I studied that game, and it was a very inspiring attack.
Yeah, I was very proud of that game. Even today I am, because it was a very special exchange sacrifice. But the bottom line is that it's very difficult for black to play. We've seen that there was some, after f6, e takes d6, it went not perfect for Katarina, but it went perfect, the result, because she just collected the full point.
She did collect the full point, meaning that Katerina Lagno is the sole leader after 6 rounds at the FIDE Grand Swiss women's section, and still 5 more rounds to go, but it's promising to be the leader. It's promising when it comes to the top two spots in both tournaments. The top two spots will be the ones earning a qualification to the candidates tournament in 2026. Vidit, with the black pieces, we were analyzing this game earlier. Judith, what has happened since we last checked in?
Well, in this game, not too much good happened to white because black was able to play h4. So we can go back just 2 moves before what has happened. So white went rook a3, trying to get back to defense with the rook to the 3rd rank. So after rook a3, h4, this was very much expected. Queen e4, that's a good spot for the queen. We were discussing this before. H takes g3, f takes g3, and this is exactly the position what we have right now. So white wants to give back some material in order to have some activity. What happens if black takes bishop g3? Probably white just wants to go king h1. So the rook on a3 is actually standing very well, because if the bishop moves away, then it can be on the other side on the h file in one move. But it looks still pretty scary, I must say. The f5 rook has no way of moving because of the pin, the queen on e4. So for the moment, it seems that maybe white is doing okay, surviving. Still, I want to remind everyone that this bishop on b6, I don't like at all, because it's like we are playing without a piece.
It does feel like it, and as Judith pointed out, if you could just magically pick it up and place it somewhere else, maybe in this case it wouldn't be on d6, but somewhere more useful. On b6, it's not doing anything, doesn't attack anything, doesn't guard anything. It's basically a big pawn, part of the pawn chain with d4 and c5. So certainly Vidit has great practical chances, and I'm really curious what the next moves will bring. I feel like white has to be extremely precise, and it's already hard. It's already hard to find the best moves.
It is not easy, but it's also for black what kind of dilemma black has. Wow, I have such a beautiful position. What are the best moves? Do I have alternatives? Well, bishop g3 is the most obvious continuation. I would not like to give up the rook because it's an attacker. So if this would happen, I believe that it's a relief for white, because now at least there is no rook on g8, which is very much in the way of my king. So I would maybe go knight g4, trying to go, or knight f3, trying to go king g2 and maybe activate my rook. I could also think of knight f3, as I mentioned. Also, but I can go rook d3, but I'm not sure I'm very happy if this knight will be captured. So knight f3 seems to me that that's a good spot, because after king g2 it also gives safety to the white king, and also I cover some of the important squares which might be important. Also the g3 bishop now is not so powerful as it was before. So I would not like to do this with black. So bishop g3 is the most natural move for me to be played with black. Do you see something else also for black to play?
I like the lines that you have broken down, and also how for white you do want to keep that knight, because without the knight, if you allow the black bishop to trade the white knight for the black bishop, then what remains on the board is this really not useful bishop on b6. So I think that could be the line that the players are heading for. I wonder if we did... Oh, bishop takes g3 and king h1. This is the current position.
Yes, and actually after king h1 there is a threat possibly to take on g3, and after that king g4 and grabbing the rook.
Can we show it if we make a random move for black to put it on the board, this tactical pattern? It's very
let's say rook
instructive.
g6 is a move which I would consider otherwise if it's not losing, because after that takes, queen h4, king goes out, and white even takes it with the check. And in this scenario, the b6 bishop, we can say it's good because it's an extra. into an extra piece. So for an extra piece, it's quite okay. So for black, he should be thinking of something different, how to manage the position.
So rook takes g3 is the threat. That's why king h1 is an exclamation mark. It steps out of the g5 so that when you capture on g3, it's no longer a check.
Yes, exactly. So I'm wondering what is the best move for black, actually. Because if I move away my bishop, then immediately the rook will become to h3. So black should be able to play something. I don't know, what about queen d5? Maybe queen d5 is the move. And after takes, I'm even considering e takes d5. And this d4 pawn can be vulnerable. Rook h5 is a threat. Also, instead of e takes d5, rook d5 might be considered because the d4 immediately is attacked. Not easy for white.
Does not
Maybe
seem
I
to be
like this
easy
queen
at all.
d5.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, sorry to mention it again, but this bishop
It is
is
the key factor in the position. If that
still
bishop was
not getting
elsewhere,
better. It's not getting
yeah,
better. Yeah.
tough position for Demchenko to defend. Vidit still is thinking after king h1, so he could still blunder. Theoretically, he could still blunder that rook takes g3 pattern. But my guess would be is that he's considering some of these options that you highlighted, Judith, with the potential trade of queens.
I don't really see another move, because rook g3 is a threat. I can't really move away with my bishop. So what can you do?
Yeah, I wonder if it's the only way to continue and try to keep the advantage.
Yeah. I don't know. But it's I think queen
Queen
d5 is
d5. Yeah. I don't even know why I'm checking the engine sometimes. If Judith is the main engine here, it's the only way to keep the advantage.
Yeah.
So Vidit has to play queen d5 in order to have some chances of keeping his advantage. Other moves that come to consideration, bishop f4 or bishop takes h2, but that's not really promising.
But after bishop h2, rook h3, you have to move away with your king. And then I was about either to take this or with the rook. But suddenly black had the beautiful bishop. It was exchanged for a knight.
Yeah, in other positions, I thought it would be advantageous for black to trade that bishop for the knight if we just get a really strong knight against that not very useful bishop of white. But this is very concrete, and the black king is becoming the target. So you cannot just say, oh, my minor piece is better than my opponent's.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is also something to consider, of course, still, but I think, by the way, maybe I would just even take that. Can I go something like this? No, because after that you go rook g6. Yeah, this would give then put the king behind the rook. Yeah, this is not would not be really good. So rook h3 is a must. King g7, and then probably I would take it. Well, it's still not fun with white. King f8, for example. Having the rook on the g file.
Yeah.
So for white.
So the question is mainly for Vidit. Actually, he answered our question. He is going for your move and the best move in the position, queen to d5, going for the endgame.
He had enough time. He spent enough time. He's playing. We are in move 47. So we are just in the second time control. Because after move 60, there is going to be still 15 minutes they get. Very long games. Yesterday, the game of the tournament was Abdusaturov Ardomus, and Ardomus was fighting for 190 moves, 8.5 hours.
Goodness me.
Have you ever played 8.5 hours game?
I don't think so. Maybe 7.5 or something, like something around the 7 hour mark. How about you, Judith? 7 is already long enough for me.
You're not from the generation of adjourned games, right?
No, I missed the opportunity of knowing what it feels like. I read about it in books. I saw it in the Queen's Gambit, but I don't know what it's like to put your move in an envelope and then continue the game the next day. What is
That's
it
very
like,
funny.
Judith? Story time.
Actually, it's very funny because I barely remember. Of course, I remember, but it was so long time ago. Like, incredible. Move 40, right? And then you make your move 40. And then in move 41, it's a adjourn game. And I remember that there were situations where you played very quickly, you calculated the timing because it mattered, like you want to give the move to be sealed or you want to push this responsibility to your opponent. So sometimes you were just making a move when the arbiter was coming and then you wanted to make a move, which is a very obvious move. And then you knew that your opponent had to be thinking because maybe he had 3 different alternatives and it's an important decision to make. So when the arbiter comes, it's clear that who makes the sealed move. Then you're writing in on your score sheet. Very important that if you write it wrongly on your score sheet, it's not a legal move. Then when you open up the envelope and it's written down wrongly the move, you lose the game.
Really?
So, yeah.
But this is quite some responsibility in making sure that the notation is correct.
Yes, so the notation has to be. So I remember, I think I was writing it always in this case, which piece from which square to which square, and then of course you write it down. You try to write it the way that your opponent cannot figure out what are you writing. Then you close your score sheet and then you put it into the envelope, and then you close it. The arbiter comes, of course, they sign it, so nobody can open it. It's very important. And then usually it was an hour break, and then we came back. So it was
After an hour.
It was many times in many tournaments of mine. I was playing the way that it was basically a dinner break. Or the other way, for example, in the first Chess Olympiad I played in Thessaloniki, I had only one adjourn game against Levitina, against the Soviet Union. It was a dragon, and somehow I was winning with an exchange up. But it was an adjourn game, and we continued only the next day. So the next morning we were continuing the game.
So that day you would play 2 games because then you play another game in the afternoon?
I think that was the day when they made me rest. I rested only one round. I played 13 out of the 14. And I think due to that reason, the captain said, well, okay, it was round 6 or 7, I think. So I dropped only 1 point and I won 5 or 6 already. So the captain said, okay, you don't play on that day. And it was a draw after but it happened quite a few times. Like in 1990 I was playing the under 14 boys world championship. I was playing against Josh Weitzkin, and I remember exactly that we analyzed it. Unfortunately, Benko was helping him, and I knew exactly if he sealed the right move, it's going to be a draw if he plays the best way. If he didn't, then I win. And this happened quite a few times in my career, that you understood that, okay, let's hope that the person didn't seal the right move, you know?
There's so much that goes into that kind of strategy. I didn't even think about how you might be waiting for when the arbiter is coming to pass it on to the opponent if it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
difficult one for the opponent to choose the right move.
Yeah, it happened. I remember another one where Sofia was playing her famous tournament in Rome, where she just beat everybody. She won the tournament with 8.5 out of 9, and she played against the Italian grandmaster, international master grandmaster Della. What was his name? I forgot. He was one of the top Italian players. And Sophie was playing with the black pieces. She was having a very good position. It was a turn game, and the whole family was there. And with Susan, we were analyzing it. And I remember her journey with the king from G7 or somewhere. It went all the way to H3. We worked it out. And then she won that adjourn game. But of course, that was only a small help. She made the big job of killing everybody in that tournament.
That was an
But adjourn,
incredible tournament. To this day,
absolutely.
it's a top performance. What was her rating performance? Do you remember? Because she won
Over
every
20,
game and drew one, right?
over 2,900
Wow.
was her performance, because she won against many grandmasters. Like out of the 9 games, I think it was 6 or 7 grandmasters she was winning. So that was quite an exceptional experience for her, but also for me, being there as a helper and being around. I mean, that was really fun. So those were the adjourn game times, which obviously in the engine era it is impossible, because you would go back to the room and you would understand everything. Of course, you could forget the lines and so on, but this is why it was very important, and that was one of the importance, having a coach or a second with you, because if you had an adjourn game, then you were able to analyze it with someone. Of course, it was against the rules. I don't
Was
have to
it?
tell, right? Of course,
Oh,
by the rules, it says you have to play the game alone. Nobody, you
but
cannot get any
adjourn
help.
games, everyone was analyzing with a team, right?
Well, I'm just saying what was the rules.
True. What's the rule and what was it like in practice?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's clear that, I mean, nobody could stop people, right? When the Soviets were
Yeah.
traveling together, I mean, this is why it was a huge advantage having a coach or having a friend wherever. Of course, I was helping Susan, or she was helping when it was in distant. We were talking on the phone. Very clear. I mean, nobody can stop you by talking with other people. They can't lock you up.
Yeah,
So of course
true.
everybody was analyzing it. So, but it shouldn't be. But that's how it was. The old times.
The old times. What quite a few of these stories are just like such precious also for the fact that it's you and your sisters. And to this day, you and your sisters are doing amazing things together, including the Global Chess Festival that's coming up, Judith. I need everyone to hear you out on this because it's coming up so soon. I will be there, Judith will be there. It's happening in Budapest, but also online. Tell everyone about it before we go to another game because I think this is important.
Well, it's going to be on 30th of September, the same day when Gotham Chess is starting to play against the world himself. So it's a
Yes.
great date for different reasons. And we have it at the National Gallery. We have a lot of activities for all age groups. We have an amateur tournament for everyone. The first time we are making the Rubik chess tournament. So that will be kind of fun. Of course, we have a lot of activities through my educational program, the Chess Palace. We have coding, we have lots of activities for the families, and we have a special event for the second time already, the community event, where I play against different communities. You will be with your community playing one of the boards. And we're going to be, we have a Hungarian community, the Hungarian Masters, where I'm going to have old professor neuroscientists, but also I will have on their team little talents of boy and girl, most likely. That's how it seems. So I'm very much looking forward for that event, because that will be also streamed on chess.com with the commentary with Tanya, and also with Fiona. And as a guest for the second half, it will be Levi, Gotham Chess, representing and
Amazing.
commentating that. So whoever can't make it to Budapest, which is a pity if you can't make it, but then you can follow us online. It will be about a 3-hour event.
Everyone should be there. Now you know the date, and it's easy to remember because, as you said, Global Chess Festival and Gotham Chess versus the World, it's on the same day. Lavi will be part of both of those events, so even more reasons to follow both. I have been just so lucky to be part of your team for so long now, Judith. I missed the last few editions, so I'm really, really excited about returning to this year's festival.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you be around. And indeed, with the very first events long time ago, when it was only a smaller event, but we grow out. So you have the opportunity now to see it in the National Gallery, having many thousands of people on the same day, gathering together and celebrating chess and the diversity it gives to all ages. So we are looking forward to welcome you there too.
It truly is in the spirit of Chess Connects Us. I still remember
Yeah.
when we were on a call years ago talking about what could be our motto or hashtag. What expresses that chess is this strong bond between people from all over the world.
Yeah, just connects us. And look at that. The bishop wants to connect to the
It wants to
somehow more.
connect badly. It brings us back to the game, exclamation mark, because it needs connection to the
The
bishop.
bishop is out of b6 square. Finally. Only one
Let's see what's the
exclam.
path. Where is it going, Judith? Let's see what is Demchenko's idea, and is he back in the game? Is with it still the one with the winning chances? The evaluation bar is still showing some advantage.
Well, finally, bishop is trying to get back into the game through a5 to d2. And at first I thought, oh my god, bishop e1 could be a winner, but not much. Not exactly, because it's a check. Black king would have to block the power of the rook, and then white would be taking on e1. So this is not possible. But for this reason, I would maybe consider for black to bring up rook g6. No, rook g6, then bishop d2. Bishop d2, but then bishop f4, it's possible. So rook g6 makes some sense to prepare the move of the bishop and to have both of the rooks attacking the white king, possibly. Well, again, I'm going to be making an illegal move. I like jumping over pieces, but definitely in such a position, you do visualize it, that once the rook can go to g1, it would be a win for black, but it's not that easy.
Not that simple indeed. And when it comes to the chances of the players, Judith, how would you assess this if you were to give a prediction?
I think in the last few moves, Demchenko's chances increased to save the game, but I wouldn't like to play it with white. That's for sure.
Still difficult. Still difficult. Some progress, as you said. Yes, important for the bishop.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long game, long fight, because there are a lot of options for black, and you have to understand that it's equal material. It is still equal material, though. For example, if the black king would be able to centralize itself to e4, d5, the game is completely won. So if black can manage to do that, or simplify the position the way like bishop h2 is now not yet so awful for white, maybe. But maybe bishop h2 is also something to seriously consider. Because king h2, And then, okay, if black goes rook h5, rook h3, maybe it's not so bad. It seems like white can simplify and probably save the game. But I don't know. What about playing rook g2? King h1. I can even try to give checks. Check with the other rook. King h3. Going back rook h5, g5, let's say. You go back. I go king g6. Maybe the bar says I made some wrong moves with black, but I don't think white can be very happy.
It's still really difficult, yes, with the king on the edge of the board for white, the bishop still out of the game.
Ah, but here I can go to g4. Look at that. The d4 pawn is attacked. So it's very, very, very difficult from practical point of view.
Yeah, I do think that Vidit has good practical chances of converting it, even if the evaluation bar is not showing much of an advantage. But for practical chances and how difficult it is to defend this position from white's perspective.
I'm just making moves. Ah, d5. How lucky white is.
Oh, let's show them that motif on the board because it's beautiful. Deflecting the pawn from the 6th rank, so the knight on c6 will be hanging.
So in this position, if black has to go king g7, maybe rook g3 is possible. Okay, but you see that it becomes very tactical. Like now I cannot take on d4 because actually I'm losing the game. Takes on c3, but because my king is on g7. If it would be on g8, I would be winning. Right? And here, if I go king g6, then I go king f4, I think. And after knight d4, I can go king e5. No, I cannot because maybe I just blundered.
The knight makes it back just in time.
Knight e4, yeah? Yeah, knight e4. And knight c3. Knight d5.
Beautiful. Beautiful. The only way, you need to look for those checks in order to make it back in time to grab the passed pawn.
So what is this? Why is this a draw? White just makes a move and knight on c6 and black is not totally winning?
I would be
Crazy.
really surprised if the players go for something like this. I mean, if it's white's choice to go for this, thinking that it's an easy draw, it doesn't look easy at all.
Are you joking?
It seems to be a kind of a joke.
Well, you were not here with
extra
us in the
pawn?
first 5
Yeah.
rounds. You were not with us. We each day at this time of the hour we have our endgame lesson to try to understand what is going on. So this is one of that type that the surprise for me. How come that this is a draw? It's absolutely crazy how it can be a draw. Probably bishop f2. No. But why is this a draw? How is it a draw?
It looks nothing like a draw. I would have never guessed that the computer thinks this is still equal. There must be a one and only way of holding this, because every move we are making, every move we are trying, loses. It has to be something super specific.
Because if black plays f5, king f6, e5, game over. King e6, king
Yeah.
d5. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
But what is this? What is this? How can we figure this out? I just don't understand. How is that possible?
I'm gonna try to recreate the position because I absolutely don't get how this could be a draw. And I want to know from our
Bishop
computer friend.
B1.
How?
Look at that, bishop C1.
That's it?
So if, well, because of F5, bishop B2. So this I understand. Bishop C1. Do you think bishop D2 is also a draw with bishop C3? Okay, so it's just going to that diagonal.
And once you're on the diagonal, black cannot reach the position where the king is on f6 and you're able to
But
push
why
e5.
not? I go f6.
Oh.
Bishop c3. I go king f7. King e4. Losing.
I think what the computer is trying to trick us into believing that this is possible to hold. No
but
human being will hold this.
What I don't understand, if you go away with the bishop, of course it's losing. You get e5. King f5, knight e7, king e6, and game over.
And then the pawns are marching, which is what you need to achieve so that white cannot block those pawns.
So I played king e4 and it said that it's bad. How can that be bad? e5 is threatening.
I think at this point, I'm also looking at it now, this position with the computer, and it's not anymore that convinced that white can hold it. It's trying to do king 4,
okay.
and then it's changing the evaluation. So
I
it
understand.
could be one
So
of those cases where it's just wrong. Possibly.
one of the pranks, yeah, playing on me.
Yeah. I mean, I think the computer was like, hey, ladies, this has been a long broadcast. The position is not too much going on. So why not make it exciting by tricking you into thinking that it's possible to hold? And then we need to find it.
But it's not fair. I mean, it shouldn't tell. No, but it shouldn't be telling this.
I'm
It shouldn't be
very
telling
confused.
This is outrageous that it tells that it's a draw. It's incredible. Because basically what I showed, right? e5, king e6, f5, king d5, game over.
Yeah, it's a very clear-cut plan, and that's what a human would play, and that would win the game. I'm curious if Vidit's game can go in this direction because he's going for a different approach. Instead of trading the bishop for the knight, he has pushed his f-pawn just now.
Okay. Unexpected move.
Yeah, it is unexpected. So he's banking on pushing that pawn further to f4, possibly. And then what?
I don't like this move. But it's not my pawn. It's not my game. Yeah, he wants to stabilize with f4 and then play rook h5. This I understand. This I fully understand. I have a crazy question. Can I go knight f3? Check. King g2. Ah, bishop e1. Sorry. Bishop e1. I thought, yeah. Bad. No.
So there is some venom in this, and maybe banking on the fact that for white, it's a lot harder to find moves that improve his position. While f5, f4 is straightforward.
If I go bishop d2, f4, and now I go knight c3, it's also losing. I was thinking about this. But you go bishop e1, rook h1, rook g2. Okay, nice.
That is a very pretty pattern. It seems to be the case that bishop d2 is fine, but then instead of knight f3, white should try to go toward f1 to target the bishop on g3.
So I have to move the knight.
Yeah, it seems
which
to
is
be
quite. The idea is not bad, but with the right execution has to be done. But you see, if I reach the king f3, then also white can play now.
And it could become one of those games, as it happened today in a few other games, where black is pressing, 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 and then at some point you need to bail out because
Yeah.
you no longer have the advantage.
Yeah, and
But
now the
this will
bishop
take
has
some precise moves from Demchenko. He needs to find a couple of good moves in order to have a more secure position.
Well, if he finds bishop d2 and knight f1, he's on the right track.
He has 4.5 minutes to find it, but they are about to complete move 50 when they get extra time again. Actually, wait, no, 50, no,
11.
60.
11 moves to go for him.
Yeah, my maths, goodness me. 11 more moves. Okay, no, he's in deep time trouble.
He's in
I'm
deep
very
trouble,
bad at
maybe.
numbers.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. No, this is the bad news. If you only have 4 moves with 11 more moves to go in this position, that is troublesome. Then the human factor, I think it is that Vidit has good winning chances.
But talking about winning chances, I would like to go to another game.
Vincent Keimer?
Exactly. Because some action happened over there.
Yeah.
Right?
He made it to the queen's side. That's what you were saying 2 hours ago, Judith, that he needs to go to the queen's side.
He made it, the over the sea trip.
Yeah.
He gave up one pawn.
Uh-huh.
But he's on the other side.
That's where his fast pawn is. So this is still... The computer is still not impressed, as we can see it from the evaluation bar next to the board, but it is a 2 possible results position. It has been the case for the last couple of hours by now, or last few hours. And I think this is quite some progress for Vincent, that his king made it to the queen side, the pawn is being pushed, the rooks will try to guide the king to some kind of a shelter against the checks.
Yeah.
Oh goodness me, Demchenko blundered Judith when we were saying that he just needs a few more precise moves to survive under the time pressure. And after having spent so many hours defending, he cracks now under the circumstances, the time pressure, the pressure on the board, and he made a mistake.
Let's see. Let's bring that position up again.
I'm
And
so curious what happened, but at the same time,
D5.
oh, he didn't bring the bishop back. So he's trying to trade, and if rook takes d5,
if you don't see rook knight f1, of course, it's very dangerously looking idea.
Yeah.
Rook d5, knight takes a5. Oh, and bishop e1. No. What is it after rook a5? Simply bishop h2?
Yeah, it's checkmate. He no longer has rooks to cover the h file.
Oh, poor him.
Oh. Can we show the difference on the board? Earlier, he had his rooks on the 3rd rank, so in case of a trade on h2, there was never a checkmate with rook h5 because he had at least this a3 rook coming back to guard the king.
And actually, if black was taking before, instead of knight a5 immediately on h2, still a draw because rook d7, yeah, because you can play bishop c3 or what? What can we do?
How is he not getting mated almost? It's so strange.
If here, then the thing is king f7, and it's mate anyway. On the two rooks will mate wide, but there is a draw some way. But how? Why?
So if you don't give the check, then the rooks are not connected for the moment. Is that the idea?
But my bishop is hanging.
Oh, that's a detail I forgot about, Judith. Completely forgot.
How is it a draw? Why is it a draw? Bishop d2, maybe. Look at that. Bishop d2.
Oh, goodness me.
Wow.
And you don't have rook d2 because the king is cutting the connection of the two rooks.
Yeah. Wow. So move orders count. So bishop h2 would be giving away, kind of, but he took knight a5, rook a5, bishop h2.
And this is on the board. Vidit has just played bishop takes h2. I don't think Demchenko has any moves. It is a position to resign. That's going to be a heartbreak for Demchenko because he fought very well. He was really resilient, but the position was tough. It's been tough for hours, and that shows. Even if it's just a tiny advantage, but it's hours and hours of defending and having to play accurate. You crack after some time because you're a human that has been under tremendous pressure.
That's the thing, what you're saying, exactly. That simply there was so much, so difficult for so long time. Rook d7 check. Well, now it's still an important move. Black has to go to h8. Because if king h6, then white goes rook a6 and still saves the game. Because the black king would take the space of the rook.
Mm-hmm.
So black has to go to h8, which obviously going to be on the board shortly.
And it has just been played by Vidit. Rook a3 by Demchenko, but that means that this bishop will be an extra piece. He could still blunder. He could move the bishop away to the wrong square and then rook h3. It is white who will be giving checkmate. I think it's unlikely he will blunder it though.
Yeah, rook h5 will be on the board. Ooh, what a painful loss.
Yeah, and after rook h5, it is black who will be giving checkmate with rook g1.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a difficult game for Demchenko. Important victory, though, for Vidit.
Yes, he will be on 4 points. That is close to the leaderboard, to the top of the leaderboard.
It was essential for him. He won the first game. After that, he made 4 draws. And then he collected now. Just over.
And indeed,
the game is over.
Yes, Demchenko resigns. What a painful loss for him. He was fighting so hard. He was really resilient, but he eventually cracked after hours and hours of defending and being under a lot of pressure. Kudos to Vidit because he's the one who put this much pressure on his opponent. It was really tough for white to be defending for this long and finding the most accurate, most precise moves. I think we still have a couple of games to go, but we're going to go for a short break before we continue with the rest of round 6. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with the remaining games of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss tournament here on chess.com.
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Bashir and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petrov defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, white finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly white's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Bashir started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Bashir, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope, and plays knight g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes e6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. The queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Bashir just says, "Nice try, buddy," and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6, finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Bashir follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
Hi, I'm Badana and I'm here with Judith Polka, and I picked a game that I really liked of hers to show today. Judith, is very cool to be here with you, and I'm very excited to show you one of my favorite games of yours.
I'm very curious which one you picked. So let's start, and then I tell you which one is it. I'm white, right?
Yeah.
I made e4 all my life, so it's easy. Then I make this. So what did I play here? Because I played bishop b5 and d4.
You played bishop b5.
Okay. Castle. Bishop g7, c3. This is how it went?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell me why do you like this game of mine? Why did you pick this one?
Because I like the open setups.
This game actually we played in the first half of the tournament. I have won already quite a few games, and I was playing with white against Chilingirova. She's from Bulgaria, and the Women's Chess Olympiad. This was the first Chess Olympiad I played. I was just 12 years old, and it was very special for several reasons for me. Because at the time, in '88, the Olympiads had 4 boards in the open section and only 3 boards at the time in the women's section. And I played together with my sisters, Sofia, she was 14, Susan was 19, and there was another team member, Ildiko Madl, who was also 19. And I was just 12 years old. And I was playing in board 2, so they were kind of happy because I won one game after another. And in those times, it was not team match which counted, but it was board match. So it did matter whether we won our match out of the 3 games 3-0 or 2-1. And my sisters were very happy that I was playing in the middle. And we were always starting with a win by me, or they could count on me winning one game after another. So that was something very nice for them, but it was also very nice for me.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss 2025. This is round 6, the halfway mark of the tournament, and the top spots are so precious as 2 qualification spots for the candidates tournament for next year. And why does that matter? Because in order to become a World Chess Champion, you need to win the candidates tournament. So qualify to the candidates tournament, win the candidates tournament, and then challenge Gukesh for the throne. That is the path to the World Champion's throne. Judith, how do you see today's round, the action so far, and where should we go next?
Well, I think we can say that we had quite a few exciting moments and we were covering them. And incredible saving by Pranav. That was one of the key elements. Praggnanandhaa was not able to win today, so I think the free day will be very helpful for many of the players, recharging themselves and get back with full gear for the last 5 rounds, because some of the players has to be scoring 5 out of 5 in order to give themselves a chance to qualify for the candidates.
And that's what everyone is here for. Also quite some prizes, of course, at stake, but the main prize is the qualification to the candidates tournament. A player who no longer needs that qualification spot is Alexandra Goryachkina, who's playing in the open section. She already has qualified for next year's candidates tournament, the women's candidates. So she's fighting here with the white pieces against Sanan Sigurov. I think you wanted to show me an interesting moment. This is from earlier in the game. We'll catch up also with the current position, but something happened earlier and I don't know what it is, Judith. What's the moment that we are looking at?
Yeah, what was interesting that yesterday, no, actually, day before yesterday, she scored a full point. She played. I'm happy that some of the girls, Divya is also playing in the open section, so they are testing themselves, improving in their chess. And today, Goryachkina played here with Sugurov, who is representing Hungary for some time already, and she played bishop d2. The position is not very promising for white, but it's not so bad. She went bishop d2, which was not the best, because I'm pretty sure that she was expecting something different than what happened in the game. And black played a very cute move, which actually is the best move in the position, and went knight c6. Look at this cute move.
Wow.
We have some rook sacrifices in the day, so that's why I thought you will be liking it.
I do love it. The rook, as Gotham Chess would say, take the rook. But now there's this element, the double exclamation mark is for a reason, right? So we are giving up the rook because, show us the idea, Judith, what is going on?
Actually, it's not really giving up the exchange so much, because immediately black is taking back on g5, but it's an interesting way of how to simplify the position and get a very strong game, because the white pawn on c4 is an isolated pawn, so that's kind of the pain of the position for white. And well, she went h4, forcing or wanted to force black to capture the rook, but bishop f4 is, I think, a very nice touch to it. Still, black wants to provoke white to play g3, but that was not played. She played rook d1, queen e7. Unfortunately, I believe that the pawn on h4 is a kind of a weakness. So it's interesting that black is postponing the capture on d2. So pushed a4, and only at this point black captured, and rook c4. So black is a pawn up. At the same time, white is still looking for counter chances, because at least the pieces are standing pretty well, but then somehow things went really much on the downhill for Alexandra, because she played queen a5, she went for h5, so there was some lost coordination, harmony between her pieces, and well, h5, h6 is not bad, but she gave up another pawn, very important pawn on a3. So right now they are at this position, which is very upsetting for white. Not much hope, because black has very well placed the queen on h7, also at some point rook a3 threatening, but I think the biggest problem is that white cannot avoid the exchange everything on e3. The rook is behind the pawn. That's very important. technique for black, and then too many pass pawns for black. So this will be not a good end for white. But I just wanted to show you the rook giving up that rook, what was happening. And of course, you know which game I want to go back to.
Yes, of course. We have a queen versus two rooks battle that will go on for a long time to keep us here forever and ever. We are excited.
But big things happened since we left, because the white pawn is on h4. There was a one move push. That was the last move for white. And also the other pawn was pushed to a5. Well, the bar is not very optimistic, though king h5 seems to be, maybe it was not the best move according to the machine. But let's see why is that. Still, okay, now the king cannot be moving from a6. It's kind of boxed in by the queen on b8. So white will have to come up with some idea. Is he going to play rook b6, or is he going to go rook c8? Actually, it's an interesting moment. If the white rook could go behind, that would be a checkmate.
Very, very important pattern.
I'm sorry, but what about
Can we
playing
try
rook?
to aim for it? I was going to ask.
Look at that. For example, this would be, I know black could go still to g8, but this looks scary for black if he has to go queen g8.
Yeah, if queen g8 or queen h8 are the only moves, that is not looking very fine for black anymore.
Yeah, I'm very curious how it, well, rook c8 was played, queen d6, king b5. So now there are some checks going to be given, but you see the king on h5, it's kind of tricky. You cannot give fifth rank check. So the only check black can go is queen d7. If king h6, a6. One more push.
Getting closer and closer to the promotion square. I think Vincent is getting really good practical chances.
Yeah, I mean, this bar is just, I mean, let's face it.
We should ignore it.
If we wouldn't have that bar on the side,
it
would
looks
be
like
heart
white is
attack.
winning.
It would be heart attack for black
Absolutely.
already.
Yeah, like there's barely any checks left. The pawn is 2 squares away from promotion. As you said, with the king on h5, you cannot give a check on the fifth rank anymore because of the skewer. We could show it on the board for this tactical pattern to show the idea how you should not lose your queen. So it's getting really tough to defend. It has been the story for a while. And you said, Judith, when we got into this endgame hours ago, that white will be bringing the king to the queen side and slowly but surely pushing the pawn. And that's what's happening.
That's what's happening. And I also said that I would be very upset not to win if I play with the white pieces. And I think this is exactly the same feeling Vincent has. So he is going to be trying out every possible options, though it seems it's interesting because many times we know that the rooks are stronger. Two rooks are stronger than one queen. Of course, some people evaluated that one queen equals two rooks. At the same time, some people value queen 9, rook 5. So if you start the math, it should be more the two rooks than a queen. But still in this position, the reason is that it's most likely, well, clearly black should be able to keep the draw because the king is very exposed. Even here, wherever the king goes, it's very exposed. For example, I believe if the pawn would be on the b file, that would be a completely different story because there would be much better shelter options for white. But having the pawn on a5, also, for example, in queen endgame, which we had yesterday also between Abdusattorov and Yaiz, and also Ivanchuk played in one of the rounds, the queen endgame with the h pawn, it's a draw. And also this is the problem for the rooks, I think, that queen can give so many checks. But now, I don't know what will be the... Well, actually, black can go wrong. For example, after queen b7, I can go king a4, and nobody can stop me of pushing a6.
Yeah, that seems to be already quite some progress.
Yeah, so let's see after rook c6 what black is up to. But I think black... I don't know how is it possible that it's still... objectively. Dead draw.
Yeah, I don't really get it. I agree with Benjamin in the chat that we have been getting free endgame lessons from Judith throughout the entire tournament. It is the story of the last hours of the broadcast because those games are underway and they are very instructive. Judith, thank you so much for helping us improve our endgame skills.
Oh, I'm improving my endgame skills, though I'm not competing anymore. But it's fun to discover all kind of interesting ideas and discover that it's so difficult to win a winning endgame. In this case, it is so difficult to draw a drawing endgame for black.
100%. I would not want to be defending this from Black's perspective, and it has been the case for Hofhannisyan for already several hours. When did this position start? Even the queen versus two rooks. It's been a few hours already, right?
Well,
For many moves.
I can't tell you how long time ago. Move 33.
33, and now we are on move 75.
So more than half of the game, the guy is suffering already.
I mean, this is torture.
We started out, I show you what we started out with. Move 33. Look at this. The pawns were on G3 and H2.
And that is key because in order for Black to be able to claim a draw for the 50 move rule, what counts is that there are no trades and no pawn moves. And has made a pawn move here and there and then restarts the counter for your claim for the 50 move rule. So he has been doing very well. He has been doing that very smartly. And he's about to do that again. He's about to zero the counter because he's going to push his pawn again.
Well, I don't see how Black can stop that, to be honest. You see, King H5 was an inaccurate move, I think. The thing is that he didn't want to give up. Okay, so he goes King H6. And let's see. I'm sometimes thinking about it. What if White goes H5? Can White go H5 to give up the pawn in order to push the pawn and the queen cannot come back? But is it just a perpetual check in a way? But yeah, it's like check. Can White get out? It's not so easy where White is going to get out, you see?
Yeah.
It seems like, not so easy. Maybe Rook C5? What do you think? What about Rook C5? So I want to give my pawn away. But of course, Black is not going to take it. Do you think he will take it? Again, he's going back.
You'll need to be pretty brave to take it and believe that there's still time to give checks.
But the thing is, maybe there is no way out for White, you know? Well, now Queen D7 would be a mistake. Still not losing. I can't believe it. Even this is not losing?
Yeah.
How is it possible? I cannot make it lose. It always successfully I could do it. So it's like there's no way that the two rooks can hide the king. Not a good news for Vincent.
No. And just when it feels like he has made progress because the king has made it to the queen side, the pawn is being pushed, it's still so hard to make actual progress. Good thing is, what we said about the other games too, it's two human beings. Many hours have passed. This is a long tournament. The energy levels count. Being on the defensive is always harder than being the one who is pushing. So you are constantly tested to play the most precise and accurate moves.
But let's say if we go here, I want to go to a position where let's say we can say that Black blunders. Okay, so Queen E5. I was wondering maybe some pawn push. No, now, for example, maybe I did something. But maybe even this is a draw, you know? It's ridiculous, but even this is a draw. Even this is a draw. It seems like everything is a draw.
So even if white makes the most progress with the pawn, but the king is blocking the passed pawn, and it's not easy to get it out from underneath and hide it from the checks.
It seems like it's just, I mean, it's just no chance. Ah, but if there is no chance to lose, then how is he gonna lose?
That will be the quote of the day, I think, Judith. Someone will clip it because I think there's a lot of truth to it. I agree with you.
Well, you can see how hard I'm trying. And usually it doesn't take an effort. I mean, how is it possible? I cannot lose it. I mean, the pawn is already on a6. I reached even to a7.
Yeah. So in terms of the time, they still will be getting, what move is it? 76? They still will be getting another 15 minutes as well.
That's a good
Move
question.
40, 60, and
They're supposed to get
wait,
15 more.
15.
But where are we standing with that? No, I think they don't get
Didn't
any
they already?
extra anymore.
Oh yes, sorry, at 40 and then at 60. So they already passed the last
They are
time
playing for
control.
6.5 hours already.
Yeah. So all that's left on the clocks, this is what they have for the rest of the game. Sadly, or fortunately for all of us and for the players, there is a 30-second bonus till the very last move. Forever. They will be getting 30 seconds for each move. So the game could go on for hours.
But there is a very interesting game to continue our endgame lesson.
Yeah,
What do
another
you
one.
think? Another
Yes. We'll come
incredibly
back to Vincent
interesting.
later because I'm sure they will still be playing.
Look at this.
Jabab against David Anton. A rook endgame.
Dead draw. White has 2 pawns up.
How is it a draw with 2 extra pawns? I don't understand the engine's evaluation being so firm about this.
And the ridiculous thing is that White was completely winning. And just the last move was double question mark. Look at this. So White played excellent. Great. It was interesting. We can go back, but I just want to highlight this. And after king d4, rook c6, double question mark.
Wow.
Only 3 pawns up.
It seems very logical to want to stop black from playing king to c3, which threatens a checkmate, or king d3, then king c3.
And he had the time. He had the time to think. He didn't think much. And rook c6 was played. But I'm wondering why and what was winning. Well, what is the problem? So let's try to figure out what's the problem. Rook c3, double question mark. King d3, draw.
Simple. Very easy to understand.
Yeah,
We all
okay,
know
so what
the
about
answer,
a5?
of course.
I'm thinking, is it rook f1 and then rook check, king b1, rook f1 and rook f5? You see? It's lost. But I don't understand why. Rook f5 maybe. But why is rook f1 lost? Ah, of course it's lost because rook f5, rook h1. I guess. Yeah, this is winning.
And you can only stop the h-pawn by blocking it, but that is way too much of a price for black to pay. You can no longer move the rook ever in this game. Only the black king, and you will run out of options. The white king will be activated.
Okay, so this is not possible. So after a5, probably rook f5 anyway, immediately.
Hmm.
But it's absolutely crazy. And what happens if king b1? After king b1, rook h2. And perpetual. Or takes the
Oh,
pawn.
because once you push h6, then you can no longer cover with the rook from the checks.
But I have a question. If instead of rook c6, if I go a5, anyway king d3, what is the difference?
That is a great question.
Rook d6, king c3, a6, one tempi. Yeah, because if rook the f1, rook here, rook f6, rook h1, I think, which wins. Check. And h6. And we get again the same thing, that the black rook has to be front of the pawn, which is losing. Can you imagine how poor Jobava? Badur will go nuts before a free day.
Yeah,
Learning this
to
game.
ruin the winning endgame on move 72. Imagine you've been winning. I don't know how it started. I don't know what happened in the middle game, but in the end
I
game,
show you.
probably he
I
had been
show
winning
you.
for a while. Yeah.
I show you where it all started. It's very painful. Look at that. This was the position. Move 29. Move 29. And look how beautifully he developed. He played h4. There is a beautiful knight on e5. Rook d2, very nice. King f8 brings the king. Rook f5, f4. Okay, so very beautiful. Rook goes back. Awful to play it with black, right? But you sit there because you want to go Pranav. You want to save the game.
Yes.
h6.
Go Pranav.
So white has to build up and somehow win. But you see, he's also struggling how to regroup, which is not so easy. Okay, king e3, rook d7, so h5. Okay, that's a statement. So improved his position, right? Now knight f2, I don't know where he's heading to. He wants to go knight d3 and go back to e5, I guess. No, he goes to c1. Okay, that was only repetition. So he's struggling, right? He doesn't know how to win, but he knows that he can maneuver 100 moves. So finally, he says, I'm ready to exchange and I'm going to win the rook endgame. I have a pawn up. Rook c3, rook a8. Rook g3, rook a5. Not rook a6, so take it with a check. King c5, rook g6. So here, clearly, he had to calculate if rook g6 takes, then there are too many passed pawns, right? Here and the other one. So it's
Can we
going to
show it?
be...
Because this is so instructive with the pawn break.
Yeah, well, if black goes here, then white is first. If after h takes g6, black is just pushing, then this is going to be white is first.
Beautiful. Sacrificing that pawn so that the other can run and white is the first to promote.
So after rook g6, rook takes is not possible. Rook f3, rook g7, rook f4, rook g6. Clearly, white wins 2 pawns up. d3 takes. Rook f2, king c1, exclamation mark. If white goes king b1, still wins. Still wins, but for some reason king c1 is a better move, even better. And after king d4 with 3 pawns up, He goes rook c6 question mark. King d3, h6 he went, or he didn't. Yeah, h6.
I think he has just played h6, but he took quite some time. He probably realized that there's something not quite right.
So now rook h2 is the move. But I'm thinking that this is also a draw. That's the problem. Rook f1 is losing again because of rook c1 and rook h1. But if rook h2, it's a draw here or previously. And okay, white could go rook c4, but also rook takes. Oh, look at that.
Oh, so there's still a chance if he gets the b4 pawn.
I thought it's a draw.
You have the a3 square to run to from the checks.
Yeah, after this you can run, but what about... Yeah, king a3. Okay, this we understand that it's winning. But what about rook a2, rook h2 now? a5, right? And just wins. Okay, so... But what do you mean rook h6 loses? Then what do you want? Rook h1? Rook h1. Sorry. Rook h1, rook c1, rook h6.
Of course. You first force the white rook to come back, and then you're not losing the pawn immediately.
Yeah.
So many instructive endgames.
Rook h2 on the board. Yeah.
This will be a heartbreak for Jabeva, and what a save by David Anton.
Yeah, you have to go until the very end in your fighting spirit.
It has been the storyline in so many of today's games, and it's a long tournament with long games. The resilient warriors with the fighting spirit, they have been rewarded today in many of the games, even turning the tables like Theodoru against Gukesh.
Yeah. Yeah, fight it out until the very end. And yeah, you get there.
I wanted to go back to Vincent to see if there's any progress in that end game, but I don't know if there's much that has happened. This is the rook, two rooks versus the queen battle that have been going on for a while now, for about 40 plus moves.
There is also another interesting end game, by the way, after this.
Yeah?
We always
Okay,
come
we could
back
go
to
this
this.
way.
No, we have
Sure.
to come back to this. A6 and black
Show what
to move.
happened. Mhm.
Okay, so black is thinking. If queen d5 is the move. Queen f5 is the move. Okay, we'll get back to this. There is an interesting game. 1 second. I'm going to be picking this game. But this game, now it's not so interesting because it's kind of a draw. But we move back to move... Look at this. This is the position.
Hammer with the black pieces in a knight endgame. Only 2 pawns each.
And Mohammad Muradli is playing. Yeah, it's only 4 pawns on the board. And look what happened. Black goes king e4. King f2, of course, you want to catch the pawn. King d3. And now white played a bad move. A losing move. Because he wanted to be flashy. And he went knight a3.
Wow! Nice sacrifice in order to run with the pass pawn. And it was not correct?
Nice sacrifice, but that's not the move. Knight e1 was the draw.
Oh.
And
king
c3.
or king c3.
King c3. And king e2. So somehow rushing to the queen side. And okay, white has a good passed pawn. So on king b2, I don't know if I go king b3, king d3, let's say, or a4. I think king. But you know, it's interesting. Of course, again, how human is this to go here? I'm checking on the engine also in the meantime. That, for example, here, one of the, maybe the best to go knight f3, knight d2, and knight d4. So to push away the knight, and if it goes away, then knight c3, and we just grab that pawn. And if knight e4, then we end up again. You see how often we get this queen endgame? We got it yesterday, we got it few rounds earlier, but we understood. We got our lessons from Ivanchuk, and also Yaiz showed it that you have to go to that direction with your king, and then you make the perpetual check.
Yes,
so what
once your king
happened?
is no longer a liability.
Knight a3 happened. Beautiful move, knight d6. And after knight d6, the game is, in principle, it's over. King f3, b5. Because the white king cannot be close enough. Yeah, the
and
problem.
the knight is so misplaced.
Well, the problem was, I guess, that if white comes here, black goes king c3, king b2, and the knight is on the rim.
It's trapped. It has nowhere to go and no one to protect the knight.
Yeah. So after knight d6, king f3, b5, king f4, b4, king e5. Knight c8 question mark. So knight c8 is bad. Something was winning. Interesting, yeah?
Very much so. Knight c8 looks like
maybe
a
just
fine
knight.
move.
No.
Not knight e4 either. So where did he have to go? Doesn't.
I don't know. Black maybe has to go backwards.
But not to c8.
Knight b7. Knight b7
Knight
is the one.
b7.
Knight
What's the
b7.
difference at the
Knight
end?
b5, a4. And on knight d4, king c4. It's a Zugzwang, I think.
Wow. It's white to move, but white has no useful moves to make. And wishes that he could just pass on the turn.
King e... But I don't understand why king c4, you know? Why not king c3? I think it's also then.
Same
and simply
idea,
you
right?
go king b2 and you take the pawn.
Even simpler. So why is this not possible with the knight on c8? What's the difference? Hammer played knight c8.
Hammer played knight c8, knight b5, a4, d6. Because there is a threat of d7, and when the knight is on b7, there is
Oh, the
no
knight from
threat.
b7 guards the d8 square, while the knight on c8 doesn't help against
So he
the
had to lose a tempo.
Mm.
Knight d4. King c4, king e4. Knight d7, knight c6. Oops.
Knight endgames are so hard. You need to be very precise.
Knight d4 back. So this is the position they're playing. So black is trying hard. Well, where to go? How to try? Still fighting it out. But how?
Difficult to make progress. Very difficult. And the problem with just such limited material is that even if you are able to create a pass pawn as black, it will be at the cost of trading a pawn, and then white will sacrifice the remaining knight for one last pawn, and nothing is left that will be sufficient
Exactly.
material.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the favorite game of ours, which
Vincent
is
Endgame.
because we have the pawn on a7, and the endgame is still draw.
They have a lot of time. Was there then another bonus that we missed, or it wasn't updated on our clocks? But they have more time than when we looked at it.
Maybe well, I don't know, but for sure this is their final time, and they have the 30 seconds per move.
Yes, this is now the final time plus the 30 seconds. So
move
still
82.
Move 82, and you said that this endgame started on move 32 approximately?
33 or something like that.
30?
Yeah.
About 50 moves ago.
Yeah, 33.
But this is now the most that white had achieved. The pawn is just one square away from promotion. So looks like a big achievement, progress to the maximum that you can achieve when it comes to the pawn. Now, all that you need to do as white, get the king out of from in front of the pawn and escape from the checks. But that's the hard part. How do you escape from the checks?
Well, now for black, it's a question. Should he be moving the king to h5, which I would not advise. But there's, like, for example, if queen d5, can white go h5? Or you just take it? Just take it. Also, check would be possible. Check. I found the losing situation. Look at that.
Judith, you make progress in an analysis. You said there's gotta be a way to lose it if you want to lose it. There's gotta be a way, right?
Yeah, look at that.
You
Because
did
you
it.
get and king a6. I did it.
Nice. There is a way to lose it. Guys, everyone, on Twitch, on YouTube, this is headline news. There is a way to lose this. I mean, we are, of course, making a joke out of this, but that means that black does need to be very precise. Still.
Yeah, so actually black cannot start giving checks now. Or he can still give... No, but you see it's losing, because if queen e7, then rook c7.
And the b4 square is guarded as well as the e4 squares. This is it. This is the way. This is the pattern.
Okay, he went queen b3. Well, this is the thing that we were looking at this, but what is this? Rook g4?
Yeah, what's going to happen to that pawn?
King here. Queen b3. King a6. Here. Check. This board is not small enough for the queen.
Not small enough.
No. It's just endless checks. I mean, white can, g7, g7, h8, everywhere I have squares. So it's possible to lose it, but it's not easy to lose it.
And to be fair, Robert has been defending very well and has been very precise. They also have still enough time on the clock to calculate these precisely. So Vincent will try. For sure he will try. But what we have seen so far is that black has been defending very well. Interesting fact, by the way, that this endgame has been going on for so long that some of the other participants are already playing in Title Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, and chess.com's Title Tuesday features, for instance, Alireza Firuja, features, for instance, Matthias Bluebaum from the field. Thank you, Goku, for the information in the chat. They want to win that tournament too by playing at the Grand Swiss. Tomorrow is a rest day, so this is perfect timing for the top players to play both events.
Yeah, Chess Life and chess itself as a sport, as an entertaining, as fun, it's very different than when I was competing. When I was competing in a classical tournament, didn't think of playing in a blitz tournament. Even playing blitz, I didn't do.
Yeah.
Only if I was doing very badly in the tournament, then
Mm.
just change of habits. It was kind of an option that, okay, I have -3 or something, or I have lost 3 games in a row or 2, then I would come up with an idea. Okay, let's play, just get some new vibes and not take things so seriously. But these days, it's possible that it's just they go to play blitz. It's part of their routine and as an option. You go for a walk, or you play blitz, or you play blitz first and then you go for a walk.
Very true. Very true. How the professional chess scene and the routines and habits have changed.
Yeah, with the new generation, they have an absolutely different way of preparation and relaxation and mindset towards also how to deal with the tournament pressure,
Mhm.
because it's kind of a way of relaxing and get away from all the pressure they have in this event.
True. Vincent is still thinking about his move to be played. I guess the way for White to try to make progress, one would be to try to get a rook to the b file so that the king can get out.
Well, actually, it's getting more difficult being the queen on the cutting out the king, boxed in the king. So now it's only your rooks.
Mhm.
I mean, after rook c5, you have to make something. You can't just sit and wait because h5 is a threat, right?
Mhm.
But otherwise, I would be even not paying attention at all. I mean, I could be playing queen b2, queen b3.
Yeah, just wait on the b file until White tries to bring a rook to the b file.
Okay, so
And
what
then
if
get ready for the checks.
Is I'm losing a rook or no? Maybe not.
I mean, that's an option too. White can make a mistake too, but it's mostly about whether Black finds the right checks. For a second, it showed advantage, winning advantage.
Yeah, because I
Oh,
give
you
up.
give up the rook because you promote, of course.
So I go rook d4, queen g8, queen here, queen f7. Well, now it becomes clearly a draw, yeah? But you see, king c7, you go back with the queen.
Mm-hmm. King
It's the
comes
first
back,
time
you give a check.
I have the feeling that it will be a draw. What do you think? What will be the end of this game?
I think so too. I would predict a draw. Vincent will try. I think this game will go on, but I believe that it will be a draw, and we will let our viewers follow the rest of the game if you would like to. We have quite a round to sum up all the results coming in from round 6. Let's take a look first at what happened in the women's section. Judith, when it comes to the top boards, there were 4 leaders going into round 6. They faced each other on board 1 and board 2. And there's 2 winners, Katerina Lagno and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. So the 2 of them will be leading the tournament. I completely missed Vaishali's game, so I have been mistaken when I said Lagno will be the only leader. Vaishali also won her game.
Yes, she had this game where she played with black and she was restricting white, her opponent, to castle in the opening, and it seems so that she won her game, which was very important because this way she's in the lead together with Lagno, and very exciting. They go both on the free day as leaders. And we've seen also Stefanova, former world champion, who also won her game against Tan Zhongyi, which was a very important victory and also a convincing, because somehow there was a complete misplay by Tan. And even though she played very well in her preparation, it seemed something went wrong.
Yes, that was a very exciting game that we started following from early on in the tournament. And this leads us to the following standings after 6 rounds. Katerina Lagno and Vaishali Ramesh Babu are in joint lead, and the two ladies have already played against each other, so they will be facing players with less points. I would believe that must be Kyochi and Antoneta Stefanova, the pairings for round 7.
Yeah, they have time to relax, to prepare, to get the mood into to continue the tournament, and of course they have to collect all their energy as they want to go for the candidates.
Top 2 spots are up for the grabs in both fields, and that means that also in the open section, that's the main prize, that's what everyone is fighting for. And today, the decisive results were all games won by black on the top boards, both in the women's section and in the open section. Judith, what would be some of the games to highlight here among the top 10 boards?
I liked very much how Anish was reacting on the surprising move by Maurizi, move 6 knight b3. He was playing calm, very convincingly, continuing his energetic, very much patient play as yesterday he won his game. So that was quite something. I think Anish is there to qualify. He's looking after his points and wants to be number 1 or 2 in the tournament. And of course, many of the players are having the same dream. Mishra was performing incredibly well in the last rounds. He drew with Pragnananda after that. He won yesterday against Gukesh in a very interesting game. And today it was an interesting opening. They played it out in an interesting way. Not much danger for Abhimanyu, so it was a draw. And there was this very interesting saving by
Pranav?
By Pranav, yeah, that was very impressive for me.
Yes, it was such a resilient fighting spirit game by Pranav. At a point of the game, he was down a rook. And you would think that when you're down a rook, it's time to resign. But no, he kept fighting, he kept playing on. And there were some elements in the position that were hard to deal with for white. And he cracked under that pressure. And Pranav managed to bring it back from a really difficult and down a rook position. We see that Vincent Keimer is still playing his game against Robert Hofhasnian. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm butchering the names. Hofhasnian. This is the Queen versus the 2 Rooks battle. And you can follow it, of course, on chess.com's event page so that you catch the ending of that endgame, which we believe will end in a draw. The standings after so many of these decisive results by black, draws on many of the top boards, is as follows. We still have only one leader in the tournament. Parham Maksudlu keeps his advantage, half a point ahead of the rest of the field, and we have 5 players on 4.5 points. Any surprising names, Judith, to you among the top of the standings?
Well, I'm sure Matthias is extremely happy to be there chasing Parham in the field. I like very much how Niha was playing also today. He played very convincingly, won with a very nice tactics. Also, he played some nice games yesterday, also in round 2 or 3 where he sacrificed the rook. So I like his play very much, but of course I'm very much looking forward following Yaiz, the 14-year-old who made some surprises already. So there are a lot to come, I think, but all the players really deserve their free day for tomorrow.
Tomorrow is indeed a free day. That is a free day for us as well. Let's take a look at the second page, by the way. I'm sorry, I went ahead announcing the day off myself. I think I need one too, and I haven't been here every day as you, Judith. But we do have so many strong players in the field of both the Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. Anyone could still mathematically clinch the top places. The top 2 are the qualifiers for the candidates, but it's getting harder and harder as the rounds pass. We have just past the halfway mark. 5 more rounds to go. So the players on page 2 and the rest of the pages of our results book will need a winning streak of 2, 3, 4, 5 games even. Can someone win 5 out of 5 and get to the top of the standings? There will be so many more exciting games to follow after the day off tomorrow. Make sure to join us again the day after tomorrow for the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. Judith, I believe you will be here, if I'm not mistaken, for the coverage.
Well, not in the next 3 rounds, but I will be back.
Next one then, right? I know you will be back at some point.
Yeah,
Everyone wants more Judith commentary.
Yeah. Well,
thank you so much for being an amazing co-host, Judith. You always have been one of my favorite, if not my absolute favorite co-host. You know that.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure and fun.
Thanks so much to all of you joining us, and see you the day after tomorrow. Have a lovely day, good evening, good afternoon, and see you soon again.